Viva la revolution! Hello, hello. You ready for the revolution, chat? Are you ready? Are you ready for the revolution? Because I certainly am. And I have a question for you all. I want to give you all a sneak peek for the people who are here early. I'm setting up my Kieran again. I've already shared some of it into the Discord chat, but like the Kieran is technically almost ready to go. He just looks a little creepy, and I want to try and tweak that to fix him a bit. So let's show him off a bit. Okay, so it's not that bad actually. It looks better in motion than some other people would say. He just looks a little tired. He's not dead. Yeah, he's not dead. Look. So we're not going to be using the Kieran today. I still have some tweaks sometimes because his smile's kind of creepy. He looks eepy. Yeah, I know. It's because all of my models look a little squinty-eyed when I'm on face tracking, and there isn't really much that I could do about that. So it's gonna look like this. I'll see what I can do to maybe fix that squintiness, but I don't think I can, to be quite honest. I might just have to be perpetually eep. His smile looks like this. The normal smile looks fine. One sec. It's this smile that looks creepy. And even then, it's not that bad, I guess. It's just... Actually, make your avatar very squinty. Yeah, that's the problem. I'm trying. My natural eyes also make mine look squinty, and unfortunately, there's no easy way to fix that. It's like the smile in a horror movie. Don't you just word it like that? Nah. One thing that I was thinking is adjusting the inside texture a bit, so there's not just. Side is my thing. You could use like a sniff though. It doesn't look that bad. In motion, it's a lot better, to be quite honest. When you have like a still screen, it looks a lot worse. Bah, bah, bah. Keep that for Halloween. I think it's fine. It's enough that I can bring the model back. That's what matters. One thing I don't like is that when I naturally bring my eyes up like this, it makes them sad by default. It would look less fleshy and spooky. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. That's what I'm gonna do. But when I tried doing it earlier today, and it basically made it like a little weird. I don't know. I'm also gonna get Neo to do like custom face tracking at some point. That might make it look a lot better. But that's gonna be like next month. Probably gonna do some stuff with him, make that work out, make it juicy, something like that. It doesn't look that bad. Sad expression user board. I don't know. I think the sad expression is fine. It's one of the better parts of this face tracking. You can definitely tell it's frowning. A lot of models I have, you just can't tell it's frowning at all. But yeah, it looks a little tired. That's another problem. I might be able to fix it from looking tired by making the pupils a little smaller so that it looks like the eyes are a little bit more wide. Does the tail tracking work yet? No. I'm sorry. The closed mouth smile looks great. Oh, even then, I look a little sad. It's like a sad smile. I don't know. There's something about it that makes my eyes look sad. I don't know. I'll figure it out. This cost me $10, this face tracking, so I'm gonna damn well use it for a bit until I get a better one. We'll see, though. There's a little sadness with the Kieran. It looks feminine. No, it doesn't. No, that looks fine, actually. Oh, eyes. I also forgot that the eyes are bad right now. They're set up for the, that might help a lot. They're set up for the wicker. There we go. That looks a lot better. That looks a lot better already, immediately. Don't really reach the end of your jaw. Yeah, that's just how they are, though. That's just how the Kirins are. Not much that I could do about that. That's how the model is set up. Yes, it does take a lot of work. That's why I bought this. It's a lot of work. Can't figure it out? I don't know, man. I'm gonna get Neo to make custom one at some point, but right now I'm gonna run with this next week. So, just so I can bring the Kirin back. Because I think he deserves to be back, you know? For today, though, we're gonna use the Wicker Beast. That was this little sneak preview. I have a feeling that Neo knows exactly better on how to make face tracking for I need to adjust the eyes. Give me a second. Gaze strength. That looks good. VC face uses? Yes, you can. VR chat tracking uses universal expressions. And all the ones I buy are universal expressions. VC face uses AR kit. So you basically just need to rename lens shapes to the R kit version of them, and you're good to go. It's not going to be like one-to-one perfect. Like when I commission Neo, I'm going to have them make R kit trackings, but you get damn close, and most of them are there. I think the only ones that are not there are like AR tracking has like nose sneer left, nose sneer right, while universal expression just has nose sneer. But like for the most part, they're all there. All right, let's get started. Hard as fuck, yeah, not gonna lie, I know it does. So I'm gonna tomorrow we're probably gonna be using the Kirin. I'm gonna try giving the Kirin some inner mouth texture, see if that helps the creepiness a little bit. It should help a lot, because if you look at the Wicker Beast, it has the same problem with the teeth, but it doesn't look creepy because the inner mouth actually is textured. You know? So I'm gonna try doing that for the Kirin and see if that helps. But Neo's, I'm gonna have Neo anyway. Opening. Episode 5, Turnabout Revolution.
It's time for a revolution!
That's far enough.
Who's there?
It is I, the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm.
Good people of Kurain, we can't allow things to go on like this.
The Defense Culpability Act has done nothing but produce countless victims of wrongful convictions. The time to act is now, for we, the Defiant Dragons, have obtained the ultimate weapon, the Founder's Orb. And to the Garenian regime, make no mistake about it, I will personally dethrone you. A dragon never yields, nor will he rest until his revolution is complete.
Bada boom, bada bing. Revolution. Viva la revolution, chat. Remember, get your evidence lists out, chat. Get out your evidence. Also, tail cam. Oh, sorry. Here you go. And this
Nice tail.
Thanks, Zoldo.
Perfect.
And this concludes our report on the recent television hijacking incident in Korean. But really, who could have anticipated such a surprising turn of events? Did you hear that, Polly? Someone hijacked the airwaves over there. It's like something out of a movie. Apollo? Yeah. Dirk, what are you up to this time? Wait a second. Do you know the TV hijacker or something, Apollo? You could say that, but it was a long time ago. And why do you know someone like that? I mean, they're calling him an insurgent. Yeah, about that. Hey now, is that any way to talk about the man who raised you? Huh? Hey there, Apollo. Long time no see. How you been, son? It's Dirk jump scare. Dirk jump scare. Is that the guy who was on TV? Guilty as charged. Surprised to see me, Apollo? I just beamed in from Crane, and boy, are my arms tired. This can't be happening. I must be dreaming, or hallucinating, or both. No, you're not, Apollo. It's that TV hijacker / insurgent in the flesh. I'm so confused. Mr. Hijacker, sir, I have so many questions. I don't even know where to begin. But let's start with that bit about the man who raised you. Wait, don't tell me you haven't told anyone about me, son? It's okay to brag about it. Just tell everyone your old man's me, the rebel Dirk. I mean, my face is all over TV these days. Practically a celebrity. Trucy, what do you say we close up early today? What? Why? Aw, come on, son. No need for the cold shoulder. I know I'm gonna regret this, but what do you want, Dirk? You just show up here without warning after all this time? What gives? I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice. Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Well, okay, so maybe there's a little something I need your help with too, but the fact is, I came here to see you. That's the honest truth. Yes, I think we've established that. It figures. I haven't seen him in 10 plus years and he's already asking for a favor. He really is a rebel in the purest sense. He just does whatever he pleases. Come on, Polly, I need details. Inquiring minds want to know. Okay, hold your horses. First, I've got a few questions of my own. Pleased to meet you, little lady. My name is Dirk somebody. I'm well, a rebel by trade. A rebel? But on TV, they were calling you an insurgent. So which is it? Personally, I vote for a rebel with a cause. A real headache for anyone in your way. Trucy. You got me there. I'm head of a resistance group. The Defiant Dragons. We're like the good, the bad, and the ugly. But without the good part. In crying, I'm like the boogeyman. A tall tale parents used to spook their kids straight. That's too bad. You seem like you'd be a fun, cool guy to hang out with. This little lady's a real catch, son. I'm talking bride material, if you get my drift. No, we're sisters. She's my sister. Apollo doesn't know that yet, but... Wait, what? Oh, stop it. You're embarrassing me, Dad. Oh my gosh, Trucy just immediately runs with it. She's a plucky one, all right. Someone pluck me out of my misery. Now, about that man who raised you business. What did Mr. Duke mean when he said that he's the man who raised you, Apollo? The truth is, I grew up in the kingdom of Khurain. Did I never mention that? Oh, so you grew up in Khurain? Wait, are you saying you're not from around here, Polly? No, it's just I was raised in Khurain when I was really little. Still, that's a shocker. It's like I hardly know anything about you. How come you never told me? Say hello to Apollo's third backstory, chat. Apollo, you really haven't said a word about your past, have you? What? That I was raised by a wanted criminal? It's like a bad joke. It does sound rather melodramatic. I doubt anyone would even believe you. So you two haven't seen each other in a while, huh? You could say that. I'd wager it's been at least 10 years. Wow. That's a really long time. Yeah, well, I figured he'd forgotten about me. Not a chance. It's just, well, starting a revolution takes time, and keeping it going even more so. And being a wanted man, I could just hop on a plane to come say hello. I get it. It's fine. Though, truth be told, it's weird having Dirk suddenly show up acting all parental. I'd even almost forgotten about Khurain. No, that's not true. I probably tried to forget about it on purpose. Now then, Mr. Dirk, what is it that we can help you with? I need to get my hands on the Founder's Orb, the most secret treasure of Khurain. Yeah, he's had like a bunch of backstories that are kind of haphazardly put together to some degree. That's where you come in. The Founder's Orb? Wait, but didn't you say you already have it in that broadcast of yours? Don't go believing everything you see on TV, little lady. No one's seen hide nor hair of the Founder Orbs for some time. No way. So that was just a bluff? What are you gonna do if you don't find it? I don't know. Guess that just means we have to find it, son. Cause I can't really back down now, can I? Oh, different year, same old Dirk. It's all coming back to me now. Hold on, I think I read somewhere about this in the newspaper a while back. Something about you guys stealing a sacred treasure from a temple's treasure room? That's a load of crock. We didn't lay a finger on the orb. Really? Yes. Baseless allegations. All of it. Our enemy has really found a way to keep us on our toes. Ooh, so it's like a setup. That's the long and short of it. However, my compatriot has been hot on the orb's tail. And just the other day, his hard work finally paid off. We now know the Founder's Orb is in Khurain Village. Khurain Village? Yes, I hear there are spirit mediums there. They even have direct relations with Khurain. Spirit mediums, right. Some doctor of archaeology there supposedly has the orb. His name is Archie Buff. My Defiant Dragon compatriot has already made contact with him. Apparently, somebody asked the doctor to study the orb. So whoever asked him to do that is the real thief? Most likely. And you think this guy will just hand the orb over to you? My compatriot Dax says Dr. Buff has already promised to do so. It seems he knew it had to have been stolen and wanted to do the right thing. Dats, I remember running around with him when I was a kid. So he's here too, huh? Apollo, I want you to be present as my lawyer when I take possession of the orb. Would you do that for me? Well, chat, would we do that for him? Would we do that? Chat, would we do that for him? I want chat to answer this question. I need 3 votes for either or. We've got 2 votes for no and 2 votes for yes. 1 more vote. Sure, yeah. Okay. Fine, but I'll charge my standard fee. Now tell me about the Founder's Orb. If I remember correctly, the Founder is always depicted as a faceless spirit medium. What do you mean, faceless? Images of the Founder, the Holy Mother of Crane, never show her face. To depict it is committing the greatest taboo in Kurinism. The greatest taboo, huh? I wonder why. I mean, what could she have looked like to make them hide her face like that? As for the Founder's Orb, it was discovered during an excavation 8 years ago, and has an interesting legend that goes along with it. It's said that there's a riddle to the orb, and that any who can solve it will receive immense spiritual power from the Founder herself. Sounds like one big fairy tale to me. In any case, it's just what the Defiant Dragons need to get a revolution started. With it, we can gain the spiritual power, and thus the legal authority to rule Khura'in. Wait, suppose I believe this legend, then anyone can become king or queen. And that's why you think it'll help you overthrow the Garan regime? Only the rulers of Khura'in have ever laid eyes on the Orb, Apollo. A legendary treasure that bestows immense spiritual power. Doesn't that sound like something you'd want to see with your own 2 eyes? That does sound just a tiny bit intriguing. Founder's Orb added to the court record. That should just about cover everything. Any other questions? Not right now. Oh, I almost forgot. I brought you a present. Eat up, son. Sushi? I figured you probably couldn't afford 3 square meals a day, so... Yay! I was just thinking it was time for lunch. You dig in too, little lady. After all, we're practically family, right? Thanks, Dad. Ooh, that tuna looks good. Chomp, nom, nom, nom. This salmon sushi's got my name on it. Chomp, chomp. Aren't you hungry, son? This is some of the best sushi you'll ever have. I'm good. Oh, well, okay then. Actually, I have one more present for you. Here. What's this? A picture of your father. It's been 23 years since he passed away. Huh? This is my father? His name was Jove Justice. Jove. I haven't talked to you about your real father in some time, but as you know, he was a musician, a wandering minstrel, if you will, and a talented one at that. Why are you giving this to me now? I thought it was sad you didn't know what your old man looked like. I thirst high and low to find that one picture. What's wrong, Apollo? Don't you want it? I don't know. I mean, it's not like I ever met the guy. Well, I went through all the trouble of finding it, so go on, take it. And don't ever let it go, you hear? Photo of my father added to the court record. Well, now that our bellies are full, what do you say we hit the road? Gotta get this picture in the court record. One second. Hey, Trucy, any idea where Athena is? She left early this morning to pick up Daddy from the airport. Oh, I almost forgot. Mr. Wright is coming back today. Yeah, but I wonder why he cut his trip short like that. Anyway, shouldn't they have been back by now? Knowing Athena, she probably got lost. Well, there's no point in sitting around here waiting. Let's get going. I can't wait to see that super mysterious treasure. Khura'in Village, then. The Founder's Orb awaits! Khura'in Village. So this is Khura'in, the mystical village of spirit channeling, and where ancient traditions come alive. Looks like a really peaceful place. Oh, I love the air here. Nothing beats the mountains, huh, Apollo? Come to think of it, We used to live way up in the mountains too, just like this. Sure brings back memories. Those were the days. The three of us living happily in peace. I still can't wrap my mind around it all, you know. And Mr. Dirk is not only Polly's daddy, but Prosecutor Sadmati's as well. And the way you two talked about it like it was nothing the whole bus ride here. I guess it is a lot to take in. So tell me, Mr. Dirk, what was Apollo like as a kid? Oh, he was full of piss and vinegar, he was. A real rascal. Piss and vinegar. Is that like a real term? One second, I want to check something. He and Nayuta used to run around in the open fields naked as jaybirds. What? I even got pictures of him posing in his birthday suit. Whoa, whoa, Dirk. No way. Prosecutor said it used to be like that too? I've never heard that before. The two of them would end up with leeches on their butts and cry like babies. Dirk, don't you think you've said enough? Aw, you're no fun. Yeah, I wanted to hear more about the misadventures of Polly. What are you people doing here? Emma? You know this lady, son? Yeah, this is Emma Skye. She's a detective. Technically speaking, I'm a forensics expert, but I'll let it slide. Anyway, I can't say I'm surprised to see you here. You always seem to pop up whenever there's trouble afoot. Still, what are the odds of running into you here in the boonies? By trouble, you mean you're investigating a case? Does it look like I'm here to sightsee? Wait, don't tell me. You're not here to see Dr. Buff, are you? Huh? How'd you know that? We're actually on our way to meet with him right now. Figures. Well, follow me. I'll show you the way. Really? Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, son. Just follow the nice lady. That's quite the study. So this is Dr. Buff's study. Wow, look at all those books. The shelves go from floor to ceiling. It's like a library in here. Yes, and lots of artifacts too. A true archaeologist's paradise. Look, son, there are so many relics they're spilling onto the floor. What a delightfully amusing room. All I see is a mess. What's with that white outline? Emma, where's the doctor? Well, the thing is, he died last night. Wait, what? It seems an avalanche of books knocked him off his bookshelf ladder. We're labeling it an accidental death. What? Please tell me you're joking. As if I'd come all the way out here for a few laughs, Apollo. Yeah, I guess not. A scholar killed by his own books? Oh man, what do we do now? I mean, how can he transfer ownership of the orb to you if he's dead? Yes, that is a problem. Emma, can you please tell us exactly what happened? So the doctor died in an accident? I received a call this morning saying Dr. Buff had been found dead under a pile of books. This morning? Talk about bad timing. He mentioned that he had fallen off a ladder. Right, we believe he fell from the top of that big ladder there. Apparently he triggered an avalanche of books while fumbling to reach one, and that sent him headlong onto a fatal fall onto the hard floor. How sad. Killed by his own books. But at least he was doing something he loved. For a scholar, I suppose it's kind of a soldier being killed in the line of duty. You could say he died an honorable death. Emma, who was the first one to discover the body? About that, whoever it was, it seems they wanted to remain anonymous. What? It happens now and then. Some people would rather not get involved with the police. I could relate to that. Yeah, being a wanted man and all. What now, Dirk? A dead man can't exactly hand over the orb. We'll just have to find it. It must be around here somewhere. Just to fill you in, Emma, we're actually here to get something. Pops here had an agreement with the doctor. The doctor was supposed to hand over a sacred relic known as the Founder's Orb. Pops? Oh, I see. That could be a problem considering he's dead. Do you have a plan B? I have an agreement in writing. My compatriot Dats should have it. Well, there shouldn't be any problems then. So, who is this gentleman you're escorting? Oh, right. I haven't introduced you yet. This is Dirk. He's from the Kingdom of Khura'in. All the way from Khura'in, huh? So, what do you do there? I used to practice law, but I'm taking a break from all that. I'm focused now on making Khura'in a better place through volunteer work. That's one way to word it, I suppose. Volunteer work. Yeah. Volunteer work, huh? How interesting. Well, it's not technically a lie. So how do you two know each other? Oh, he's sort of my foster father. Come again? Yeah, and he's Prosecutor Sadmati's real father too. What? You mean you and Prosecutor Sadmati? I'm so sorry. It seems you've had quite a life. I guess she's put a few things together. Actually, Dirk, you look kind of familiar. Have we met before? Not that I recall. Great, she must have seen that news report on TV. It'll really complicate things if she figured out he's a wanted man. There are lots of guys who look like him. Sure you're not mistaking him for someone else? Are there really... Are there really a lot of guys that look like this? Like, he's got a point there, man. I mean, a middle-aged man with long hair and an eye patch? You don't see that every day. Well, I'm sure you're just imagining things. So what does that sacred relic you're searching for look like? I mean, there's lots of stuff in here that holds in relic-y. Indeed. Unfortunately, I have no idea what it actually looks like. Then how are we supposed to find it? That I do not know either. We'll just have to go through each candidate one by one. Great plan of attack there, Dirk. Well, Emma, do you mind if we give this room a once-over? I guess not. But in exchange, you're going to help me with my investigation. Sure, can't hurt. Ooh, I can't wait to get started. It'll be like hunting for buried treasure. So this is where Dr. Buff died. Poor man, he fell right on his head and probably died almost instantly. I see some blood on the book there, but what's that dark stain? It appears to be coffee. It's still damp, so it must have gotten on there recently. Perhaps even last night. That's a mighty big window he's next to. Big enough for someone to see inside. Exactly. That's how the local resident who reported his death found him to begin with. The doctor's body was visible from outside the window, and a passerby called in earlier this morning to report what they found. So you mean this case is still only a few hours old? That explains why your investigation is just getting underway. Study photo added to the court record. Damn it! The description is wrong! Wiki! There we go. Study diagram added to the court record. All right, let's get these pictures into the court record now. Damn it, Micro Sandman, get your fucking Steam thing out of my picture. Thank you. Is there ever a case of accidental death in Ace Attorney? Actually, yes, there is, Zim. We literally just did a case earlier in this game that had an accidental death. I mean, the accidental death was still caused by somebody, but it was technically self-defense and they didn't mean to kill someone. So, technically an accident. Don't forget to refresh the evidence lists as well. I'm just double checking to make sure all the evidence is good. Hisuin! Please do Hisuin! Hisuin! We haven't done that case on stream yet. There's a pair of glasses on this little pyramid here. They belong to the doctor. Scientifically speaking, they appear to be your ordinary run-of-the-mill glasses. I guess they don't pique your interest scientifically speaking. There's some sort of machinery inside this clay figure. Whoa, it's moving! Exterminate, exterminate, destroy all targets, scrape, grind. Did you even want to know what this thing is for? There are animal drawings on the floor. They look like those famous geoglyph things. They remind me of the chalk outlines detectives draw around bodies. And the doctor has just joined them. Now that's what I call dedication to one's field. I don't think that was on purpose. The doctor fell from the top of that ladder. From that height, a fall onto a hard surface would probably kill anyone. I don't know why anyone would want to climb that high in the first place. I guess you could say he climbed all the way to heaven. Oh my gosh, friend! Friend! A coffee maker and a bunch of coffee cups. He must have taken his coffee breaks here. Oh, there's a filter with old coffee grounds in here. I guess I'd better clean this up. I don't care about the coffee. What are you doing there, son? What am I doing cleaning this office? Don't just tell me they have you on coffee duty back at your office. No. It's just I don't keep the place clean. No one will. There's a brown stain on this scroll. Why does it smell like gravy? Why would there be gravy stain on it? Who knows? But it looks like it's meant to be there. Maybe the artist was trying to inspire a gravy new trend. Food splatter art. Has that scroll been stained with gravy for 7 fucking years? Or 8? It would be 8 years at this point. Yes? Moldy. For anyone not knowing, that's a reference to the final case in Trials and Tribulations. That pun wounded me gravely, Dirk. Amy. Why is someone's name written on here? Maybe it's so if ever got lost, someone could return it to its owner? You know, like how school kids put their names on things. Yeah, but this is just an urn, and the name is written so big. Well, I wrote my name on my magic panties. It says, right, in super big letters. The less said about this, the better. That's one big suitcase. It's locked. Is it the doctor's? No, somebody left it here last night. So the doctor might have had a visitor, but how can you tell? That sticker there, you only see those on airport luggage, which means its owner is likely from overseas. Is there any way to figure out who it belongs to? Not unless we could open it to see what's inside. Guess not. That's because you're not me. Emma Sky, forensics expert extraordinaire. Try as you might, you won't find the world impossible in my forensics handbook. Is she okay, son? It's like she's become an entirely different person. That's just what happens when her forensic switch gets flicked. With this, identify the suitcase owner will be as easy as pie. Is that fingerprint powder? That's right, and there's no better time than the present to use it. Here we go. You remember how to do this, right? Well, I apply the powder to where I think some prints might be and blow any excess off. Exactly. Well, have at it. Now, where would I expect to find prints on a suitcase? Wow, nothing on that handle. Okay, probably this one then. Doesn't look like there are any prints here. Oh, that's probably not a print then. I gotta rotate it. Rotate. Other side. There we go. What do you mean there's no prints there? What the fuck do you mean there's no prints there? There are very clearly prints there. Fuck you. That is a clear print. What do you mean? Okay. What the fuck? This one isn't clear enough for a match. Where else could someone leave prints behind? Think, son? How might someone handle the suitcase? Start by considering what you do with them. Besides being wheeled or carried, they could be open and closed. So I should look for prints that would be left at those times. Okay, those prints are not clear enough. Okay. At least they explain it now, but like, fuck you. Really? Really? Oh. Oh, that's not. That's just dust. Bro, where are these prints at? Let's see if I can angle this just right so that I can hit this entire fucking face. Like this. Like this. I tried the side handle yet? Yes, I did. This is where you'd open the suitcase, so like, why are there no prints here? That's even the lock. I mean, it doesn't open from this side, right? Where are the prints? I remember being at this one for a while. Hi, where the like it says like print where you would open and close the suitcase. This is where you'd fucking open and close it. This is bullshit. I want a refund for my time and my life. What were they thinking with this chat? Where are they? Like, this is the side it opens, doesn't it? Or maybe this is the side it opens. It doesn't look like this would be the side that opens, though. Like, this looks like where it opens because of the keyhole, but like... So the prints on the handle aren't clear enough. Chat, help me. I've looked everywhere on this thing, man. Why would there be fingerprints on the wheels? I'm just looking it up, man, at this point, because this is just getting annoying. Can I zoom out? Hi, Yuji. Remember the angle tech? I've been doing that, Hisuin. It didn't help all that much because it uses like all my powder like instantly. See? Like it's not helping. I still can't find it. I've checked this handle already. I did not check the underside yet because I just didn't think that there would be any prints there. The underside of the handles? Technically no, but I don't think I can even access that area. This is just annoying, dude. Oh, wait, I think I finally fucking found them. Hey Emma, I've got a pretty clear print here. Fucking finally! Okay, let me know if you think it could belong to. Who could it be? It would have to be someone who would have paid Dr. Buff a visit. Who is the chat? Who is the chat? Is it Dats? Yes, it's Dats. That's a rebel. Match found. We have a match. Dats. Come to think of it, he did stop by to see the doctor, didn't he? To conclude the orb transfer agreement. So he's the one who forgot his suitcase here. Where do you suppose he is now? I haven't heard from him in a while. He's not answering his phone. Wait, you don't think he left his phone inside his suitcase, do you? I wouldn't put it past that knucklehead. Actually, I think we may have run into him earlier. Really? A suspicious man had been reported in the area, but one of my officers approached to question him. He took off like a shot. What? Sorry about that. Kuridi's people aren't all like him, I swear. Well, he's probably still in the village somewhere. Maybe he knows something about the orb. Look, it's one of the doctor's notebooks. Maybe there's something about the orb in there. It's a photo of the treasure box, the one from Temple's treasure room. These must be his research notes on the Founder's orb. What's that on the right page? It It looks like a poem or something. Let's see. Oh, it's the song that performed during the Dance of Devotion. It's been sung during Kurani's rites of offering since ancient times. Oh, I think I've heard of that. There's also a legend associated with the song. Some say the solution to the orb's riddle is contained therein. Is that a song everyone in Kurani knows? Not much of a way to keep it secret. It's called Hiding Secrets in Plain Sight, Polly. Us magicians know all about that. That's strange. What is? Dr. Buff's notes contain the second half of the song. Only the first half is sung during the Dance of Devotion. Most people haven't even heard the second half. The second half, as in the part that begins, offer thy prayers? I'm impressed. That's some thorough research he was conducting. Research notes added to the court record. It's a 2-ton raincoat. It's still a bit damp. I think someone might have worn it recently. We have a victim or just a stolen orb. Archie Buff is dead. But right now his death is labeled an accident. It looks like an airplane to me. No, there couldn't have been any planes back when this was made. Yes, but it has wings and both horizontal and vertical stabilizers. That makes it an airplane. No, it's definitely a bird. Open your eyes, son. As a lawyer, your job is to see the true nature of things. Still say it's a bird. Basically, you haven't missed much, your imagination. What a huge wall relief. It seems to depict a spirit channeling. Hey, this spirit medium looks like the Holy Mother of Khura'in. Yeah, her face was left blank, but the rest is clearly detailed and well crafted. Did you know some researcher claimed the Holy Mother had 3 eyes? And that her third eye was able to divine the truth just like the gods above. It is said to be on her forehead. Like you said, you shouldn't believe everything you hear. What have I not examined? Computer, I guess. This PC is password protected. Trucy, you think your magic can do something about this? I don't think it can override a password. Now, a locked desk, that I could get into. Like yours back at the office, Polly. Yikes, I'd better watch what I put in there. What, you put weird stuff in your desk? Stuff you don't want anyone to see? Jeez, are you a mind reader too? No, but unlocking your thoughts is a cinch. There are a few pairs of shoes here. I guess there must be an entrance on this floor too. Yeah, there's a back door over that way, but it's usually locked from what I could tell. The visitor's entrance is up that spiral staircase. That's the way we came in. What a huge window. I bet you can see the entire study from outside. How could he concentrate in here? I'd feel so exposed. Well, he does have a bookshelf positioned for some privacy around his desk. It's a golden statue. Looks pretty old, too. I imagine it has great archaeological value. Maybe too great for a private research of Dr. Buff's caliber. I wonder how he got his hands on something like this. I wonder how he got his hands on this urn, too. It's a spiral staircase. And it's connected to a hallway up there. Why'd they have to place the second floor so high up? Wait, you're not afraid of heights, are you? Oh, well... Oh, Polly's hilarious around high places. He gets all wobbly like a baby deer taking its first steps. And his face turns green as a watermelon. It's not nice to make fun of people's phobias, you know. Come to think of it, the visitor's entrance is on the second floor. What an odd layout for a house. It seems the orb isn't here. That means Bats might be our only lead at this point. Detective Skies said he might still be here in the village. We should try to find him. Where it was from the original Ace Attorney trilogy. Good day to you, citizens of Karain Village. My name is Paul Ashton. No, politician. God damn it. And I want your vote. Wow, that's really loud. Look, something's coming this way. Politician, savior of Karain, has come to... Ah, it's you people. Apollo, what is that strange conveyance coming this way? Right, left, halt! It's one of those, what do you call them? Palanquins? I already hate him. I already hate this guy. So you finally left Dr. Buff's house. What were you doing there? What a bunch of shady looking characters. And you aren't? So I take it you do the doctor? What a foolish question. I've memorized the names and faces of the entire electorate here in Karain. After all, I am the man who's destined to be king of this fine nation someday. Who are you? And what do you mean, king? Ignorant fools, I am the politician. I am a soon-to-be eminent politician, a man whose name will go down in history. You should be ashamed you've never heard of me before. Is he really that famous of a politician, Apollo? Not that I know of. I'm running for a seat on the local council right now. I guess even Jerk Q Public has to start somewhere. But my election is a sure thing, I'm told. After all, my grandfather was a famous politician with untold influence. In short, I'm the chosen one, the golden boy, the powerhouse of politics. Fuck you. And rider of his grandfather's coattails. Are you blinded by my majesty? Go ahead, bask in the resplendent glory that is me, the chosen one. Sure. Ah, a pleasant day to you, good people of Karain. I am Paul Ashton, politician. It's time to reclaim the glory of Karain together. A convenience store on every corner, a karaoke bar in every home. A vote for politician is a vote for a happier, hopier Karain village. Turn off that infernal racket, you fool. You're a stain on your grandfather's good name. Thank you, good sir. Your support is appreciated as always. I guess he's one of those people who only hears what they want to hear. In other words, he's a model politician. No, where was I? Oh, right, you were at the doctor's house. Just what in the world were you doing in there? Jesus Christ. Is this what you ride around in when you're campaigning? That's right. It's perfect for the narrow roads and steep hills here in the village. It's a top speed of 5 miles per hour, but it suffers from serious reliability issues. Namely, these imbeciles tire out too quickly. Try harder next time, sir. Poor guys. They're exhausted and covered in sweat. The Attition family has been in politics for generations, even back in the old country. Really?
My grandfather, Abe Etition, was a prominent member of Congress. And he was born right here in Corrane. There isn't a person here who hasn't heard of him.
All I asked about was his palanquin.
You must have heard the Etitians reviving our old country campaign style.
Oh, politics aren't really my thing. Trucy? I don't recall ever reading about them in school. To visit his cousin, Mortitian.
Young people today. You people really need to pay more attention to politics.
I can't ignore politics these days, man. It's fucking everywhere. And not in a good way. Ah, fuck. Okay, it's okay.
So what business do you people have at Dr. Buff's house?
He was going to transfer ownership of the Founder's Orb to us. The sacred relic from the Kingdom of Corrane.
The Founder's Orb? So you tried to get your hands on it, did you?
Wait, what do you know about the orb?
I know that it's mine, that's what.
How do you figure that?
Because I know it's not the Founder's Orb. Its real name is the Crystal of Amy Faye.
The Crystal of Amy Faye?
That's right. It's been passed down for generations in the Etition family. Until it was stolen, that is. And just when I had zeroed in on the culprit, the doctor hid it away and then kicked the bucket.
So you're saying Dr. Buff stole your family heirloom? That's not what Dirk said. Strange. But I've been told the doctor himself said that. He had the Founder's Orb.
It's all that weird foreigners doing. These filled the doctor's head with nonsense. Nonsense like the Crystal of Amy Faye being the Founder's Orb.
Weird foreigner? I mean, is this the foreigner you're talking about?
Well, chat, who's the foreigner he's talking about?
I need to refill my water. You guys think about this. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'm back. Who are we picking for this? Who are we picking? Robotic wants to pick Dirk. Come on, Chad. This is not one that you should be getting stuck on. Commit. Do I have to punch Chad in the fucking face? Do I need to give him a knuckle sandwich? You don't have the background for this one? It's really not hard. There's only there's only like 2-3 foreigners on this list, and most of them don't make sense. That's good, Debundus. Eris was annoying as fuck to fight. And she was a bit too difficult for being a stage 2 fight. I'm probably not going to play the update though. I'm kind of waiting. I'm kind of just going to wait for it to get into out of early access so that I can get the full story. Who's that? Wait, I know everyone around here, so this must be a new eligible voter for me. Yes, wouldn't that be nice? Because I certainly wouldn't vote for you. Seems this isn't the person he's talking about. But I can't imagine the doctor had contact with that many foreigners way out here. Alright, chat, try again. Okay, guys, okay. Fuck, man. No one's paying attention. There's only one person that we've confirmed has spoken to the doctor, or has been at least in his presence in this list. And it was when we were taking the fingerprints. Thank you. Yes, that's him. I thought so. Now we really have to find Dats. Do you know where this man is now? I imagine he's at the detention center by now. I called the authorities after I found him hiding in my dog's doghouse. What? That buffoon. Well, at least we know where he is now. Let's head over to the detention center and see what he knows about the Founder's Orb. So you really are after my crystal? No, we're looking for the Founder's Orb, and we have an agreement to prove it. Well, just so you know, you're not going to lay a finger on it. It's mine, and I intend to give it to my benefactor. Your benefactor? My benefactor is ready to support my rise to the pinnacle of the political world. They have immense influence here, you see, and I intend to harness that influence. So you're just gonna give your family heirloom away to this person? That's right. It's a purely political decision. And in exchange, your patron will give people of Karain to vote for you? Eminent politicians are skilled at leveraging all of their connections. Isn't it illegal to buy votes? Well, good luck with that, I guess. You just wait. Politician will reign supreme someday. All right there, buddy. I'm out. That's got himself arrested. Unreal. Oh, you fucking idiot. Hey. Yipes! What's he doing under the desk?
Foul cogs of the corrupt regime, I've got nothing to say to you. It's me, Dirk. Oh! Dirk, you're a sight for sore eyes. I knew you'd come to save me. Well, this is another fine mess you've gotten yourself into. My bad, my bad. At least the grub here is pretty good compared to that prison back home. Yeah, 3 squares plus a place to sleep. Why don't you join me, Dirk? No thanks. They just sent me back to Kuwait where I'd face imminent execution. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be such a good idea.
Looks like he's still the same too. Long time no see, Dats.
Huh? Hey, you look kind of familiar. Apollo? This is really you, my boy? A to the J grown up and all one. How you been?
Fine, and you, Dats? You look good, besides the incarceration and all.
Those horns, sweet tree.
Horns?
You've been grown up with kids like a stag's antlers. I can't take it.
You really haven't changed a bit. Anyway, there's something we needed to talk to you about.
Sure, pull up a chair. I got all the time in the world. The slammer's like my second home. It's really not so bad once you get used to it.
He's either laid back or someone in police custody. That's what was the doctor had really in the was the doctor had really the Founder's Orb?
Absolutely positively, the doc was sure of it.
Really?
Because someone from the village is calling it the Crystal of Amy Faye. He also claims you were filling the doctor's head with lies. That ain't true. The doc said it was sure the real deal. All his fancy research confirmed it was the Founder's Orb.
So then politician's character was lying? Imagine that. A politician who lies. Wow. Almost like reality, huh?
I bet he wants the orb all to himself.
I wonder who's telling the truth.
Well, take a look at this. It proves the doc believed he had the Founder's Orb. Let me see that.
Orb transfer agreement. I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons.
If I will come to no harm. Signed, Dr. R.P. Buff. See, I got it all down in writing. But, Dots, why does it say, if I will come to no harm, at the end here?
Sounds like he was scared of you. He was scared of him. Dats, did you threaten the doctor in any way?
No, you got it all wrong. It was the doc's friend. He told the old man us rebels were dangerous. It's his fault the doc thought I might hurt him.
Sounds like the work of that politician. He's really made a mess of things. Orb transfer agreement added to the court record.
What have you done now, Dats? Nothing. I'm innocent, I tell ya. All started with this dog-faced cop trying to question me. He looked so funny and started laughing at me. That's why they came after me. But it was hilarious. Like, I mean, a human police dog? How funny is that?
Right, so what happened after that?
They caught me hiding in a doghouse. Then Pooch ratted me out. I guess that's what I get for laughing at one of his donkey comrades.
Sounds like the dog's got the last laugh.
That's weren't you cleared of those jailbreak charges? And your capture by Lady Kira deemed unlawful? Yeah, but the cops here don't seem to like me anyway.
What are the charges this time?
Unauthorized entry or something like that. They think I'm an illegal alien. And I can't prove otherwise because I lost my passport.
Oh my god. This fucking guy. Is there any way they'd let you go?
Not without my passport. If only I had it. Bert, JJ, you gotta find my passport.
All right, we'll find it. One more thing to add to our to-do list. Now, where might Dad's passport be?
Oh, about the orb's whereabouts. Maybe the doc's kids know something.
The doctor has a kid?
Yeah, a bit of a shut-in, though. Poor thing's own bedroom has become like a self-imposed prison.
A shut-in? Sounds like it'll be a challenge just to get a conversation going.
Time for your questioning. Follow me.
It must be lunchtime. Today it's fried chicken if I'm not mistaken.
You'll get your lunch if you behave yourself.
Dirk, AJ, I'll see you guys around. He's a rebel. That's a rebel.
Our only need now is Dr. Buff's kid, but luring a shutout in is
Not going to be easy, I know. Oh, it's you again. Looking for Mr. Wright? He was just here a second ago. He was? What was Daddy doing here? Good question. He said he was looking for something. Did he say anything else? Let me think. Something about how his ride never showed up at the airport. Yes, that was it. I guess Athena really did get lost. Athena! But what's Daddy doing all the way out here in the first place? Yes, that jacket was there before. He can't be looking for us since no one told him we'd be here. Well, if you're here, take another look around. Be my guest. I have other work to do, so if you'll excuse me. Of course. Thanks, Emma.
First and foremost, we better buy Dad's passport. We should also have a word with Dr. Buff's child.
Hey, is it just me, or is there something new in here?
Oh, you beat that thing. Yeah, we should take a closer look at it too.
Let's not forget about Dad's passport. It should be around here somewhere. What's this? A model helicopter? Don't you know anything, Apollo? It's a drone. They're all the rage right now. I bet it belongs to the doctor's kid.
We need to ask them about the orb's whereabouts.
Yeah, but luring out a shut-in isn't going to be easy. That's his suitcase. Maybe his passport's in there. It's no good. It's locked tight. We should have asked him for the key. What are we going to do about Dad's passport? It's probably right there inside his suitcase, but we can't get it open. Why don't I take it over to Dad so we can unlock it? That way you guys can continue looking for the orb. Good thinking, Trucy. Okay, here I go. Huh? What the? This thing weighs a ton! Let me try. Jeez, how can a suitcase be so heavy? Is it filled with bricks or something? Knowing Dad's, he probably packed his dumbbells in there. It's certainly much too heavy to lug all the way to the detention center. Here, let me take a crack at that lock. What? Are you going to pick it? There you go. That was fast.
A lock like that is child's play to me, especially after all the wrongly imprisoned compatriots I've busted out over the years.
You sure seen a lot of action for an ex-lawyer.
And here we go. That's his passport.
I'll take it over to him. Thanks, Trucy. No problem. Now you guys enjoy some quality father-son treasure hunting time, okay? See you later. Isn't it a tungsten cube? There she goes. I wish she wouldn't make such a big deal out of our little family situation.
Father-son time, eh? Been ages since we had a father-son talk, huh, son?
Yeah, well, over a decade.
So, Apollo, how you been?
Oh, fine. I'm fine, I guess.
Is that so? Fine, you say? Well, fine is fine by me. Good to hear.
Okay. So what do we talk about now?
Get down! Hit the dirt, son!
Huh? What the? Ah!
to me, son! Say something! Oh, that's smarts.
You maggots! What do you think you're doing invading Buff airspace? It'll be a scorching day in Siberia before you get past me, you yellow belly yahoos!
Whoa!
It can talk? What kind of drone is this anyway? Drone nothing. That's Sergeant Buff to you, soldier. You got that, you lowly grunts? Ow, what's the who now?
Bob? Sounds like the doctor's son is behind the controls.
He's controlling this thing?
Apollo, let's play along for now. At least until we can get to the information we need out of him.
Got it. Sergeant Buff? Sergeant Buff, sir, you forgot to say sir! Ain't you never seen a war movie before? Oh, right. Let me try that again. Sergeant Buff, sir! Better, much better. Now, state your name, unit, and rank, soldier. Oh, I'm Apollo Justice. I serve at the Right Anything Agency. And my rank is, fledgling lawyer? Sir. Affirmative. Private Justice. Private? You listen up, diaper baby. Your commanding officer's orders are absolute. Disobedience means a one-way trip to the firing squad. Do I make myself clear? Oh, sir. Yes, sir. Good, good. We might make a man out of you yet, Private. Now for you, Cyclops.
Huh? Oh, you want my name, unit, and rank too? I'm Dirk Sarvati. I command the rebel group of the Defiant Dragons, and my rank is sub-leader, sir.
Excellent. Welcome aboard, Commander Dirk. Wait a second, what's with that ridiculous mop you call a head? Soldiers should be clean cut.
Sorry, but this is my signature look. I'm not going to... Fine, I'll get a haircut before we ship out.
Listen up, you. It's kill or be killed out on the battlefield. No place for leave-in conditioners. All you got is your life, and you're lucky to have it. He's oddly obsessed with field survival for someone who never goes outdoors.
This is going to be harder than I thought, son.
Are you controlling that drone from your room, sir? Affirmative. But I can see everything you do from here, so... Teen Hot Soldier, wipe that stupid look off your face. I'm going to whip you, Shelter Phoenix, into shape. What, your charming personality?
Look, it's got a camera and speakers too.
And that's not all, Commander. With these arms, I can cook and clean too. Speaking of which, Private Justice, you're on latrine duty. Snap to it on the double. As if I don't see enough of the toilet back at the office. Sergeant's drone added to the court record.
That thing's pretty handy. Us Defiant Dragons could use one of those.
Yes, it is a fine piece of hardware, isn't it? I modified it especially for siege defense. Siege defense? You mean how you won't leave your room? Ah! Holding up in a stronghold to defend against an enemy is a age-old military tactic. A timeless strategy still applicable in modern warfare. I hope you're not trying to mock the wisdom of my forefathers. I meant no offense. It was just an observation. So the greenhorn who ain't even discharged a firearm got something to say, does he?
So sorry, it won't happen again, sir.
Darn tootin'. Now, state your intentions, soldier. We had an agreement with your father. He had promised to hand over the Founder's Orb to us. What? Papa promised you that?
He did, but he died before he could tell us where it's hidden. Nope, we have no idea where it is.
Oh. Papa, why? Why'd you have to die?
It was an unfortunate accident, and I'm sorry for your loss.
If it helps at all, I know how you feel, Sergeant, but... Ah! What do I do now? You insignificant maggot! What would an unseasoned rookie like you know about how I feel? First I lost Mama, and now I've lost Papa! Lost your mother too? She's been gone for some time now. I'm all alone now. All alone.
Sergeant Buff, would you tell us a little bit more about what happened to your mother?
Mama passed away about 6 months ago. We were still living in our apartment in the city. Back then, I had yet to engage my siege defense strategy. In other words, something caused him to withdraw from the world. It was arson. It happened so suddenly, and before we knew it, our apartment was a sea of flames. Mama and I were trapped inside, but help never came. So Mama cradled me in her arms, kicked out a window, and jumped.
She did what?
She was like a walking, talking medal of valor, my mama was. She delivered me safely to terra firma with perfectly executed PLF. It's a 5-point landing technique used by paratroopers to land safely on the ground. She sounds like a superhero or something. But from that height, she suffered massive injuries in order to protect me. She died so that I could live. Mama! I don't know what to say.
And the person who started the fire?
He was immediately apprehended. They say he was standing outside laughing while the building burned.
At least justice was served. I hope that brought you some solace.
I've lost both my parents now. You can't possibly know how I feel. Mama, Papa. Poor kid, it's hard losing both your parents at such a young age. You must really feel alone now.
Paulo, I imagine you know what he's going through.
I do?
The road to recovery begins by talking to someone who suffered the same hardship. I know you have something that shows you understand.
Sergeant, sir, would you please take a look at this? What do we have here? It's a photo of my father. I wasn't even a year old when he died in a fire. What?
And like your mother, he died in an arsonist blaze. But in his final moments, he managed to save his infant son.
Private Justice, you've suffered a loss just like mine. I have, and that's why I know how you feel. But you still have your mother, don't you? No, I lost her too. What? She disappeared after the fire. I don't know if she's still alive or dead. Heck, I don't even know what she looks like. Wow.
Sergeant Buff, his experience is very much like your own. If anyone could understand the sadness in your heart, it's him.
Attention! I salute you, Comrade Justice. You are no longer a private in the Buff Army. Henceforth, you will be a corporal. Corporal? In study photo? Wow. Whatever, I don't give a shit about your... I was typing it fast. I'm just glad that seemed to cheer him up a bit. Now, comrade, let's toast to your new stripes. And call me Sarge. Don't be shy. We're a band of brothers now. Now's our chance, Corporal. Ask him about the Founder's Orb. They're just getting way too much of a kick out of this. Sarge, sir, do you have any idea where the orb might be? It was here in Papa's study until last night, but he said he was going to go hide it somewhere. He mentioned something about a shady character being after it. Where do you think he could have hidden it? Somewhere in the village, I'd guess. He said he found a suitable hiding place for it. So it was here last night. That is, until he went out to hide it somewhere in the village. The only question is where.
Maybe he left some clue here in his study. Let's search the place again.
We should also find out more about Dr. Buff. It might steer us towards the hiding place. So, Sarge, what was your father like?
Papa was as kind as Mama was courageous. His whole reason for moving the countryside was for me.
What do you mean?
I initiated my siege defense strategy after Mama died. Papa was so worried about me, he moved us here to the countryside. He thought the fresh air, blue skies, and natural surroundings might alter my tactics.
What a fine father.
He even quit his position at the university to move here.
He did?
He did. He gave up his beloved research position just for me. A parent must be prepared to sacrifice everything for his child. That's what Papa said.
Well, I'm feeling about 2 inches tall right about now.
There's no one in the world that I respected more than him. But that just makes his passing all the more devastating. Papa, may you continue your beloved research up there with the angels.
Are these the doctors?
Yes, those are Papa's reading glasses. He said he's been having trouble reading lately, but those glasses seem to help.
Reading glasses, eh? I'll just hold on to these. Dirk, don't tell me you're having trouble reading too.
But perish the thought. I just don't want to leave any stone unturned.
It's a raincoat. It's a bit wet, and there's fresh mud on it. That must mean someone wore it recently.
Indeed, maybe even as recently as last night.
Sarge, did it rain here last night?
Negative. There wasn't a cloud in the sky.
Then how did this raincoat get all muddy and wet?
When I saw it last evening, it looked pretty clean and dry to me.
That means it got like this later at night.
Good eye, son. This may very well turn out to be a vital clue.
It's a shoe cubby. These shoes look like they belong to Sarge and his dad. Ah, these boots here are a little damp.
And it looks like there's something inside of this one.
Maybe Dr. Buff wore them last night?
It might lead us to where he hid the orb. Let's take a closer look.
Something's giving off a soft glow inside this boot. But it's too dark in there to see what it is. There's a question mark on the bottom of this boot.
Papa had those custom made for his archaeological fieldwork. He had the soul of an adventurer.
This boot had the soul of an adventurer too. We might get a better look inside if we undid these straps. It looks like some kind of glowing moss.
It could have come from wherever the doctor went last night. Must have gotten in with some of that mud.
It might be worth looking into, if it'll help us pinpoint where the doctor hid the orb.
Glowing moss added to the court record.
This computer could provide some useful information. Drat, it's password protected.
Dirk, you're good at getting into places you're not supposed to. Don't look at me. I don't know the first thing about computers.
Leave it to me. A modern-day warrior must be well-versed in technology and have mean pride. After all, he who controls information controls the battlefield.
Click, clack, click, clack, click, clack.
And I'm in. Looks like modern day warriors have mean.
Oh, that's not. Looks like modern day warriors have mean keyboard skills too. Okay, let's see what we can find. Oh, what's this? An email message? Now this is interesting. It's a research report to whoever asked the doctor to study the orb.
Here, I put the data on this. Take it and use it well, soldier.
Email added to the court record. Okay, let's go over what we've learned so far, and let me get a picture of this. Yeah, I'm checking literally right when you said that. The profiles should be updated, yes. Stop looking at the evidence, Stevish. You're gonna spoil yourself. Wherever it was that Dr. Buff went, he needed a raincoat. And it was somewhere where this glowing moss grows. That's some furry shit. I don't know, Stevish. It's perfectly fine. Having an email address called pause/711 is perfectly fine. I'm sure this Ace Attorney character is completely normal. So at nmail.com. From Dr. Buff. Research report. I deciphered the patterns but have yet to crack the riddle. The opaque crystal orb is the key.
Negative, comrade. I hate to say my intel's a little thin on this one. I've been occupied with my siege defense strategy ever since we moved to the village.
Well, son, it seems we have no other choice. We'll have to ask the locals if they know of a place like that.
Bro put his fucking face everywhere. Ugh, it feels like somebody's watching me and it's really creeping me out. Oh, it's just politicians' campaign posters. When did he put these up? Whatever, I got more important things to be paying attention to.
What great weather! It really lifts the spirits. I know after our little treasure hunt, what do you say we go hunting, son?
Hunting? We used to do that a lot, didn't we?
Just look at that mountain! I bet there are some feisty wild boars up there.
I think I'll pass, but thanks.
Oh, so hunting's a no-go? Well, I guess that wild boar stew will have to wait then. Apollo, something seems different from the last time we were here.
You mean the posters?
No, not those.
What's he talking about? I guess I should take a look around myself. What do we have here? It looks like an unfinished picture, like something a little kid might paint.
You're right, but I can't quite tell what it is of.
I think it's supposed to be nighttime, but what's this thing on the left?
A monster or some kind of alien, perhaps? In any case, it's pretty poor excuse for a drawing.
What did you expect from a little kid? A little kid? Aw, huh? Oh, it's you, Pearl. Why, Mr. Apollo, is that you? What a pleasant surprise. It's been quite some time. How have you been? Fine, thanks. You're looking good too, Pearl.
Aren't you going to introduce me, son?
Of course. This is Pearl Fay.
She's a spirit medium here in Karain Village. Earl, this is Dirk, my, client. My client. Hello, sir. Pleased to meet you. If there's anything I could do to help, please let me know.
Nice to meet you too, and what a polite little girl you are.
Actually, I'm a high schooler.
Whoops, sorry about that. So, you're a spirit medium. Does that mean you can channel spirits then?
Yes, I'm still in training though. But I'm well versed in the art of spirit channeling.
Well now, isn't that something? I mean, back in my country, our little princess hasn't channeled a single spirit yet. Pretty impressive, young lady.
Oh, but compared to Mystic Maya, there is so much more I must learn. Mystic Maya? Oh right, Maya Fey, Mr. Wright former courtroom assistant. He told me all about her. She's a spirit medium too, if memory serves. Yes, she's an amazing medium, and soon she'll be the next head of Fey Clan too. Mediums and spirit channeling. I've heard all about it from Mr. Wright. He said that mediums will even physically become the person they're channeling. I wonder if even little Pearl would turn into a hulking giant if she had to channel one. I hope you don't mind me asking, but what brings you all the way out here, Mr. Apollo? Oh, there's a small matter to take care of. Wait, would it happen to be the matter Mr. Edgeworth is looking into?
Prosecutor Edgeworth? What's he doing here?
Oh, so it's a different matter then. Because I just saw him a moment ago. He appeared to be searching for something.
Edgeworth is here.
Oh? Mr. Edgeworth is a friend of Mr. Wright's and the district chief's prosecutor. Why would he be here in Karain? Well, no point obsessing over it. Okay, just Pearl's been added to the profiles. Come to think of it, you live here in Karain Village, don't you, Pearl? Yes, I was born and raised here.
This is perfect, Apollo. Let's ask the young lady if she knows where the doctor might have gone last night.
I was thinking the exact same thing. Maybe I should show her what we found in the doctor's study. And now Edgeworth is there.
What a peaceful place. Nothing beats the mountain air.
Many of the villagers have left for the city, but I just love it here. Blue skies, lush forest, star-filled skies at night, and fireflies in the summer. Plus, the big, beautiful blue ocean is just beyond that mountain.
The ocean? What do you say we go for a swim, son?
Oh, I think I'll pass. Besides, I can't swim. Pearl, Karain Village is like the home of spirit mediums, right? Yes, and I'm part of a long line of mediums. Never seen a channeling before, but is it possible to channel the spirit of anyone who's passed away? No, not just anyone. You must know their face and true name. Really? You can channel a spirit just by knowing their face and name? That's an amazing ability. It is, but it can only be learned by those with a gift occurring in certain bloodlines, and years of intense training. At present, Mystic Maya and I are the only ones in our village who can channel spirits.
Looks like spirit mediums are highly valued here, much like they are back in Karain.
I heard there used to be many more of us a long time ago, but now we are in very short supply. Most of the women nowadays don't want to stay. They want the thrill of the big city. Oh, you guys aren't exactly close to any shopping malls or nightclubs out here. But what about you? Are you not interested in things like that? Woohoo, me? Well, I wouldn't mind a new outfit or two. And, well, oh, never mind.
It's okay, Pearl. You're at that age after all.
Oh, we met this weirdo earlier named Politician. Do you know anything about him? Yes, he's been campaigning a lot around here lately. And the noise he's been making has become quite a problem. People are especially upset that he's campaigning at all hours of the night and day.
Well, the local police should arrest him for disturbing the peace.
Unfortunately, there's little they could do because the Ashton family is so powerful.
Well, isn't he the proverbial pampered provincial prince?
He seems pretty intent on winning here in Kurain. Is there some special reason why? I'm not sure, but I have an idea. The spirit mediums of Kurain once held considerable sway in the political world. Judging by his slogan, maybe that's what he's after. Great, so he's just another politician seeking powerful connections. The ability to commune with the dead gives comfort to those anxious about the future. Tiny Kurain has preserved its independence by the Queen's power of spirit channeling. It must play a similar role in this village. Yes, even today, many here revere those with spirit medium blood flowing in their veins. So basically, as politician's benefactor goes, so does the whole village. Who is this benefactor? Who can hold this much sway over Kurain village? Pearl, do you have any idea where this moss might grow? That looks like Mitama moss. It grows on Mount Mitama and gives off a small glow in the dark. Mount Mitama. See that mountain over there? That's Mitama. And how would one get there? You could take a bus from that bus stop over there. May I ask why you're so interested in that moss? Well, Dr. Buff was supposed to give us something, but it seems like he hid it somewhere last night. He did? Maybe that's why he, Pearl? Do you know something that might help us? Well... Sounds like I better find out what she knows. Pearl, do you have any idea where Dr. Buff might have gone last night? About that. All I know is Dr. Buff was somewhere on Mount Mitama. My bracelet! It's reacting, which means Pearl is hiding something from me. Open your fucking eyes, chat! And tell me when you see it! What are you looking for? A nervous tick. Something that she's doing that's like twitching a finger, twitching an eye, shifty eyes. That isn't normal, like her normal sprite. That's different from her normal sprite, essentially. Focus on the thumb? Sure. In the mouth. No, not that, because that's what she always does. Now, if there's something different about it, then yes. Notice anything, or should I look somewhere else? Yes, that's normal. She does that. Like, if it, whatever it looks like here when I'm just stopped here and doing nothing, is part of her normal animation. And she won't always be doing it. Sometimes it only shows up when she says a specific thing. Focus on the other hand, your imagination? Okay. Did you notice anything, chat? Her thumb moved. Mount Mitama. Pearl, you seem anxious around the topic of Mount Mitama. I could tell because you rubbed your thumb over a splotch of dried paint as you said it. Oh, well... That nighttime painting is yours, isn't it? This is so embarrassing. As you saw, I'm not a very good artist. But that picture has nothing to do with Dr. Buff. I'm not so sure about that. In fact, I'm going to guess that while you were out here painting last night, you actually saw the good doctor heading out to Mount Mitama from the bus stop. No, I didn't see anything like that, I swear. No, I'm positive you saw the doctor. After all, he's right here in your picture. Where's the doctor in the picture, chat? Next to the rock. So here, or here, or here, the figure, this thing. I need more yeses. I need more yeses, chat. Also, chat, I probably need to order food again today. What should I order? You think that's the doctor? I may not be a very good artist, but at least I know how to draw a person. Okay, if this isn't a person, then what is it? That's a rain spirit. And what's a rain spirit doing at a bus stop? Oh, rain spirits have places to go too. This is getting ridiculous. Sorry, Pearl, but you're not a very good liar. That is Dr. Buff, and this piece of evidence proves it. Pasta? Maybe. Hanatoro wants to present the raincoat. Fish and chips? Nah, I don't really like fish and chips. This is the raincoat we found in the doctor's study. It's still wet and muddy, so we know that someone wore it last night. Now, see how this pattern in this is the same as the rain spirit in your picture? Ah, you didn't see a rain spirit last night. You saw Dr. Buff wearing this raincoat. Ah! I'm sorry. I know I'm not supposed to lie, but... I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, Mr. Grappolo, but I did see the doctor last night. That's alright, just please tell me everything you know. Why did you lie about it in the first place? Of course. I was painting out here last night when the doctor came up to the bus stop. He was wearing a raincoat even though it wasn't raining, and a helmet with a light on it. Sounds like he was well prepared for something. I know, that's why I asked him if he was going off exploring again. He looked startled, like he hadn't noticed me there. And then he suddenly said, "Please don't tell anyone you saw me here." That's why. Why would he want to silence you like that? Something must have happened to spook him, and he didn't want anyone to know where he was going to hide the orb. But where could he have been going dressed like that? My best guess is a cave somewhere on Mount Mitama. I've heard there's a cave there with mediums of the Korean tradition went to train long ago. Legend has it there are some sort of mystical ruins in there. Mystical ruins. Sounds like the exact sort of place an archaeologist might go. Well, we should get going now. But thanks for all your help, Pearl. You're welcome, Mr. Apollo. Please take care.
What do you say we go find that cave, son? I sense the orb might finally be within our grasp.
This treasure hunt is shaping up to be the real deal.
Really gets the blood pumping, doesn't it? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
May 16th, Mount Mitama, cave entrance.
I'm out of breath. Oh, come on, that was nothing. And you're so much younger than me.
The main screen isn't? Yeah, I've had that glitch before. Refreshing the stream probably fixes it.
Need a break? No, I'm fine. Dirk, look, there's Vtuber moss growing in that cave over there. This must be where the doctor was last night. Let's take a look inside.
I can't see a thing.
Relax, your eyes will adjust eventually. Now follow me.
I really think we need a flashlight, Dirk.
Should have brought one along then, son.
Here, use mine.
Thanks.
Wait, were you holding out on me?
Who are you talking to, Apollo?
You...
Whoa, somebody just pushed me. Apollo? What the? Apollo! Ah! Ow! Are you all right, son?
Yeah, looks like someone got the drop on us.
Quite literally. But who? I mean, we could have died from that fall. I don't know. But I don't think we'll be getting out the way we came in. Looks like we're in a pretty deep cave. Nothing to do but press on, son.
How can you even see in here?
Come on, let's go.
Hey, wait! One false step and we're dead. What in the world should we do?
What do we do, chat? Your Majesty is 3, Kite says 2. Hanatoro says 2. 2 votes 2, 1 vote 3. Come on, chatties. Wake up. Wake up, fuck up! I guess we keep going. There must be some path for Dr. Buff to follow when he came to hide the orb.
Right. By the way, it looks like our attacker left us with this useful parting gift.
From lawyer to splunker. How do I always get myself into these situations? We're never going to make it out alive. I hope you know.
Don't tell me you're scared, son. We're just getting started. The greatest treasures are only ever found at the point of a blade or the edge of a cliff.
Yeah, sure. I know I'd wind up at the bottom of some dark, damp cave. I've never taken your request, Dirk.
Save your breath, Apollo. Just keep putting one foot ahead of the other.
Yeah, I know that. I've heard of that. There'd really better be a way out of here.
We'll find one before you know it. You'll see.
Apollo is quite the pessimist here, isn't he? We've been walking for over an hour. It's like a maze in here. I couldn't get back to where we started if I wanted to. Yeah, this cave goes deeper than I thought. Wait, don't tell me there really is no way out. Where there's a will, there's a way. Ever the optimist, aren't you? Maybe we should cut our losses while we still can. What do we do, chat? Even if we were to turn back, we wouldn't make it up that wall of solid rock. So I guess we keep going. How did I get stuck wandering out of a dark cave again? It's definitely not in my job description. Listen, son. Only the truly accomplished have the luxury of being so choosy. When I was just starting out, I did everything from street performing to yakmithing. And that helped you become an accomplished attorney. How? It didn't. But when you need to earn a living, you take on any job you just to survive. Say, how is your career going, by the way? Well, it's been a harrowing adventure so far, to say the least. My first trial really put me through the ringer. And my next case had me investigating a pair of stolen panties. And just when I was hitting my stride, this one prosecutor branded me as heir forehead. Oh, and there's this other ridiculous prosecutor who wields a samurai sword. Sounds like you've seen quite a bit. You're telling me. Listen, Apollo. I'm sorry I didn't contact you for so long. It's fine, Dirk. What happened, happened. Careful, the ground doesn't feel as solid here. What? Yikes! The cave's floor's collapsing! Oh, not again! Ah! Never surrender. Hey, Apollo, can you hear me? Turk? Huh? Where are we? Whoa, what is this place? I was shocked too. These ruins look really old. It's not exactly something you'd expect to find in the middle of a cave system, that's for sure. Maybe the doctor hid the orb around here. I mean, those look like footprints over there. Son, I think our little adventure is about to pay dividends. Time to find that orb. This box looks pretty new. I'm guessing the doctor's the one who brought it down here. It's no good, it's locked tight. There's no way to open it. Doesn't look like it. There isn't even a keyhole. Which means there must be some trick to opening it. We'll have to figure it out if we watch to see what's inside. What's a plastic bottle doing here? There's seaweed stuck to it, which means it's probably came from the ocean. It's possible this cavern is connected to the sea somehow. Driftwood? How'd that get in here? By drifting on in, I'd assume. The only question is from where? So that's the hole we fell through. Doesn't look like we'll be going back that way. We're lucky we survived the fall on the way up there. Indeed, if that hole had been above the lake, we'd be history.
You passed out the moment you hit the water. Yeah, well, water's not really my thing. This cavern is solid rock all around. So we either go back through that hole or find some other way out. Why am I always between a rock and a hard place? These have got to be the doctor's footprints. They match the bottoms of the boots we saw in his study. Shared habit of blindly risking their lives diving into every tiny opening. So true. So he made it all the way down here. The water's washed most of them away, but his footprints are everywhere. Really? Because these are the only set I see. He must have been looking for something. Ah, those prints, they're coming out of that lake. Hey, you're right. That would mean Dr. Buff came walking out of the water. It's a big stone altar. One false move and some god might come and smite us. Oh, come on, it's not all doom and gloom. I dare you to look at our surroundings and say that again, Dirk. Ha 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 ha! You've got me there, son! Dear gods, please smite me now. I wonder what this place was for before it was, well, ruins. I'm guessing it was a place for spirit mediums to perform their rites. But earthquakes and the changing landscapes eventually buried it. You're right, that would mean it hasn't been used in ages. This lake looks really deep. I can't even see the bottom. A bottomless lake in the depths of a mountain cave system. My blood runs cold at the thought of falling in there. The water, it's salty. This lake may very well lead to the ocean. Didn't Pearl mention something about the ocean? Like how it's on the other side of the mountain? Can't imagine she meant it literally. Let's sum up what we know so far. The orb is almost definitely inside this box contraption that we can't open. As for this cave, there doesn't seem to be any way out. This close to the orb. Aw, come now, son, don't be like that. It's just a bit of bad luck, that's all. A bit, Murphy called. He wants his law back. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? How could he laugh at a time like this? We're stuck here for now, so we might as well try to open this thing. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with. This thing is covered with pictures. And hey, each section also rotates. Take a look at this, son. See the picture of a dragon battling a tiger? And this green and purple one. It's of a Kurenese butterfly and a Mitama. I wonder if there are clues for figuring out how to open this box. Nothing particularly interesting here. There's a big button here. Nothing happened. It appears this box uses a picture-based combination lock. We'll have to arrange the pictures on each side in the correct sequence. Let's see, there's the dragon and the tiger fight, a Kurenese butterfly with a Mitama, and a number of other pictures too. Dirk, I was thinking, maybe we should check the evidence we collected so far. I think we have something that just might help us open it. You read my mind, son. I think this will help us open the puzzle box. Chat, what will help us open the puzzle box? Remember to check your evidence closely, chat. Robotic janitor, we're not presenting the badge. We are not presenting the friggin' badge. Use your friggin' brain cells. Look through the evidence. Use your brain.
Use your brain cells. The power of science can open this box. Check the evidence. Remember, you can examine the evidence closely by clicking on its picture. Your imagination wants to present the research notes. Nightcrawler says yes. We got 2 yeses, 1 more yes. All we need. Dr. Ruff's research notes mentioned the Song of Ceremony. Maybe its lyrics and the pictures on the box correspond somehow. I think you're onto something, son. Okay, let's give it a shot. Each dial has 6 pictures, and there are 4 dials in all. The box should open once the pictures are arranged in the right order. Funky puzzle box, here comes justice. What should the first picture be, chat? Dragon? Which one? This dragon? Or this dragon? Dragon versus tiger? Okay, what's the second one should be? Butterfly on the Mitama. What should the third one be? Fire? There's no fire picture. Do it halfway. You mean like this? Or like this? Like this? Okay, and then what should this last one be? The woman bestowing power. This one? You think so? Should we lock this? Should we lock this combo in, chat, and see if it works? Lock in. It opened! So this is the Founder's Orb. We did it, son! The orb is finally ours! The Founder's Orb updated in the court record.
At last, the Founder's Orb is ours. And it's all thanks to you, son. Well done. And again, I expect nothing less from my boy.
Oh, it's no big deal.
Don't sell yourself short. You may think it's nothing.
Oh, wait, this has a picture, I think. It does.
But your insights and reasoning led us here. And I say that's truly impressive.
I don't know about that.
All these battles you fought in the courtroom have shaped you into the man you are today, and I couldn't be prouder.
Will you cut it out already before I turn into a sun-ripened tomato?
With this orb, I can finally deliver a fatal blow to the Garan regime. Ah ha 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 ha!
So how exactly do you plan on using it? You're not going to try and become a spirit medium, are you?
Don't be ridiculous. I don't need supernatural powers like that.
So then, are you going to use it as a bargaining chip with the Queen Garan? Like demanding she abolishes the Defense Culpability Act?
Well, the thought had crossed my mind, but the main thing is returning this to the Kingdom of Kurain. After all, as a sacred relic of Kurainism, that's where it belongs.
Really? That's all you wanted to do?
Mm-hmm. Because my true objective has always been to find out who asked Dr. Buff to study it and why.
I'm not sure I follow.
The official story is that the orb was stolen from Temple's treasure room.
Yeah, I heard about that on the news. They also said your group was behind the theft.
That's not good. We're probably on an international most wanted list now. Let me ask you something, Apollo. Who do you think really stole the orb?
I really haven't a clue.
Well, I think it was one of the royals.
Really? Someone from the royal family?
Yes, and I've got a pretty good idea which one it was.
He knows who it is? Care to share your hunch?
All I'll say at this point is this. Security is pretty tight, but the royals have unfettered access to the treasure room. Plus, they seem to be turning a blind eye to the orb's loss.
But why would a member of the royal family do that?
That I haven't figured out yet. But whatever the reason, it can't be good. I mean, a Kuranese royal stealing a national treasure of such religious significance, and then pinning the crime on us, the Defiant Dragons?
Sounds like a conspiracy or something.
I agree, and if the truth were to come to light, it would be a scandal of epic proportions. To allow a foreign national to study a treasure so sacred that it's off limits to the public, it would be seen as an utter sacrilege to those who truly revere the Holy Mother.
So if this were to go public, support for the Garan regime would weaken.
But that's not all. This is just a hunch, but I believe there's something even bigger here. Something that would explain why the orb was being studied in the first place. Something that would shake the Kingdom of Kuran to its very core. And I'm going to find out what.
He's probably right. His intuition is usually spot on. Dirk, why are you so bent on revolution anyway? Is it to reform the legal system of Kurain?
There's that. But I'm also doing this for my children. I want to save Nayuta.
What do you mean?
This is for your ears only. It's the other reason why this revolution needs to succeed.
Nayuta, I never thought that our reunion would take place in a courtroom.
Oh, so you've run into each other already.
Yeah, but it was like he was a different person. He used to be such a kind, cheerful kid, always smiling and stuff, but now... He tried to convict Trucy for a crime she didn't even commit. Plus, he kept telling me I had a putrid mind and to let it go and move on.
Has it really gotten that bad? It must be Garan's influence. He wasn't like that when he first stepped into the courtroom. Back then, he still had a keen sense of justice. I vow to bring the Garan regime down and reform the legal system. That's what he swore to do, but that was also 5 years ago. He'd been the shining star of the Defiant Dragons, and our greatest hope.
Wait, Nayuta was a dragon?
He was. But these days, he's more like Garan's lapdog.
Talk about a complete about-face. Why would he do that?
Something must have happened to him.
Something that sparked a radical change. Still, I don't think he truly believes in the new path he's taken. It's not conviction that fills his heart. It's resignation and despair. I see. The only thing I know for sure is Nayuta is suffering, and he is suffering in silence. Nayuta is suffering? Yes, he knows the rightful state of Kurain, his legal system. But something forces him to bend to Karan's will, and it's tearing him apart. But it's been 5 years. Really think he even still wants to reform the legal system? As long as he carries what I've taught him in his heart, I do. A dragon never yields. That's what you always told us. That I did. It's a belief I've held since back when I was a lawyer. The dragon stands at the pinnacle of the natural world. Nothing and no one can bend its will. That's why we lawyers must pursue the truth like an unyielding dragon, right? We must fight for truth to the bitter end, no matter what it takes. Dirk and Mr. Wright, they have that much in common. That's why I've held on to this badge, even though there are no more lawyers in Kurain. I believe that one day, our legal system will return to its former glory. And this badge here is a testament to that belief. I wonder if Nayuta still believes in what you taught us. He does. That much I'm sure of.
A dragon never yields.
I know that belief is etched deep in his heart. I'd bet my life on it. After all, he is my flesh and blood. This unshakable faith and confidence is what draws people to him, whether they like it or not. Even people like me. You know, I remember back when we were kids. Nayuta used to say with great pride, I have the blood of a dragon within me. Yes, and that's why I want to free him. Free him from the poisonous clutches of the Garan regime. That's your other reason for starting a revolution. Yes, I need to smack some sense into that boy of mine. I mean, what else are fathers for? Ha 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 ha! I wouldn't know. Now that we have the orb, on to the next problem. Getting out of here. Well, we're not going back the way we came, that's for sure. That hole we fell through is way too high to climb back up to. Actually, I have an idea. That lake water tastes salty, which means it must connect to the ocean. Wait a second. You're not suggesting we swim our way out of here? That's exactly what I'm suggesting. We have no idea how deep that lake goes. It's pitch black down there. Not a problem. How is that not a problem? I mean, how do you even know if there's really a passage to the ocean? Well, one of us has to try, and I'm the better swimmer. Time's a-wasted. I'll be back before you know it, son. Dirk! He's gone. I sure hope he knows what he's doing. It's been 20 minutes. I hope he's okay. What's going on? Uh-oh. The water. It's rising and fast. Ah! Need air. Ah! I don't know how to swim. I don't grab onto something that floats. Bro, Apollo doesn't know how to swim? Fuck. Oh, sputter. Pop. This is bad. I better think of something. Quick. I've got it. As long as I hold on to this, I should be able to stay afloat. Hey, maybe I could use this like an oxygen tank. Wait, what am I thinking? I need to stay calm and be more rational about this. This is not good. The water's almost up to the top of the altar. It won't be long before it reaches the roof of the cave. It's no use. The hole's still too high up. I'll have to find another way, and quick, before I drown. The puzzle box is still at the base of the altar. It must have been designed to stay put even at high tide. Wait, that's it! Dr. Buff must have gotten here from some oceanside entrance at low tide. That's why his footprints were leading out of the lake. So it really does connect to the ocean. Not that that helps. I'll drown before I made it out. The water won't stop rising. Ah, I'm getting swept away. Please stop. The water's just high enough for me to reach the hole. I'm saved. All I have to do is go back the way we came. The water might even lift me all the way back over that wall of rock. Here goes. Huh? The hole is full of rubble. The tunnel collapsing above must have filled it in after we fell through it. This can't be happening. No, I can't give up now. I refuse to die here. The water, I can't. No, I can't. I can't breathe. Uh-oh. Is this the end? Dirk. I wonder if he made it out. So this is what it feels like to drown. I would have eaten that sushi if I'd known it would be my last meal. I feel like I've been through this before. Ah, now I remember. It was back when all three of us were living in that shack in the mountains. Nayuta and I were playing by the riverside when we got swept up in the rapids. Ah! I thought we were goners, but then... Nayuta! Apollo! Hold on, I'm coming! Sniffle, sniffle. Wah! That was a close one. I thought I'd lost you two. I'm sorry, Dirk. All right, that's enough now. Didn't I teach you that boys don't cry? Thank you, Father. You could have been killed. But you risked your life to save us. Why? What a silly question. What father would I risk his life to save his own children? Nayuta, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me, understood? Hey, Dirk. This isn't forever, right? You'll bring me back from America someday, right? Of course. I'll come pick you up as soon as things settle down here. Promise. Okay, you promised. Dirk, I waited and waited for the day you'd come and take me home. But you never came. That's why I tried to forget about you and my life back in Khura'in. Dirk, why? Why didn't you? Because the legal system was still fucked, bro. He was kind of busy. Apollo! Apollo, can you hear me? Dirk? Still can't swim, eh? You came back. Why? I said I'd come for you, didn't I? Yeah, but you can't hold me and swim. We're both going to... Stop talking. You'll bite your tongue. What? Whoa, 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 whoa. We're being pulled under. What's going on? Why is this happening? Where? Oh, you finally came to, son. Get your fill of seawater? Good thing your name's not Neptune, huh? Ha 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 ha! Dirk. You're telling me snot's coming out of his nose? Bro almost died. Stop laughing at him. What a miraculous escape. Not even some of the escape artist greats could pull that off. Well, what on earth happened? Sorry it took me so long, son. I made it to the ocean, but I figured you still couldn't swim. So I found a local fisherman and had him take us out near the undersea cavern. He tied a rope to me and I came and grabbed you. Then he yanked me back. Oh, so that's what pulled us under with such force. Don't forget about me. I assisted in your escape act too, Polly. I've helped compatriots escape from all sorts of places. Mountain jails, island prisons, but an undersea cavern? Now that was a first. Dirk, he risked his life for me. Dirk, I'm only alive because of you. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. I, just did what any father would do for his son. He saved my life yet again. I guess seawater doesn't make for much of a meal. It's because Polly didn't have any sushi. Oh yeah, I haven't eaten anything since this morning. Speaking of food, oh, that's right. Hey, AJ, Dirk had me buy this for you. Thought you might be hungry. Ready to have some this time around? Yeah, thanks. Oh wow, this is delicious. Glad you approve. I better get some before you eat them all. Just like old times. Dirk used to slice up the fish he caught and we'd all eat fresh sashimi together. He used to talk all about the vitamins and minerals packed in the raw fish.
I've never seen that orb, AJ.
Here you go.
Whoa, so that's what it looks like.
You found the legendary treasure? Nice work, Polly. Thanks. Guess you could say mission accomplished. With the orb, Heart Revolution can take a big step forward. Let's celebrate the eve of Heart Revolution. We'll get all dressed up and feast till dawn.
Yeah, now you're talking. Time to party.
After all that, I just want to go to bed. Sure wish Nayuta was here. Maybe one day we'll enjoy times like these together again. The revolution. If it could bring back those happy days, you can sign me up for... Sorry to interrupt your little party, but I'm here for my crystal. Oh, that's him. Right, left, halt! Went to Toronto. What? What's wrong with Toronto, Jack? I love Toronto. How are you doing today, by the way? Ah, it's him again. Mr. Tail _ My name is Mika, Rick. Get it right. Excuse me. No, my name is John Tail. Get it right, Rick. Well done. Then again, I always knew you could do it. After all, we politicians must be excellent judges of character. Still, I'm impressed. You both made it out of there alive. Wait a second. You're the one who shoved us into that pit? It sounds so bad when you say it like that. All I did was give you a little nudge in the right direction. So it was you.
You no good son of a...
Don't look at me like that. The crystal that made me face mine. Now hand it over.
Over my dead body.
Ned a tail. Ned. Okay, I get it. Yeah, I know. Emma? What's going on here? He filed the police report. He claims you're trying to steal his family heirloom.
That's him! The one with the long hair! Arrest him this instant! He's the thief that made off with the Ashton family most precious heirloom!
Well, I suppose I should ask you to come in for questioning.
Down at the police station, I think I'll have to pass. After all, Mr. Ashton seems bent on having me arrested on theft charges.
This is not good. If Duruk gets arrested, he'll be sent back to Kurain to face execution. Sorry, but now that I know you have the crystal, or orb as you call it, I must assist. Will you please come with me, sir? Emma, I'm afraid I can't let you take Durk in. He received the orb from Dr. Buff in a perfectly legal transaction. Is that so? Can you prove it? Of course. This should sufficiently prove that the orb now belongs to Durk. What do we present in here, chat? Your Majesty just wants to present the transfer agreement. Take a look at this agreement. What do we have here? Let's see. I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. It appears to be a perfectly legal agreement.
Not so fast! That's not the Founder's Orb! It's the Crystal of Amy Faye, which means their agreement is null and void.
This is going nowhere fast. You can say that again. Then it will just have to go to trial. Right, Apollo?
Mr. Wright?
Daddy! What's with you two? You look like you just saw a ghost. Oh yeah, Emma mentioned she had seen him around. What are you doing in Kurain Village, Mr. Wright? Mr. Attishan has retained me as his lawyer. Wait, you're his lawyer? Oh shit. Mr. Wright, why are you serving as Mr. Attishan's lawyer? Because he hired me. He needed my help in getting a family heirloom back from Dr. Buff. And it seems he correctly foresaw that something like this might happen.
It's because those shifty insurgents were harassing poor Dr. Buff. So I know I might need a lawyer if things went south. I figured with a celebrated lawyer like Phoenix Wright, I couldn't go wrong.
Is this what you came back from Kurain for, Mr. Wright? It was just good timing. My work over there just happened to wrap up, so here I am. Plus, Mr. Attishan is a very important client. They know each other, but I've never heard of Mr. Wright mention his name before. Mr. Wright, are you sure this is Mr. Attishan's failing heirloom? That's my client's assertion. He says it's the crystal of Amy Faye. Apparently, it's the crystal she once used when channeling spirits. Who's Amy Faye? She brought Kurani's channeling to Japan and her descendants brought it here. Her true origins are still rather murky. But what's clear is she's the founder of the Kurain channeling technique. Oh, so she's like the one that she called the founder in Kurain, the Holy Mother. Apollo, I don't plan to betray my client's confidence. I may not know all the facts yet, but I do know we won't be handing the crystal over to you. What? Are you saying... I'm really sorry it's come to this, but... Mr. Wright, I don't understand. Let me spell it out then. If you continue to claim that the crystal belongs to your client, then I will be seeing you in court.
What? What's gotten into you, Daddy?
Nothing. This is strictly business.
Two lawyers from the same firm facing off? What are the odds? Lucky for me, I believe I have the right man for the job. Whatever are you going to do? Remember, he is your boss.
How did it come to this? Mr. Wright, please don't do this. Apollo, there's no point in arguing about it here. When it's now clear we're headed to court. That's where we'll find out who the crystal really belongs to. I don't believe it. Am I really going to face Mr. Right in court? Daddy, Apollo, no, we can't have our agency's talent competing against each other. It's too late, Trucy. The die has been cast. We each have to fight for our client's best interests. But... So, what's it going to be, Apollo?
Nice tail.
Are we going to have to take this to trial? I have to battle Mr. Right in court? The legendary Phoenix Wright? No matter how many trials of his I've watched. No matter how dire the situation, he's always pulled out a win in the end. Can I do it? Can I really take on the man whose footsteps I've been following in? I owe it to Dirk to at least try. What should I do?
What are we doing, chat?
There's no turning back now. If it's a trial you want, Mr. Wright, I'm more than happy to oblige. I'm ready to fight for my client, even if it means facing off against you. All right. I won't be pulling any punches either, Apollo. The kid gloves are officially off. May the best attorney win. You got it. Whoa, 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 whoa. First, Daddy, now you? Holly, you're not seriously. Sorry, Trucy, but I have to do this. Apollo. All right, then. I better go prepare for tomorrow. See you in court. Daddy, no, wait! A fine mess I've gotten you into, son. I mean, of all the lawyers we could have faced, it had to be him. He's practically a celebrity in Corinne now. They're calling him the Fighting Phoenix. I'll be fine. After all, I've come a long way too. Who knows, I could even end up winning. There's always a chance. Right? You know, this may be a blessing in disguise. If the trial proves what we found is indeed the Fowler's Orb, then whoever asked Dr. Buff to study it may be revealed too. This is our chance to finally pull them out of the shadows. The first step of your revolution, huh? Yes, the revolution to restore Parade to its former glory and save Nayuta's soul. Dirk, I swear to fight as hard as I can in court to make that a reality. We're going to win this one, you'll see. I know you can do it, son. It doesn't matter that I'll be going up against Mr. Wright. I have to win this for Dirk. And for Nayuta. His salvation, along with all of Corain, depends on it. To be continued. All right, we're gonna take a quick break here because I gotta go to the bathroom, and then we're going into the trial. All right, be right back, boys.
Just warming up some rice. I'll be back soon. All right, we're back, bitches. Did you enjoy looking at my tail? I bet you guys wish you had a tail. Okay, no more looking at the tail. Let's get going. I still don't know what I'm going to do for food, by the way, other than this rice that I'm having. I want to order something, probably. I don't know what, though. Just so you know, I'm not going to take sides. Message received, loud and clear. Good, because I don't like this one bit. You and Daddy should be on the same team. Sorry, Trucy. Wow, she's really mad. I'm sorry too, little lady. This is all my fault. I'm just worried things will never be the same between Daddy and Apollo. To go through with this. Is that all? Well, I wouldn't worry about that. That's the way it is with us men. We might fight, but we don't burn bridges. Really? Sure, 1 minute we're trading blows, and the next we're having a drinks together. We're simple creatures at heart. What happened with Phoenix Apollo? We're going up against Phoenix in court. I sure hope you're right. Basically, we're going in court because politician says that the orb we have is the orb of Amy Faye, and he's the appropriate person to have it. We're arguing that it is actually the founder's orb, and because it's the founder's orb, we have a written agreement that says that we should have it. So that's what Apollo was arguing, and Phoenix is arguing that politician is the rightful owner because that orb is the orb of Misty Faye. Make sense? All caught up? Sorry I'm late, Apollo. Athena, there you are. What happened with you and Mr. Wright yesterday? Oh, about that. I ended up going to the wrong airport. I was waiting there thinking his flight was really late, and before I knew it, I dozed off. By the time I woke up, it was already dark. Oh my gosh, Athena is a dumb motherfucker. Crystal of Amy Faye, yes. I figured something like that had happened. Being late and dozing off are two things you do best. Guilty as charged. So then I take it you have no idea what today's case is about. Not a clue. Sorry. What is today's case about, if I might ask? Another locked room mystery? A suspect with a flimsy alibi? Ooh, or a dying message? Sorry. Strike 3, you're out. It's a civil case. A civil case? You act like I'm speaking Swahili here. It's just the Right Anything Agency specializes in criminal law, or so I thought. In civil cases, there are no prosecutors, right? Instead, both parties retain an attorney. Right. And the other attorney is someone you know very well. Really? Who? The trial will begin shortly. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. Okay, let's do this. Apollo, wait, who's the other attorney? And where is Mr. Wright? No time to explain. Let's go. Okay, we're right behind you.
Nice tail.
Probably not too long, if considering the fact that there is, in fact, someone dead. So it's not like it's unfathomable for this to turn into a murder mystery. Someone is, in fact, already dead. Archie Buff, and we've got a murder picture and everything. Court is now in session. Court is now in session. Oh, Athena has no idea what's going on. Is this some sort of practice session? I just love how Athena has no fucking clue what's going on. She's just like, why am I here? What's going on? A mock trial, perhaps? No, it's not, Your Honor. It's the real deal, Your Honor. So then you two have had a falling out. I wouldn't say a falling out, no. I won't have you using my courtroom for that, you know. It's nothing like that, Your Honor. Exactly. It just so happens that we have different clients in this case. I see. Well, here's to hoping this has no adverse effect on your working relationship. It won't. Don't worry. You can say that again. I had no idea we were going up as the boss today. Oh, you sure this is a good idea, Apollo? What, do you want to switch sides? Honestly, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. Well, at least she is here. I'm really going to need her help. Mr. Justice. Yes? Don't expect you to pull any punches just because you're the opposing lawyer. As I said, the kid's gloves are off. And come what may, they'll stay off. Same here, Mr. Wright. It's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. Hell yeah. Yeah, you guys are really chomping at the bit, aren't you? I don't mind a good fight between coworkers. Just keep this civil case civil. Now then, if the plaintiff would take the stand, we may begin. Right, look, why the fuck did he bring his fucking car in here? Oh my gosh. Whatever it's called. Noble judge, members of the gallery, good day to you. I am politician. This is but the start of my epic campaign, and you all have the honor of witnessing it. I believe in the youth of this country and our very future. Too long have they looked down on, given the cold shoulder. To them I say, ask not what you can do for your country. Ask what you can do for me. Mr. Asher, what kind of crazy contraption you're riding in on?
It's my custom-made election-winning campaign mobile. Beautiful, isn't it?
Fucking idiot.
This rice isn't enough. I need some real food. Not that rice isn't real food, but like I need something else. I don't know what that got though. Koba hasn't finished this trial yet, Bakiri, so we're gonna be going into uncharted territories later on for you, right? Because I want to see your reaction to stuff. So come out of there this instant. Nah. Why does he have a nameplate? Now, with the plaintiff security, Mr. Wright, please explain the complaint filed against the defendant.
Mr. Ash's complaint against the defendant is simple. The defendant, one Dirk Sudmati, stole my client's family heirloom, the crystal of Amy Faye. Mr. Atishin merely seeks its return.
This wouldn't have happened if that archaeologist hasn't kicked the bucket. I see. Sorry. Well, Mr. Justice, let's have your opening statement, if you would.
The defense asserts the item in question is the Founder's Orb, a sacred relic from Kurain.
Go on.
It seems someone asked an archaeologist, Dr. Archie Buff, to study the orb. Dr. Buff determined that it was a Kurainese national treasure known as the Founder's Orb. The very orb that was stolen from a treasure room in Kurain several weeks ago.
Why, yes, I saw a news report about that. The theft of a Kurainese national treasure caused quite an uproar in the kingdom.
Oh, we believe that it was not, in fact, a theft in the traditional sense, but rather that it was spirited out of Kurain by someone for Dr. Buff to study.
You don't say. And
around that time, an acquaintance of the defendant learned of Dr. Buff. He made contact with the doctor, who agreed to hand over the orb. Apparently, the doctor wanted nothing to do with it once he learned it had been stolen.
It seems you even have a transfer agreement between both parties.
Mr. Satmati also agreed to return the Founder's Orb to the Kingdom of Kuran, once the doctor verified it was the real thing.
I see, so this dispute centers on whether this item in question is the Founder's Orb or the Crystal of Amy Faye. That, in turn, will determine the object's rightful owner.
I better bring my A game. Going up against Mr. Wright won't be a walk in the park.
Come to think of it, the name Daruk Sedbody sounds awfully familiar. But I can't recall where I've heard it.
Oh, it's probably your imagination, Your Honor. He's just a tourist after all.
My imagination, you say?
Are you sure about this, Apollo? He's a wanted criminal in Kurain, isn't he? In Kurain, yes. Here, he's just a tourist.
Very well, let's begin the proceedings. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness?
Emma? Show some manners. We're in court. I know, it's just... This is the civil trial, so I was surprised to see a detective take the stand. I had her do some digging on Dr. Buff. What for? You disappoint me, Apollo. First, you know I'm not just a detective. I'm a forensic scientist. Do try to remember that. Second, you owe Mr. Wright an apology. After all he's done for you, you have some nerve. First, I'm sorry. And second, I'm really just trying to do my job. You'll never get anywhere with that attitude. Take some advice from someone who's been there. Why do I feel like I'm on trial here?
Detective Sky, your testimony, if you please.
The doctor's dark secret. The police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time, and just today, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Among them was a priceless urn and a statue that was stolen from the Fae clan. It seems the doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. As for the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Attition residence. The doctor is a thief? Why am I just hearing about this now? Well, cat burglar isn't something he put on his resume. He was more careful than that. But the fact is, he was a classic treasure hunter. A treasure hunter, huh? Like people who have thrilling adventures at exotic places, risking life and limb for glory? Oh, Dr. Buff was the star of his own hit movie series, Tina. Out of respect for the dead, I will say that Dr. Buff wasn't doing it to get rich. Apparently, he only wanted to borrow artifacts to study them. He would then return them as soon as his research was finished. Well, according to the doctor's child, he would even repair or restore some of the artifacts he stole before returning them. He believed he was honoring the dead by discovering their history through artifacts. But whatever lofty ideals he had, it makes no difference. Larceny is larceny. Yes, he certainly sounds no different from a regular thief to me. Though, let's say for a moment that the doctor really did moonlight in stealing artifacts. Might he not have stolen the Founder's Orb in Karain and brought it back here himself? Nope, there is no record of him traveling overseas over the past few years. Plus, he couldn't very well leave his reclusive child at home all alone. Then this really must be the crystal of Baby Faye. Yes, he stole it from the Attition residence, probably so he could study it. This is the left hook I did not need. But you never saw that coming, Apollo. Yeah, when Mr. Wright said the kid gloves are off, he wasn't kidding. Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Let's go, gamers. Wait, 1 second. I need to check to see if there are any deals that I could take advantage of with food delivery. What do we got? What do we got? Impress me. Hold it. Well, I'm doing that. Let's do this. How exactly did Dr. Buff arouse the suspicion of the police anyway? Chalk it up to good old-fashioned sleuthing. After investigating countless artifacts thefts over the past few years, the police finally zeroed in on him, and the doctor became their prime suspect. Alright, here are the deals that I've got, chat. I can get 2 snack wraps at KFC for $6 Canadian. I can get a free 10-piece chicken McNuggets from McDonald's if I order $25 worth of food, which is a lot of, it's quite a bit, but McDonald's is expensive these days. I don't know. A number of those artifact thefts occurred in Karain Village too, if I might add. And they started right around the time the doctor moved there. But he was never arrested, I take it. There was nothing concrete linking him to a crime? No, which is why we were never able to get a search warrant in the first place. It's hard to arrest artifact thieves unless you catch them red-handed. Still, the police had him under constant surveillance. Look, it's KFC though. I don't know if I want KFC. Although I'm not gonna lie, the Mike's Hot Honey wrap sounds good, but... And I could get something else alongside the snack wraps. Okay, you know what? Maybe I will get KFC. That's a pretty good deal, but what else should I get at KFC? I wouldn't just want the snack wraps. Maybe some popcorn chicken. Or maybe just like a 2-piece combo with gravy or something. Other than the US, our KFC is pretty hit or miss too, Robotic Janitor. Granted, I've had good KFC in this country, and it's really good when it's good. The one in my local mall, I've had pretty good results with, so I'm probably going to order from that one. I just need to remember the address. Kieran Fried Chicken. Look, we're going to be using the Kieran model tomorrow, so it's not Kieran Fried Chicken today.
Speaking of, for anyone who hasn't seen it, I'm gonna bring it out again. Kieran's back. Still need to edit it a little bit, and I'm gonna do that tomorrow, but we're getting there. The smile's kind of creepy, and that's about it. Mostly, no, not that. This smile. That's creepy. That's creepy. I want to fix that. That just looks like I'm in pain more than I'm actually smiling. Everything else looks fine though. Like everything else about the face tracking looks good, except for I look perpetually tired. You know, whatever. At least the Karen's back. I'm just testing it. One sec. I want to make sure there's... I'm kind of testing it right now so that I know what edits to make tomorrow when I go to edit it. The first thing I'm going to do is add some... I want to make it so that raising my eyebrows doesn't make me look sad. Because right now, raising my eyebrows makes me look sad. And I don't want to... That's a problem, because I do this a lot when I'm just talking. And it makes me look like I'm upset when I've just got my eyes, like, widened. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's fine, I guess. Am I not perpetually tired? No. What makes you think that, man? Okay, maybe the sad eyebrows can be worked up. Because it makes a really good sad face. Sorry, I'm just testing the face tracking. Let me know what you think looks weird, and I'll try to fix it tomorrow. Before I actually go live with it, like 100%. I don't know. I think it just needs some tweaking or something. I think the eyebrows, I just look sad when I shouldn't be. I'll figure that out. It looks fine most of the time, and then it looks weird sometimes. It's weird. I don't know. I'll figure it out though. Looks fine to you? Okay, that's good to know. For now though, we're gonna do this. I think I'm just gonna add some color to the inside of the mouth, which should help the smile from looking less creepy. But I'm gonna experiment with that, and then I'm also gonna make it, just tweak it a bit. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'll figure something out. We're gonna stick with the Wicker for now though. Anyway, I think I will get KFC because that deal's pretty good actually. Although I just don't know how big their snacker wraps are. Like, how much do they normally cost? Like, is 2 for $6 even a good deal? Oh, wait. There's another deal. Hold up. $5 off orders above $30. But what's the KFC that's in the mall that I really like? I'm not getting Taco Bell. That's the address. Okay. This one doesn't have the deal. The one with the $5 off deal also has the highest delivery fee. Oh wait, it has the highest delivery fee, but $0 delivery fee over 20. Okay, hold up. This might be the best place to order from. Okay, I'll order from this location. Mike's hot honey, and I'll get a regular snack wrap too. Why not? Sorry, chat. I'm ordering food. What else should I get? I'll get a chicken combo, I think. 4-piece chicken combo. It doesn't come with gravy? That's fucked up. Boo, boo, bam, 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 bam. Man, maybe I don't get KFC. KFC is kind of a gamble. That's the problem. Like a hella gamble. Like, it can be good, but it can also be dry garbage. You know what I mean? I'm gonna take the gamble, I think. I kind of want it. Over the past decade or so, yeah, it's all location based. Some chains are still good. It's just, you know how it could be, right? I want some popcorn chicken. Damn, the popcorn chicken's kind of expensive, actually. So I'm looking for one more thing to order to put my order above $30 so that I can save $5. I can get a brownie, a s'more brownie. This might be stupid, actually. Oh, wait, I can just get a poutine. Excellent. Okay, that works out. That's still pretty expensive, all things considered, even with all the savings. Fuck it, I'm doing it. Whatever. I got a bonus recently. I can splurge. Whatever. All right, back to the game. Hopefully it doesn't give me dry. They don't give me dry garbage. Are you sure these allegedly stolen artifacts are the real deal? They're not fakes, that's for sure. Take the urn, for example. Apparently, it's an extremely intricate work of art. Its design, cracks, and other features would be impossible to replicate perfectly. Inside. Yes, that is definitely it. That's exactly what it is. Definitely a work of art. Definitely intentional. Actually, I've had a few run-ins with that urn myself, so I was shocked to see it there in the doctor's study. I could say without a doubt that urn was stolen from the Fake Clan. I see. Detective Sky, please continue with your testimony if you would. Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fake Clan. Were any other stolen artifacts found besides these belonging to the Fays? Yes, for instance. Remember the large relief on the wall? It was chiseled out of some ancient ruins in the Kingdom of Khura'in several years ago. Chiseled out? Didn't that damage it? Well, he did restore the parts that were so faded you could barely see them anymore. It seems he intended to return it someday, so one could say his intentions were good. But good intentions are no get-out-of-jail-free card, that's a fact. If I might add, with respect for the deceased, the quality of the restoration was apparently exceptional. It seems the doctor invested a lot of money in hiring an extremely talented specialist. He sounds like a good man who took a wrong turn somewhere. I guess Sarge takes after him in that way. Any further questions? If not,
It seems the doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. Have these alleged thefts been going on for some time? At least 5 years, as far as we could tell. All the recent thefts have been local, but before moving to Kurain Village, he had been stealing from ruins around the world. Dr. Buff was an international criminal? This data lends itself to what one conclusion: Dr. Buff was a thief. As for the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Attition residence. You claim he stole a family heirloom from the Attition residence, but claiming something doesn't make it true. Unfortunately, it is true. How could you be so sure? A police report was filed concerning the theft. 1 year ago, in fact. What? A whole year ago? August 25th of last year, to be exact. The report states, and I quote, "The crystal of Amy Faye was discovered to be missing from the Attition storehouse at 10 a.m. The storehouse lock had been picked." Signed, Politician Wimperson.
Well, a year-old report certainly lets the plaintiff's claim credits.
Politician Wimperson. What a fantastic name.
The doctor really could have stolen the crystal of Amy Faye.
Not only that, Your Honor, but the Founder's Orb was only found to be missing several weeks ago. That is nearly a year after the crystal's theft was reported. Therefore, I believe we must consider the orb and the crystal to be two separate items. Politician Wimperson? Not the most inspiring tail end, is it? I can see why he cut it. Not that he inspires confidence without it. Still, I'd probably do the same in his shoes. The robbery report added to the court record. I got tripped up on my tabs for a second. A police report was filed about the crystal's theft a year ago. Evidence has been updated, baby. But the theft of the Founder's Orb was only reported a few weeks ago, so the crystal's police report was filed way before the orb was found missing. That suggests the stolen relic is the crystal of Amy Faye, as Mr. Ashton Wimperson asserts. I doubt the police report is a fake. After all, Emma is the one who submitted it as evidence. Still, I feel like something we learned in that police report is important somehow. Okay, chat. What are we doing? Are you winning? We're just on the trial now. This is the first cross-examination. Chat now needs to think. The 3.5. It's a very long investigation. This case is long AF, dude. Okay, I know what to do. I think I have an idea of what to present. Does chat? You gotta drive? Damn. not used in the context of my tail. It can be used in the context of my tail if you want it to be. Because it is long as fuck. And it feels good to swish it. Just saying. Chat, come on! Chat! Think! Use your brain cells! You don't have time, you gotta go again. If you're someone new, sorry you can't help. Remember, evidence is here. You can see all of the evidence right there. You can even examine it. See it close up. A police report was filed, but the theft of the founder's arm was only reported a few weeks ago. Mr. Attition Wimperson asserts. I know the police report's fake. Emma was only submitted as evidence. I feel like something we learned in that police report is important somehow. So something about the police report, something that we learned in the police report is important somehow. Use that and think about it. Hanatora wants to present the research notes on this statement.
Objection!
Please take a look at this piece of evidence. I'm looking, but what am I supposed to see? Oh, as your boss and mentor, here's a bit of advice. Never present evidence before you have a good grasp of the situation at hand. Right, sorry. And as the presiding judge, here's a penalty. Ouch, double team for just doing what Mr. Wright always does anyway. I will say somebody in the chat was on the right track. But they're currently not able to assist from what it sounds like. So the important thing to remember here, as a slight hint, is that something in this robbery report that we learned is important. Could it be the timing, the fact that it was stolen, or could it be politician's full name? Or could it be something up here? All you know is that something here is important. Look through the evidence.
Want to make that official? Lost Moth? What's my take on the matter? My take is that I played this game before and I have a good grasp on what the actual thing I need to present is. Granted, I played this game years ago, but I'm pretty confident that I know what to present here. Hanatora wants to present the email.
Objection!
The doctor stole the relic from the plaintiff? Are you sure? Because that statement doesn't agree with a certain piece of evidence. What do you mean? Take a look at this. What about it? This contains an email from the doctor's computer. Email? In that little piece of plastic? I'm afraid I don't understand. Oh, this stick here can store our social computer data. I still don't get it. Here, just look at this. Apparently, the doctor was reporting his research findings to a certain individual. Now, take a look at this. It's the police report Detective Sky presented to this court. You can see the plaintiff's legal name on it. Paul Attition Wimperson. I can see why he dropped Wimperson from his name, but that's hardly breaking news. Look closer, Your Honor. Ah! His initials! Alright, the plaintiff's full legal name is Paul Attition Wimperson. Now, consider this. The email's recipient address starts with 3 letters. P-A-W? Ah! Sorry, chat. He's not a... The paw is not a furry. Don't tell me. Oh, but I will anyway. The individual who hired the doctor to study the disputed item is none other than Paul Attition Wimperson. Wait, that means... Exactly. He wouldn't have asked the man who stole his family heirloom to study it. Therefore, how could this possibly be the crystal of Amy Faye? Ah! Never checked the doctor's emails. Couldn't even figure out the password to his computer. The plaintiff willingly let the orb in the doctor's care so he can study it. Where's the counter argument of just because the initials are PAW doesn't mean that that's the email address, but whatever. Anyone's a furry if you define it vaguely enough. That is true. At the behest of his benefactor. Wait, then what about the police report? I have all the details of the theft right here. It's probably for another relic, the real crystal of Amy Faye. He's just using the report as a way to claim that her orb is actually his stolen crystal. And how are you so certain that paw refers to my client's initials? Maybe the email's recipient was a dog lover. Damn, Phoenix out here being like, maybe the recipient was a furry. Perhaps. So let's get to know your client a little better, shall we? Mr. Politician Wimperson. Fair. I suppose shutting down detractors is all part of a politician's job. Answer me this, Mr. Attition Wimperson. What is... What is your birthday? My birthday? It's July 11th, but what does that to you? Oh, I see. You can address birthday gifts to my office. But full disclosure, I only accept gift values at $1,000 or more. Why has everyone gone silent? How can anyone be that self-centered? All right, politician. Damn, this case is just ragging on politicians, dude. Did everybody hear that?
He said July 11th. July 11th, or rather 7/11, matches the numbers in the email address. Both the name and the birthday are a match. I hardly think that's a coincidence.
Wait, why you sneaky little...
Looks like someone finally decided to join the conversation. Hi, Zinthra. Did you follow me again? Yes, you did. Would the plaintiff care to explain?
I would like to say that is quite
what?
quite a thing you've said.
Any other thoughts?
That is quite a thing you said.
Wow, dude. You need more than that, bro.
No further comments. I stand by my previous statement. And then he just walks off.
You can't just walk away. Even politicians have to explain themselves in a court of law.
I'm afraid I simply don't know how it happened. I can't possibly explain matters outside my purview. Perhaps it was a mistake on the part of my secretary?
Oh, no, you don't, you slippery eel. Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? I won't argue our assertion. My client lent the treasure in question to the doctor and asked him to study it. It seems that much is a fact. Now we're getting somewhere. However, it has no bearing on the issue of ownership. How so? Mr. Attition, I fully understand your position here. You had to hide the fact that you sent the crystal to be studied. Your family would have been very upset if they had found out. It's a family heirloom, after all. You've got to be kidding me.
Mr. Wright is, well, right, of course, but then he always is. That's why he's my lawyer. The crystal is a precious Attition family heirloom and has been for centuries. But Dr. Bob was so eager to study its proud heritage, I just couldn't say no. I didn't even tell my grandfather.
But in order to win the backing of your so-called benefactor, you were going to give what you claim to be the crystal of Amy Faye to that person? You were going to give a precious family heirloom away just like that?
I was going to explain everything to grandfather later. Honest.
My client's grandfather is very proud of his grandson for following in his footsteps. And if refusing him would have meant dashing the dreams of his darling grandson, I doubt the kindly old man could have said no.
Well, grandchildren are meant to be spoiled. That's what grandfathers are for.
What? Your Honor, please. I mean, it's been in the family for centuries.
My grandfather thinks highly of my talents as a politician. That's why he entrusted me with this very important name placard today. So I'm sure he would have been okay with me using the crystal as I saw fit.
God, what a dumbass, dude. Grandpa's spoiled little brat. I think the judge is buying it, Apollo. No surprise there. He's always going on about his own grandchild, after all. Excuse me, can I leave now, Mr. Wright? I believe my work here is done. By all means, Detective Sky. Thank you for your assistance. You're welcome. It's nice to testify at a civil trial once. See you around. It seems the facts have changed somewhat. Mr. Attition Whipperson apparently left his family heirloom to Dr. Buff.
Mr. Justice, how would the defense like to proceed?
Oh, all right. Now what? Apollo, let's hear what they know about this so-called crystal of Amy Faye. Maybe we can find some inconsistencies in their statements. Right. Okay then, Mr. Wright. If the item in question really is an Attition family heirloom, then let's hear all your client knows about it. Of course. Mr. Attition Whipperson, please tell the defense everything you know about the crystal's origin.
All right, now then, listen and learn. This is the tale of the crystal of Amy Faye and the illustrious history of the Attition clan. Are you ready? Our story begins back in the old country, where the Attition family reigned supreme.
The illustrious history of the Attition clan.
My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler. He protected the spirit mediums, a minority back then, from the rest of the locals. Some discriminated against them, you see, while others tried to abuse their power. As thanks, Amy Faye gave the crystal she had specifically made as a gift to him. I am a descendant of that great lord. As such, my political power and influence is backed by centuries of history.
Well, that devolved into a great load of self-aggrandizing propaganda fast. As you can see, the crystal of Amy Faye is an heirloom of the esteemed House of Attition. And you have proof that it has always been in the Attition family? I have someone who gave a statement to that effect. My client's neighbor, one Ives Shinetto. What's the pun there? Age 85, gave the following statement. The Attitians showed me the crystal back when I was but a lad.
Objection!
Can we really trust the memory of an old man? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain that statement to the judge?
Well played, Phoenix, right?
I mean, what I'm trying to say is,
Well fucking played, you bitch. Never underestimate the memory of your elders. I may forget my verdicts the next day, but the memories of my past are clear as day. Therefore, I find Mr. Ivy Shanto's statements to be perfectly credible.
wow, do you see how I've seen it all? Oh. Mr. Wright got the judge on his side? That's definitely a trick I want up in my sleeve. You're not helping, Athena.
You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Justice.
My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler. That object you set down there, is this something of importance to you?
It's a nameplate card. This one here belongs to my grandfather, Abraham S. Attition. He had it custom made during his distinguished political career. It's special because it was crafted from the finest Italian plastic.
I wasn't aware that Italians are famous for their fine plastic.
You can touch it if you want.
No, I'm fine.
Very well, I'll just continue with my testimony. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler, but he was also an eminent politician.
A petition? I don't know what the pun there is. I think that it's just a normal name for once to give politician his name. So I take it the relationship with the Fae clan was a close one.
The smooth and open line of communication with my entire electorate. That's the politician way.
Huh. Oh, sorry. I was asking about your ancestor.
Whether it's about me or my ancestor, feel free to ask me anything you'd like. Transparency in government, that's the politician way.
More like dodging questions. That's the politician way. Thanks. I'll be sure to ask when I have something you'll actually answer.
As I was saying, the Attition family protected the Fae spirit mediums back then. Some discriminated against them, you see, while others tried to abuse their power.
Spirit mediums are target of discrimination. I'm okay.
Yes, some people even treated them like they were monsters. The transformation the mediums underwent when channeling spirits frightened the locals. And then there was those who tried to use them.
You mean they sought to control the channeling powers of the mediums?
Discriminating against a minority is absolutely despicable. A vote for me is a vote to end discrimination. I vow to root it out wherever it may be. This is my promise to you.
Already better than our current politicians. Yeah! He's totally ignoring your questions. It's like you're a moderator at a political debate. Yeah, and only he cares about his talking points. I'm voting for this loser. Let's go. As thrilling as your campaign is, can we please get back to your testimony?
As you wish. Now then, as for the crystal of Amy Faye. As thanks, Amy Faye gave the crystal she had, specifically made as a gift to him.
Hold it!
You said she had it made so that it was made in Japan?
That's right. They say she hired a famous craftsman to make it. And they say it's quite valuable too.
And you were going to take such a priceless family heirloom and just give it to your patron?
Feh, that's so typical of you ignorant common types. Making difficult decisions when the chips are down is what being a politician's all about.
But only when it's in service of your own political career, you mean?
The crystal is a testament to my ancestors' remarkable achievements. And furthermore, I am a descendant of that great lord.
I already know the contradiction. I already know what percent. I'm so fucking smart. So tell me, Mr. Attition Wimperson, are you famous in Kurain Village?
You could say that, but I find my popularity to be rather bemusing.
Bemusing?
Yes, my campaign posters keep missing as soon as I put them up. My avid supporters and female fans are likely taking them home to hang in their bedrooms.
I guess ignorance really is bliss.
All this only proves my fine lineage.
Panatoro on statement 3. This is statement 3. I know you guys can't see the dots, but not much I could do about that. You want to present it on this statement, right? And Toro wants to present the research notes here. Do we agree with this, chat?
Objection!
Trying to be a good leader, but he's just kind of an idiot. I don't know about that. You stated that Amy Faye had the crystal made for your ancestor. So am I to assume it was made in Japan?
That's right. The craftsmanship is unbeatable.
Well, that's strange. I don't see how your so-called crystal could have been made there.
What are you talking about?
It's quite obvious if you take a closer look at this. What proves the crystal wasn't made in Japan, chat? The Mitama motif? Japan hasn't invented spheres yet. So true, Lux. Take a look at the distinctive design here. According to Dr. Buff, it's a Mitama motif dating back to the early days of the Kingdom of Kurain.
The Kingdom of Kurain, huh? How do you base this on?
Here, this piece of evidence, Your Honor. These are the doctor's research notes on the Founder's Orb. This is the box in which the orb was originally stored. It features the same pattern as the one found on the orb.
They do look like the same pattern.
Therefore, I assert that the disputed item must have been made in the Kingdom of Kurain.
Objection!
The Kurain channeling technique originated in the kingdom of Kurain. And Anife is known to have traveled there to train. With that in mind, what's to say she didn't bring that pattern back with her?
Objection!
But since this is clearly a Kurainese design, not even you can deny the possibility that it was made there in the kingdom of Kurain.
Objection!
Anything's possible to some extent. That doesn't make it true. So you can't conclude that the orb is from Kurain based solely on that pattern. If it were that simple, I could just as easily say it's Japanese.
I have to agree with Mr. Wright. The pattern alone proves nothing. But that also means there's no basis to claim the item in dispute was made in Japan either. At this rate, we're going nowhere fast.
He's right. We're just spinning our wheels here. I wonder if we have any evidence that could break this stalemate. Evidence that could break this stalemate. Do we have any evidence that could break the stalemate, chat? Well, chat, who can really say these days? You're really average IQ. Down, okay. It's okay, Lux. Do we have enough people saying one? I can't, I'm trying to count them. I think we do have enough people saying it exists, right? The defense would like to present a piece of evidence to the court. A piece that will finally break this stalemate. Oh? Well, you sure piqued my interest. Let's see what you've got. All right. I will now prove that this is, in fact, the Founder's Orb. Your imagination wants to present the orb. Ventura wants to present the transfer agreement. Y'all are fighting amongst yourselves.
You're waiting on this damn pizza. Chat, we must come to a conclusion together. The power of science. Don't do it, Bakiri. I will give hints before I give the answer out. We really don't have a crazy amount of evidence, guys. Crypt Warrior wants to present the email. And you see the transcript? You're at a stalemate on what to present. Why on notes? And just how did that piece of evidence prove that the relic is the Founder's Orb? It doesn't, does it? Not by any means I can fathom. Sorry, Apollo, but I have to agree with the boss on this one. Me too, actually. Me three, Defense. Yikes! Time to think that one over again, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. Evidence that could break this stalemate. Does it exist, chat? Chat, I'm gonna save all of your brain cells, okay? And our health bars. There doesn't seem to be anything we could use, at least not at this point. Sorry, chat, I don't want you guys thinking for too long. The answer is it doesn't exist. You guys are overthinking it. Well, unless we can find something, this trial won't be going anywhere. Ooh, that's much better. What's his deal? I have a suggestion. Why don't we consider this from a different angle? I'm listening. What if the Defiant Dragons really were authorized to take possession of the relic? I'm afraid I don't know where you're going with this, Mr. Wright. Consider the orb transfer agreement, which states, I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. What if, as the last part suggests, this was written under duress? That would render the agreement null and void. One second, chat. My food's gonna be here in 6 minutes and my phone's not near me, which means they won't be able to call me, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my phone. Okay, phone obtained, but I'm gonna take another longer break when the food actually gets here. But I just need to make sure I was actually, like, you know, able to hear them. What are you suggesting, Mr. Wright? Well, you were on your little cave expedition. I was investigating Dr. Buff's accident. And there was something you overlooked, Mr. Justice. Namely, that his accident might have actually been murder. What? Murder? But Mr. Wright, you do realize such statements are not to be made lightly. Are you suggesting that the doctor was murdered by the Defiant Dragons? Yes, but follow me on this for a second. The books that came tumbling down were from the archaeology shelf. However, among that mountain of books was a single volume on psychology. What's more, there was some blood on it. And you feel this is important because the books that came tumbling down were from the top shelf, the archaeology books. We know this because the doctor's books were meticulously organized by subject. Archaeology took up the entire shelf, so that psychology book is completely out of place. Come to think of it, the shelves were arranged quite carefully. It's also worth noting that psychology books only take up a tiny part of the bottom shelf. You might wonder why a book on psychology was found amid the pile of archaeology books. But I believe I can explain what that single out-of-place book was doing there. The doctor was struck from behind while selecting a psychology book from the shelf. And that's when the blood got in the book. Precisely. And to make it look like an accident, he was buried under a mountain of archaeology books.
Objection!
Wait a second. This is all just speculation, right? Or do you have proof that it was murder? Of course I do. You do? On a hunch, I had Detective Sky examine the doctor's head wound. She found that he had been struck by the corner of some object or another. Wait, what? A wound like that couldn't have resulted from a fall to the floor, you know? Do you understand what this means, Mr. Justice? The wound makes it crystal clear that Dr. Buff was murdered. What? Well, that was unexpected. They're playing Ace, they're playing Phoenix Wright's corner theme here. Who'd have thought we'd break out of the stalemate like this? He pulled the ladder right out from under us. Still, if he thinks that's enough to back down, he's got another thing coming. Even if the cause of death was murder, what makes you think it was the Defiant Dragons? You should know better than to hurl baseless accusations. Did you forget who you were up against, Mr. Justice? You didn't actually think I'd come to court without witnesses and evidence, did you? Yes! Yes, I do! You fucking joking? Yes! What are you talking about? I would like to request further testimony from the plaintiff. Specifically, I'd like the court to hear how he saw one of the rebels leaving the crime scene. He saw what? If he can prove it was murder, that's the end of our client's right to the orb. Did he have this up his sleeve the whole time? How could Mr. Wright do this to us? He was just waiting to spring this trap. This trial has taken another unexpected turn. But I must mention, Mr. Wright, that you have yet to identify the murder weapon. The object used to commit the murder was not located at the scene of the crime. The murderer likely disposed of it elsewhere. Autopsy report added to the court record. Now we're a proper murder trial, chat. You thought it was a civil trial? It's murder all the way down, baby. Well, I never thought we'd be deliberating the issue of murder at a civil trial. Oh, of course we are. It's Phoenix Wright.
All right, Mr. Attition Whipperson, your testimony, if you please.
Why does he have to walk in like that? And it's still got tape on it.
Prepare to be dazzled by the charismatic oration forged in the crucible of campaigning battles.
I probably pronounced some names wrong, words there wrong, but who cares?
God. That evening, I was walking alone, lost in thought. I passed by the doctor's house, and that's when I saw Mr. Arbol. Arbol. It was around 10 at night. Surely that must have been him fleeing the scene of his crime. A vote for me is a vote to end such violence. That is my promise to you. So the plaintiff saw a possible suspect fleeing from the doctor's residence, and it was within the window of the estimated time of death?
Not really, Lux. I'm just good at this shit. That's a rebel? What in the world were you doing there then? There we go. It seems Mr. Arbol was loitering around the Crane Village that day. A rebel. There's evidence he was in the doctor's study as well. Isn't that right, Mr. Justice? Ah! You mean the suitcase? Exactly. He must have been in quite the rush to leave that behind. Oh, and by the way, Your Honor, Mr. Arbol, a rebel, just so happens to be sitting in the gallery today. Ah! See? That's him trying to escape as we speak.
Bailiff, don't let that man get away!
Right, you backstabber! Why are you doing this to me?
All right, the counsel/defense may question the plaintiff/witness once more. Please proceed, Mr. Justice.
Koba's voice for Dats does not fit Dats at all.
That evening, I was walking alone, lost in thought. I passed by the doctor's house, and that's when I saw Mr. Arbol. He was running out of the front door. It was around 10 at night. Surely that must have been him fleeing the scene of his crime.
All right, chat, you can debilitate this. I'm gonna look at my tail. God, that's a sexy tail. I wish I had a tail like that, like in real life, and I could feel it swishing. Anyway, what I'm actually trying to say is my food's here, so I'm gonna go pick it up. I'm not asking you to look at my buttocks, Angel. I'm asking you to look at my tail. It's completely different. Also, I want people to look at my tail, so it's also completely different. I don't think it's creepy if I want people to admire it. I'm admiring it myself. God, man, I want a tail so fucking bad, man. All right, it's time for me to see if KFC fucked me or not. Time to see if I actually got good KFC today. Well, for starters, my poutine was sideways, and I'm not really a big fan of that. KFC's occasionally peaks, usually not peak, if I'm being completely honest. Fuck, these snack wraps are a scam, dude. Holy shit, 2 of these for $6? They're small as fuck. I thought they'd be like double that size. Holy fuck, what a scam. I shouldn't have done this. Oh well, I still got the 4-piece chicken, but there's still a chance that it could be dry, bland bullshit. This chicken looks kind of sad, guys. This might be Jover. It might be so Jover, dude. Why is this gravy so hard to open? What the fuck? There we go. This is like the smallest chicken thigh I've ever seen in my life. Like, what? I got 4 pieces, but 2 of these pieces are like the smallest fucking thing, man. Okay, it's not bad. It's not dry. It's not as good as peak KFC as I've had in the past, but that's passable. They didn't fuck me that bad. Okay, it's pretty good. Okay. I didn't get completely fucked. We're good. I do need a fork for my poutine though. All right. Let's start pressing him. Yeah, no, don't worry. I don't like cheeks. I like it when the tail completely destroys the cheeks and just makes it a thick base. Okay, that poutine's pretty good. Why are you taking a walk?
Society is inundated with serious problems that must be solved. And as a politician, I'm always on the job, thinking hard about possible solutions, even on my walks.
Thanks for the non-answer. I love how they captured the effort. The effort they went into to writing this character to give the exact kind of non-answers a politician would give. Kudos to the team. Okay, these snack wraps may be small, but they're really fucking good.
Well, while we live out our comfy lives, there are starving children who suffer in the back alleys of our major cities. It is not in me to ignore such suffering. A vote for me is a vote to end hunger and for world peace.
Yes, Mr. Attition Wimperson, we are well aware of your outstanding character. Now please continue with your testimony.
I can practically hear my poll numbers surging. Now, on with my speech. After all, the voting public must be informed of the magnificence that is me. I passed by the doctor's house, and that's when I saw Mr. Aremble.
Hold it!
Where exactly were you when you saw Mr. Rebel?
Right here, under this tree. I saw him dashing out of Mr. Dr. Buff's front door.
And he didn't notice you?
No, I was hidden by the tree.
I wouldn't be surprised if Dad missed you anyway.
Is it really all that important to know where the plaintiff saw Mr. Rebel?
Is this important, chat? Yes, I believe it matters a lot. I ask that it please be added to the witness's testimony.
I was under this tree when I saw Mr. Rebel.
Hold it!
Sorry, I'm eating fried chicken. What were you doing under that tree?
A lack of lateral thinking. That is a politician's downfall.
What?
That is why, if I'm elected, I promise to think outside the box.
The question was, what were you doing under the tree, Mr. Attition Wimperson?
I suppose I can't expect a plebeian such as yourself to understand my grand design.
Oh yeah? Try me, O Lord of Plebs. Mr. Attition Wimperson, I believe the court is well aware of your grand political vision. Now, let's have the rest of your testimony, if you please.
I can hardly wait for the upcoming election.
Dude just did not answer my question. One second, I'm taking a look at the evidence myself, because I don't remember what to present here either.
Hold it!
Did you notice anything unusual?
Yes, his behavior was incredibly suspicious. His eyes were darting all around as he ran off in a total panic. As soon as I saw that, I knew he had done something and it probably wasn't good.
Probably wasn't good. Probably. Despite that, you still didn't report it to the police?
Who would have thought that he had killed Dr. Buff? Not me. That's why I did not report him.
So the witness didn't notify the police.
Is that an important statement, Mr. Justice?
Is this an important statement, chat? Yes, it's important. I request that the witness added it to his testimony.
Sure, why not? I had no idea that Dr. Buff was dead. That's why I did not call the police.
Hold it!
You had no idea he was dead? In other words, you knew nothing about what had happened.
I am truly ashamed of myself.
What?
There's been a gruesome murder in my beloved village. What a fool I've been. I was thinking only of the village's future and world peace. It seems my earnest attitude and industrious nature have come back to haunt me.
That's off self. What? Paul, you think this is how all politicians will be from now on? We're all doomed if they are. Tell me about it. Welcome to our world, bro.
If you don't mind, I'd like to continue with my testimony.
This is statement 5, if that's what you're asking.
Hold it!
But at the time, you didn't know the doctor was dead. Is that correct?
It's true that I've been known as a prodigy from a very young age.
Huh?
I graduated high school and college with exceptional grades. As class president, I reformed stale old school traditions. My exploits were even covered in the local papers. But as exceptional as I am, I can't possibly be expected to know everything at all times.
This isn't working. He just keeps bending the questions to serve his own needs. Hang in there, Apollo. Mr. Attishan Winterson, I believe the court is well aware of your exceptional nature. Now, would you please continue with your testimony? I think I swallowed a bone, and it's like kind of hurting. Oof, whatever. It'll pass.
I have the upcoming election in the bag.
Now, Nightcrawler wants to present the study photo here on this statement. Do we agree with this? Okay. Your imagination wants to present the autopsy report on this statement. On this statement, we're presenting the diagram. Is my KFC good? Yes. Not as good as it could be, but it's good. Better than most of the time, so it's good. I think we have enough yeses on this, so yes, we do.
Objection!
Mr. Attition Wimperson, rather than Mr. Arball, wasn't there something else that should have had your undivided attention?
Like what? Oh, yes, of course. A politician must also keep his finger on the electorate's pulse and focus on the nation's.
Sorry, but you're way off.
I am? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice?
If the witness saw Mr. Arball from his position here, then he should have also been able to see the doctor's body. After all, it was right next to a huge window.
Why, I believe you have a point there.
With the body that clearly visible to the witness, it's unthinkable he wouldn't have reported it to the police.
Would the witness care to respond?
He's fucking asleep. Did he fall asleep?
Mr. Attition Wimperson?
Dude is actually straight napping.
Mr. Attition Wimperson!
Huh?
There are many sides to any issue.
What did I ever do to deserve this? Anyway, I'd like the court to acknowledge the inconsistency in the witness's testimony. Mr. Attition Wimperson, did you really see Mr. Arabelle?
Yes!
This is the funniest fucking witness, dude. I love this fucker. Oh my god, that's so funny. Where do you think you're going?
Oh, I thought I'd return to my seat, seeing as I had already answered the question.
This isn't some small town hall debate, so you just stay right there until I say we're through.
I'll have to run that by my campaign manager before I...
Objection!
Glare. Go. Mr. Attition Wimperson, I think it's time for you to come clean.
Huh?
Does this mean he didn't see Mr. Rebel? As your lawyer, Mr. Attition Wimperson, I advise you divulge that matter we discussed. Silence is no longer an option.
Are you sure about this? I'm in the midst of running for office. I can't afford to let any strange rumors get out.
Don't worry, you won't suffer any blowback from what you're about to reveal.
Blowback? I'm not sure I like the sound of that, Mr. Wright.
Not to worry, Your Honor. Nothing untoward will come of this, I promise. Now then, Mr. Justice. Remember how it was an anonymous caller that reported the doctor's death? Come to think of it... about that. Whoever it was, it seems they wanted to remain anonymous. What? It happens now and then. Some people would rather not get involved with the police. Wait, you're not saying that... Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. The anonymous source who contacted the police after discovering the body was... my client, Mr. Politician Wimperson. What? You don't say. So you see, he played his part as a concerned citizen, quite admirably, if I say so. Isn't that right?
Yes, indeed. In our society today, there are too many who chose indifference over righteous action. But I don't number among them. That's why I did my duty as a concerned citizen. One might call me the model citizen, one worthy of standing above the rest.
What a real standard bearer he is, reporting it anonymously. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Justice, wasn't there somebody else at the scene of the crime when my client discovered the body? Oh, you mean Mr. Rebel? Wait, that means... In short... Oh, my client witness was Mr. Rebel fleeing the scene of a heinous murder. Ah! And that's not all. Based on what we heard so far, Mr. Rebel looks exceedingly suspicious, and that's putting it mildly. We already know the Defiant Dragons threatened the Doctor with bodily harm. And then now they've killed him. The so-called orb transfer agreement is null and void. Paul, if we don't come up with some sort of counter argument, and what sort of evidence do you have? I'm about desperate written all over it. It's all I got, so I'm going with it. Evidence? Well, I suppose it's true that I don't have any. I knew it. Why is Phoenix the prosecution? Because this is a civil case. There is no prosecution. Basically, the whole point of this trial is to determine who the owner of the Founder's Orb should be. And right now, Phoenix is arguing that it can't be us because of this agreement saying if I will come to no harm. So Phoenix is asserting that one of the Defiant Dragons murdered him, so the orb can't possibly be ours. So finding out who murdered is not necessarily the point of this trial, unlike other trials in the series. It's the ownership of this Founder's Orb that matters. So yeah, it's two lawyers going against each other. But I do have another witness. You do? You should know I always come fully prepared, Mr. Justice. And my new witness will provide testimony proving Mr. Rebel's guilt. A new witness? Wondering who it could be. Very well, Bailiff, please summon our new witness. In the meantime, the court will take a brief recess. What transcript do you want to see? I would like both sides to use this time to prepare properly. Understood? Wow. I knew Mr. Wright would put up a tough fight, but... yeah, just when I thought we had him, he turned the tables on us. He really is the turnabout terror. We can't let him blindside us again. Looks like they got me again! 3 times in 1 year! That's a new record! That's, please, no new records. Or bad puns while you're at it. It's hard enough trying to help you as it is. Roger that! I'll be more careful next time! That's what Mr. Wright said true. Did you really pay a visit to Dr. Buff that night? Sure did. Can't remember the exact time, though. All I know is he wouldn't hand over the orb. Someone put it in his head that we rebels are dangerous. That's why he threw me out. So the doctor was still alive when Dad last saw him. We'll still have to prove it, though. Better brace yourself, son. The next witness's testimony could make or break this case. Yeah, I know.
Hey, where's Trucy? She went to go see her dad. Maybe she's still mad. More like worried. Worried that this trial will create a rift between you two. And that you might then leave the agency. He has an active imagination. Excuse me, the trial will be resuming shortly. Well, let's go see what new testimony awaits us. All right, court is back in session. Mr. Wright, you said you had a witness. Your Honor, I would like to call the lone survivor of the doctor's murder to the stand. Wait, he can't mean that Sarge is here? I mean, Dr. Ragusa, how did you get him to cooperate? Nothing a little persuasion couldn't handle. The poor child only agreed to help if it meant catching the killer. Getting a kid like that to overcome his fear. Now that's impressive. This must be really important testimony for the kid to come out in public like this. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please call your witness to the stand. And it's still the drone. Oh my! Sergeant Bob at your service, sir! He's here as the drone. Really? Mr. Wright, what exactly is the meaning of this? Past trauma has rendered it impossible for the witness to venture into public. Leaving home was hard enough, and it seems leaving the witness lobby was just too much. But I would still like to continue with the testimony delivered via this drone. I understand it must be terrible to lose one's father like that. But testimony via remote control toy? Well, let's take things for a spin and see how it goes. Guess who's piloting this trial anyway? I'm not sure warmed up to the idea fast. I think the phrase you're looking for is gave up. He's let more confusing things slide in this case in the trial than before, so it's not a big deal. He's used to Phoenix's shtick. You disappoint me, Corporal Justice. Oh shit, I didn't realize that would auto-end it. Ah! Defending the man who killed Papa? That's full-on treason, soldier. I hereby demote you back to private. Corporal, private? What's he talking about, Apollo? It's a long story. Now then, are you ready to testify, youngster? Locked and loaded, sir. Ready to rain lead down upon the perpetrator. Ha 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 ha! What happened that evening? Papa met with someone the night he died. I didn't have eyes on the ground as I already mounted my siege defense, but I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. From my window, I saw the one designated Dats getting ejected from the premises. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it. So he was thrown out, but later returned and committed the murder, did he? Yes, Your Honor. So the man my client saw really must have been the fleeing Mr. Rebel. Objection! Right, you backstabbing, no good. I didn't kill nobody. It's the enemy. Ready all missiles and fire! Whoa, 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 whoa. Capitalist pig. I'll turn you into pork stroganoff. And that's as a taste of my ultimate anti-swine weapon. Whoa, it fires missiles too? Yes, well, the witness is all yours, Mr. Justice. What happened that evening?
Sorry, just finishing off the scraps of my chicken. Papa met with someone the night he died. Your father met with someone. Could you be more specific? No, I was in the middle of a crucial defensive siege operation. Right. You're referring to how you don't leave your room, correct? You never know where the enemy might be lurking outside the siege perimeter. What about, you know, school? Oh, I don't go to boot camp. I'm a soldier. A sergeant doesn't associate with rookies still too green to fight. With a kid like this, I bet Dr. Buff wouldn't be getting any rest in the afterlife either. It was very brave of you to come to the courthouse today. What was that you said about a siege defense? Oh, that, well... I didn't have eyes on the ground as I'd already mounted my siege defense, but... Sarge, I've always wondered, who or what are you battling? That's classified. Even so, it may be relevant to this case. I don't know if you're the right person to be asking about things like that. That's right. Such matters need to be handled with a certain delicacy. Oh, I guess curiosity got the better of me. You're all talk and no action, soldier. Out in the battlefield, it ain't the number of pretty words in your repertoire, or the number of bullets in your gun belt that count. Easy for you to say. You're the one with all of them. Please tell the court what he saw and heard that night. I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. What was the argument about? I heard things like, "Where's the orb?" and "Are you the Defiant Dragons really criminals?" It sounded real volatile, like a war might break out at any second. So when Das came to get the orb, did you see or hear anything else? Yeah, I heard them arguing, and then silence. From my window, I saw the one designated Das getting ejected from the premises. How's this for a rebel acting? Like a conquered trooper retreating with his tail between his legs. A trooper? Well, I guess he does dress like he's in the military. I bet those two would really hit it off had they met under different circumstances. Yeah, I can see that. And so the defeated soldier was expelled, but that wasn't the end, Tail mentioned. Tail moment. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. That does seem suspicious. What are you talking about? I bring my tail between my legs to hug it. He kept hiding behind trees and telephone poles and stealing glances at our house. Well, he couldn't exactly leave without the orb. I bet he was angry that he had been kicked out. He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it. The Sarge saw that too. And that's when I thought things couldn't get any worse. I don't know why he hung around after being thrown out. I hate to say this, but if Dats is proven to be the killer, we'll lose the orb to the plaintiff. So our only option is to prove the defendant dragons had nothing to do with the murder. But don't you keep your front door unlocked? If so, then anyone could have gotten in. That's true. Papa didn't keep our house locked up. He said there was no need because there were only good people in Karain village. Yet he ended up dead anyway. Only a monster could do what they did to my kind, trusting Papa.
There will be no mercy. I vow swift and terrible vengeance. I'll carpet bomb the killer with everything in my arsenal. Fire!
Well, I sympathize with you, witness. You will refrain from firing Gatling guns in this court. So casually.
So Sarge saw. Okay, there, already saw this. All right, chat. What are we doing? In the courtroom. Okay, you know what? You've got a point. All right. Good night, Lux. Your imagination wants to present the agreement on this statement. Not enough guesses. Chad is really dropping the ball a bit here. Not enough thinking. We've come this far into this game, chat. You could do it. I believe in you. Bruh, chat. Chat! Fucking hell! He wants to present the transfer agreement on this statement.
Objection!
Please take a look at this piece of evidence.
I'm looking, but what am I supposed to see?
Oh, as your boss and mentor, here's a bit of advice. Never present evidence before you have a good grasp of the situation on hand. Right, sorry.
Then, as the presiding judge, here's a penalty.
Ouch. Double team for just doing what Mr. Right always does anyway. Papa met with someone the night he died. Save time. I didn't have eyes on the ground as I already mounted my siege defense, but I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. From my window, I saw the one designated Dats getting ejected from the premises. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it. But that's it. I don't think it's gonna get any worse. I wonder what hung around after being thrown out. You want to present the autopsy report on this? And now Clip Warrior wants to present the diagram on this statement. Chat, you're getting dangerously close. Are you about to die? I see chat is thinking, but are they thinking hard enough? This is statement 4. Papa met with someone the night he died. I didn't have eyes on the ground as I already mounted my siege defense, but I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. From my window, I saw the one designated Dats getting ejected from the premises. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it. So this is what we're currently proposing. You already pressed all the statements? Correct. I've pressed all the statements. I think we have... Do we have enough yeses on this one? Your imagination said yes. Stevish said yes.
I think we only have 2 yeses on this.
Objection!
I'm sorry, chat. You're about to perish. Does chat need a hint? Small one? Think less about what they couldn't have done and more about what they could have done. I guess? I don't know if that's a good enough hint. Here's another hint. The contradiction is more obvious than you think it is. It's not about speculation or anything like that. There's something in the evidence that clearly disputes one of these statements. Oh my gosh, do I need to give chat a better hint in the interest of time? Might as well. This is the statement. What's their siege defense? Staying in their room. They've mentioned it multiple times up to this point. Trip Warrior wants to present the drone.
Objection!
Sarge, are you hiding something from me? How dare you question your superior officer like that? You want to get on in this Stroganoff action with Pig Boy over there, soldier? Sorry, but I'm afraid lawyers are missile-proof. What? Would the defense care to explain? It's simple, Your Honor. Just as he is able to see what's happening in court right now, Sarge was able to see what was happening in the study then. With his cherished drone, of course. Ah, now that you mention it.
To think, the answer was right before our eyes this whole time. Literally! What do you mean you couldn't see the crime scene? You have a camera! Sarge, you were perfectly capable of patrolling the study that night, so you must have seen something. I'm hit! What is this strange new weaponry you're using against me? Courtroom warriors don't use guns or missiles, but evidence is our weapon of choice. And the evidence has exposed your bald-faced lie. My truth bomb, Sarge, has stripped your defenses bare. The truth bomb? Oh, Mayday, Mayday, I'm going down! Oh my, are you all right? Oh, what evidence? Never have I seen such fearsome ordinance. Tell it to us straight, Sarge. Might have pronounced that word wrong. After all, you want to help your father, don't you? Papa. Yes, you want to find out who killed him, don't you? So please, tell us what you saw that night. No need to yell. I'm just fucking around, Angel. It's all part of the show. It's not what you think. I didn't see anything. I swear. You sure? You seem awfully stressed for someone who didn't see anything. Sarge, you need to answer my question. Shut your pie hole, maggot. I'll be a scorching day in Siberia before I lowly private like you orders me around. What's with him in Siberia of all places? If a scorching day is what it'll take, then maybe it's time to turn up the heat. Hey, Athena, you think a therapy session might help? Well, it could help alleviate some of his anxiety. Plus, I'm picking up a lot of discord in Sarge's voice. That usually means the patient wants to say something, but can't for some reason. And in Sarge's case, I imagine whatever's plaguing him is pretty severe. In that case, I leave it to you and your mood matrix magic. You got it! Your Honor, I believe I can be of help here. Time for a therapy session, is it, Mr. Sykes? Yes, it will help the witness with his anxiety. Maybe even have to testify. Then by all means, please bring the poor child out into the light of day. Oh, but I assume this will be all right with you, Mr. Wright. Why not? It's not like we've all haven't been through this before. Well, what are you butting in for, lady? There ain't a place on this battlefield for you. I beg to differ, Sarge. This G.I. Jane's always ready for a fight in the courtroom. And wait until you see what I've got in my arsenal. Analytical psychology. With it, I'm going to blow a big old hole in the armor you've built around your heart. Wah! First evidence, now analytical psychology? Where are these WMDs coming from? Well, if it's a battle you want, bring it on. You may have started this war, but I'm going to end it. Corpse woman Sykes. You got it, Sarge. Time to seek out the agony buried deep in your heart. Brace yourself. Cops, just like corpse. I stayed in my room with my drone that evening. I heard Dats and Papa arguing with each other. Dats got kicked out, but I saw him still hanging around outside. I was in my room, so I didn't know Papa was dead until the next day. So I'm looking for unexpected emotions and unnatural reactions, right? Right, emotions and reactions that don't fit the content of his testimony. When you find one, make sure you point it out to me. Also, remember not to view his emotional reactions in isolation. Sometimes it's important to see how they change from one statement to the next. Okay, I'll give it a try. Stayed in my room with my drone this evening. I heard Dats and Papa arguing with each other. Dats got kicked out, but I saw him still hanging around outside. I was in my room, so I didn't know Papa was dead until the next day.
sad on this one. This emotion isn't that out of place, given the statement. Apollo, are you just looking at his emotions as if they relate only a single statement? It's really important to look for emotional fluctuation between different statements, too. Oh, right. Thanks for the reminder, Athena. All right, let's try that again. And Tora wants to present surprise on this statement.
Got it.
That's strange. You reacted with shock when you discovered your father's body, yet you weren't nearly as shocked then as when you saw Mr. Rebel. Normally, you'd expect the death of one's father to be much more impactful. Enemy fire! Direct hit! That is strange. I wonder what it could mean. Well, we know he wasn't affected by his father's death as he should have been. And I think I know why. Oh? Sarge, you weren't as shocked at seeing your father's body as seeing Mr. Rebel because... Yes, it is, Stevish. This person has already been established as a shut-in. Holy shit, I'm seeing a lot of numbers flying. So we've got 2 votes 3, 2 votes 1. Blue Nightcrawler says 2. So actually one of the votes for 1 is now gone. Now we have 2 votes for 2. You got 3 for 2? No, we don't, because Steve has changed their vote. Unless Stevish wants to not change their vote. Let's just try 2 first. Okay. Sarge, maybe the truth is you left your room that night. And that's when you saw it. Your father's body. I saw no such thing! Really? You didn't see his body? Alright then. What did you see? Look, Apollo, we lost some noise. So, just as I suspected, he really did see something. Sarge, please, tell us what you saw. Oh, but... the moment I saw it, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't stand to lose yet another loved one. Huh? Am I missing something here? Is that why you weren't very shocked when you found out your father was dead? Because you had already sensed that he was a goner somehow? Maybe. Please, Sarge, what was it you saw on the night of your father's murder? Oh, I saw... What's happening? I don't like where this is going. No more, please. Help. I've confiscated your little toy. The battlefield has no place for unauthorized equipment. Widgets? Apollo, I can't get to do the session without him. Calm yourself this instant, witness. I hereby order you to submit your therapy session. What in blazes? Look at me, I'm judge, jury, and executioner now. I hereby convene a military tribunal.
That's how you pronounce it, right? Tribunal, or I don't know. Whoa, whoa, this has gone way too far. Bailiff, arrest that drone this instant! Ah! Stop resisting! Ah! If you don't come quietly, I'll fire! Ah! Give Widget back! Tribunal? That makes sense. War never changes, bro. Finally got him back. Nice work. This witness is truly a handful. Up, 2, 3, 4. Miss Sykes, what's the witness's current psychological state? Let's see. He's emotionally all over the map. So his out-of-control emotions are in control of him, huh? Does that mean we can calm him down if we can figure out the root cause? Yes, so let's see what we can find. Sarge, can you hear me? Is that you? Core Woman Sykes? I'm here. Now, I want you to take a few deep breaths. Just try to relax. Try it with me. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. In, out, in, out. And now, let your emotions take you to where they will. Go on, just let it all out. Ah! All forces, attack! That's the least relaxing breathing exercise I have ever seen. That's what's still hanging around after he got kicked out when I heard more fighting and I got worried about Papa. So I left my room, but suddenly I got dizzy and passed out. I remember a flame lighting up the room and Papa grinning with delight. That's when he must have been killed. If only I hadn't passed out. So he has 2 out-of-control emotions, huh? And all we have to do is find out what's causing them to run wild like this. Yes, whatever the cause, it should appear somewhere in the mood matrix. Let me know if you think you found it. Ugh, easier said than done. Don't suppose you have any ideas on where to start? Well, I would think about Sarge's personality and his past. Those are the things that shape a person's emotions. You should be able to find something to work with from there. Hanatora wants to present the flame.
Got it!
That's it! Sarge, you were overcome with shock and fear when you saw those flames, weren't you? Was I? Yes. Just 6 months ago, you and your mother were caught up in an arsonist blaze, so it's no wonder you'd be extremely scared of fire. Yes, that does make sense. And maybe, just maybe, your subconscious fear of fire was what caused you to withdraw from the world? What do you mean, poor woman Sykes? In the outside world, you were bound to come across all sorts of fire. Candles, cigarettes, heck, even the grill at a diner. Even if it's not that often, just the idea that you might see them grew bigger and bigger until you couldn't shut it out. I think you might be onto something. Candles, cigarettes, just thinking about them sends a chill down my spine. Wow, the things I take for granted. Now I see, I was afraid of the fire. Strange, I didn't even realize it myself. About that fire, Sarge, can you tell me what it was burning? Just stay calm and maybe something will come to you. Oh, Oh, I'm starting to remember. It was that relic. That relic Papa was studying. It was on fire. What? The orb was on fire? It's still kind of fuzzy. But yes, the orb was burning right in front of Papa. And there, in the flames, was Mama? Yes, now I remember. I saw Mama appear amid the dancing flames. Wait, what? What's going on here? Maybe it's a memory from the fire that killed his mother. He might be confusing it with what really happened when his father died. So let me guess. More therapy? Yep. But this time, it seems there's an inconsistency in his statements. And I think we should be able to prove it with the evidence at hand. I hope this inconsistency is the key to proving that the relic really is the Founder's Orb. Dats was still hanging around after he got kicked out when I heard more fighting and I got worried about Papa. So I left my room, but suddenly I got dizzy and passed out. I remember a flame lighting up the room and Papa grinning with delight. The relic was on fire and I saw Mama's face inside. That's when Papa must have been killed. If only I hadn't passed out. All right, chat, what do we see? So he was pondering the orb. Some real orb pondering going on here. Some real orb pondering. I think I already know what the contradiction here is. Not a hard one. Come on, chat. Step up your game. I believe Sergeant's fear of fire is triggering a past memory. As a result, the memory of what he really saw is being suppressed. When he tries to remember, the past memory is being overlaid onto the more recent one. Wow, the mind sure is a tricky beast. So I'll just have to find an inconsistency. Right. Once you find an inconsistent statement, present the evidence that proves it. The main issue here is when the doctor was murdered. Was he really killed while Dats was there? Do you want to present the research notes on the Mama statement? This?
Objection!
There's an inconsistency in Sergeant's testimony. Is that so? Would you be so kind as to point it out to the court? Well, if you're going to put me on the spot like that, I admit my confidence is waning. I could say the same about my confidence in you, Mr. Justice. Ugh, I wish you wouldn't, Your Honor. Say, Apollo, Sarge is saying that his father was burning the orb when he was killed. But doesn't that seem funny to you? Considering what the doctor was up to that night, it doesn't add up. Well, now that you mention it. All right, I better look through this evidence one more time.
Chat is... Chat is very EP today. Chat is not thinking proper today. Statement before last. Let me give you a hint, chat. There is a much more blatant contradiction. Something obvious, something that doesn't require thinking. Something that once you see it, you'll be like, wait, no, incorrect. Do you want to present the orb here?
Objection!
So this didn't work. Any other ideas, chat? Your imagination wants to present the orb on this statement now.
Objection!
Don't blame yourself, Sarge. After all, even you hadn't passed out. The outcome would have been the same. What do you mean? I'm talking about the time of death. Your father wasn't killed right after you left your room. What? Explain yourself at once, Private Justice. You said you saw your father burning the orb, right? But that night, he went out to hide it in a cave. So, what you saw, Sarge, was something that happened before your father left to hide the orb. Ah! So you see, you didn't pass out right before he was killed. You passed out right before he left for the cave to hide the orbs in the ruins within. So, even if I hadn't passed out, that's right. The outcome would have been exactly the same. That's because your father, Dr. Buff, was killed after he returned from the ruins. And therefore, Sarge, there's no need for you to blame yourself. Oh, I see. Private Justice, can you really say I bear no blame in this? Why do you ask? Because the truth is, if I hadn't engaged in my siege defense, Papa would still be alive. Sarge? Papa was nothing more than for me to lead a happy, healthy life. That's why he quit his job and moved us out away from the big city. But even then, I didn't have the courage to step foot into the outside world. And in the end,
I failed to make Papa's wish come true. Sarge, if you want to make your father's wish come true, if that's what you really want, then who's to say it's too late? Why don't you take those first steps now? My first step? That's right. You can cast off all your regret. You can stop standing still and start moving forward. You have the power within you. I know from experience. I know what it's like to feel like you do. But only you can decide to take that first step. If you don't change your tactics now, Sarge, the victory you seek and the war you're waging will always lie beyond your grasp. I think I understand now. I've made up my mind. As of this moment, I will suspend my siege defense indefinitely. Huh? Sergeant Buff, reporting for duty. What? I thought you were a guy. You're definitely not the gruff drill sergeant I envisioned. Well, my mama was in the Russian army. Well, I was just as shocked, but it certainly explained a few things when I found out too. May I introduce you to Miss Army Buff, age 12. No way. Careful, soldier. Don't forget I can blow you away at a moment's notice. He's just too cute. So, have you always been in a wheelchair, Sarge? Negative. Only since I was injured. In the fire. Your voice sounds awfully different from before. My drone features a voice modulation device. It's just one of my army's many technological marvels.
Well, you fooled me. I thought some 20-something military fanatic was at the controls.
If it's all the same to you, troops, I'd like to continue my testimony. I just remembered something, and it's as crisp as clear as a trumpet at a roll call. What did you remember? It wasn't my mother who appeared in the burning orb. It was some lady Papa had shown me a picture of a long time ago. He said it was the Holy Mother, the founder of Kuranism. She appeared right there, right in the burning orb. Huh?
What did you just say?
The Holy Mother of Kuranism was in the burning orb? What does that even mean? I have a bad feeling about this. Could it be? Could this explain what Sarge means by the Holy Mother appearing in the burning orb? Your imagination wants to present the research notes. Dr. Buff's research notes? What do they have to do with this? Look at this, the burning orb, the appearance of the founder. This part points to both.
Third line.
Take that!
There's a legend about the orb involving a mysterious riddle, and this song, in turn, is said to contain the key to solving it. If the legend is true, then I believe the answer lies in this part of the song. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire. Only then shall the Holy Mother return. Since you guys have bongled this enough to the point where we have 1 HP left, I have to save constantly. Well, anyone see where I'm going with this? Prayers as fervent as fire. Ah! You're supposed to set the orb on fire? The whole stanza seems to suggest that the founder will appear if the orb is set on fire. Wait, so then the doctor, he... Yes, Athena. He had solved the ancient riddle of the founder's orb. Oh my! Papa was a great archaeologist, so I believe in him, and I want to believe. I want to believe he achieved his longtime dream of solving that riddle before he died. Well, we won't know for sure until we try it for ourselves. Yes, do it, Private Justice, please. I want to see what Papa was searching for with my own eyes. The plaintiff must object to this.
Objection!
The plaintiff will stand down and be quiet.
Objection!
You don't have the right to set a precious relic like that on fire. Oh, but I do. All I needed was Sarge's permission. Since we still don't know if this treasure is the founder's orb or the crystal of Amy Faye, any ownership rights the doctor had now belong to his daughter. Therefore, you have absolutely no right to stop us. Ugh. Very well, Mr. Justice. I never thought I'd be saying this, but you may burn the evidence. All right, here we go. Look! Apollo, the inside of the orb, it's melting. There's something in there. Ah! Turk, isn't she? Her garb leaves no room for doubt. It's the founder herself. Base and all. I don't understand. The greatest of taboos in Quranism is the depiction of the founder's face. Yet here it is, hidden within this orb. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but as you can see, the issue is crystal clear. Gotta get another picture. Oh, yeah. This figure is the Holy Mother, founder of Quranism. And based on that, this must be none other than the founder's orb.
Objection!
But be that as it may, Mr. Arbel still may have killed the doctor. If so, it would render the orb transfer agreement null and void. Don't play dumb, Mr. Wright. The truth of the matter has already been proven. Dr. Buff wasn't killed right after Sarge saw Mr. Rebel. It happened after the doctor came back from hiding the orb. And you have no proof that Mr. Rebel was still around at that time. Your claim that the Defiant Dragons were behind the crime doesn't hold water. And that means the orb transfer agreement is still perfectly valid. Admit it, Mr. Wright. I just burned your whole case to the ground. Oh, no! Won? I actually won?
Mr. Wright, would you care to respond?
Respond? I didn't think so. Wait, did we just win? Did we actually beat the Turnabout Terror?
You're amazing, Apollo. Don't just stand there, right? Do something.
Well, I don't think there's any digging out of this hole. Mr. Attention Whipperson, I think it's time for your concession speech. I have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is the Founder's Orb. The facts don't lie, but you obviously do. How's that for a campaign slogan?
Why, you contemptuous peasant! I think this is a good time to wrap up this trial. If both parties have no further objections, I will render my verdict.
No objections here, Your Honor. No object.
You can't do this! The crystal is mine! I'll lose the election if I lose that crystal!
I'm sorry, but there's really nothing more I could do.
You haven't forgotten about our little chat, have you?
What's going on here? Your Honor, I object to the defense's last claim. What? I don't believe they have truly proven that the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb. Mr. Wright, I don't think even you could bluff your way out of this one. What possible argument could you have to claim that this isn't the Founder's Orb? About that. Oh, of course! He can't possibly have hit on something. The defense assertion is incomplete, and this is why. Their claim that this relic is the Founder's Orb is based on a legend, and that legend claims that the Founder will return when the riddle is solved at last. Right, and that's what happened. The Founder was revealed for all to see. But Mr. Justice, what about the rest of the legend? Huh? According to the legend, once the Founder returned, she would bestow spiritual power onto the person who solved the riddle. You're kidding, right? Well, Mr. Justice, do you feel great spiritual power coursing through your veins? No. But receiving spiritual powers and stuff, it's all just mystic mumbo jumbo, right? Maybe so, but you're the one basing your claim on said legend. And what we saw here does not fully fulfill it, does it? No, but... consequently, you cannot rightfully claim that this is the Founder's Orb. You fucking kidding, Phoenix? Bruh. This is a stupid-ass argument. What's gotten into him? Why is Mr. Wright doing this?
It would appear that Mr. Wright has lost a few of his marbles.
That couldn't be further from the truth, Your Honor.
In any case, I believe this is a good time for a recess. Both sides will have 20 minutes to prepare. I ask that all arguments be ready by then. Oh, and Mr. Wright, you do well to wash up and find your missing marbles by then, too.
Mr. Wright's sure acting funny. I mean, he's famous for going out on a limb, but that last assertion was just plain crazy. He's either a bluff or a Hail Mary. Either way, it doesn't make much sense. Maybe there's something we're missing here. Although he seemed perfectly normal when we spoke earlier. Apollo, I have a bad feeling about this. I'm gonna go check up on him. What's going on with you, Mr. Wright? Hey, Private Justice! Oh, Sarge, I forgot to mention something. On the night of Papa's murder, a strange thing happened. Oh, but why are you only telling me about it now? Well, I didn't say anything before because I thought Papa's death was an accident. But now that we know otherwise, I figured it might be important. There's still more to this case? When I left my room and lost consciousness, I passed out right here. That's right above the coffee bar.
But when I came to, someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? I was so scared. I beat a hasty retreat as fast as my wheels could take me. Do you know who it was? No, it was pitch black. Plus, I fled to my room so fast, I didn't even have a chance to turn on the lights. Maybe it was your father. No, he would have said something to me. Besides, I'd have known if it was him. So then it could have been your father's real killer. My thoughts exactly. But you didn't report this to the police? It didn't even occur to me. It's okay. You were obviously still upset, so don't beat yourself up over it.
Apollo, this could be really important information. I think the act of pushing Sarge's wheelchair could be part of some bigger scheme. It's hard to see why else the killer would have done such a thing.
Guess I should take your statement down as evidence. Oh, welcome back, Athena. Chat, I'm going to be real with you. We might be in trouble. This is taking a lot longer than I was expecting. We're going to have to stream a lot late today to make sure that we have enough time to finish this case tomorrow. We're not even halfway through this case. So what do we do for the rest of the stream? No, the other way around, Blue Nightcrawler. You did pass Kobo. We're not even close to halfway through this case. Okay, that's an exaggeration. We are somewhat getting close. But let's just say after this trial is over, we're not halfway through the case. The second part of this case is substantially long, is about double the length of this part. This is the longest case in Ace Attorney history. What's with the long face? How'd it go with Mr. Wright? What should I... Athena? Oh, sorry. Zoned out there for a sec. The recess is almost over, so let's go. Next week does not have a set schedule, but I want to finish it this weekend anyway because it doesn't make sense to split it up all that much.
All right, court is once again back in session. Now, Mr. Wright, about that last objection you raised.
We, the plaintiffs, still believe that the defense has yet to sufficiently prove its case. They claim that, according to legend, the Founder's Orb would bestow spiritual power, yet the relic in question has failed to do so. Therefore, it has failed its own test.
I see.
He's sticking with that ridiculous argument? Furthermore, even if this is the Founder's Orb, it can't be awarded to the Defiant Dragons. After all, they were the ones who killed Dr. Buff.
Objection!
What are you talking about? That was already proven to be false. There are no grounds for asserting that the Defiant Dragons murdered the Doctor. Oh, but I'm afraid there are, Mr. Justice. Your Honor, I would like to present new testimony to this court. Testimony that will show that That's a Rebel did in fact kill Dr. Buff. Sorry, chat, I gotta run to the bathroom. I was hoping to hold it, but I cannot. I will be back. We'll have a short break, and then we'll be resuming this trial. Next week, 28th, you'll be playing Monster Hunter. Yes, but I want to play like some indie game maybe before, like in between. I don't know which indie game, but I'm going to try to figure something out. There's a couple of games that I've missed out on that might be good to fill in before Monster Hunter. So I'd like to finish this weekend. Anyway, be right back.
Okay, I'm back. What? Very well. You may call your witness. I guess Mr. Wright found another new angle. What new testimony could there be this late into the game? Fellow citizens, it is I, politician, the once and future representative of the people. Geez, not him again. My client divulged new information to me during the recess. He remembered something he saw, you see. Something crucial to this case. How very convenient. That's his crime. It was around 11 at night, and I was out on a mobile meet and greet around the village. That's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window. Wow, how did you just forget you saw the literal time of the crime? Bruh. Mr. Arble stuck up from behind and struck him on the head. His weapon of choice? A suitcase. A big, strong man like him could easily swing a heavy suitcase into someone's head. You saw the murder as it happened? And you're just telling us now because... I saved the best for last. It's a tactic known to all political greats. The murder weapon was a complete mystery, but my client's eyewitness's account has finally brought it into the light. According to the autopsy report, Dr. Buff was struck on the head by the corner of some object. I suppose that could very well be the corner of a suitcase. But eyewitness testimony isn't the same as hard evidence. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. What's that supposed to mean? We have physical evidence too. A luminal test revealed. The doctor's blood on Mr. Arebel's suitcase. Really? But how does that prove Mr. Arebel used it as a weapon? You should know the answer to that, Mr. Justice. Since you know as well as I that the suitcase is covered in his fingerprints. Ah! Forgot we dusted it right in front of Emma. The turnabout terror strikes again. This is quite convincing testimony and evidence. Nevertheless, you may proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Justice. That's his crime. They just said they did. It belonged to, the doctor's blood. You were on a so-called mobile meet and greet at 11 at night? That's right. It's the perfect time because everyone's at home. You should have seen how the villagers' eyes teared up when they heard what I had to say. With tears of frustration, no doubt. You weren't riding around in your palanquin? That's right. Some village idiot reported me to the police. I've been banned from using it after dark. No wonder, with all the noise he makes. What exactly did you see then? Might want to save? Yeah, I agree. That's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window. Sounds like you witnessed something rather shocking. Indeed, I didn't even believe it at first. I mean, a vicious murder in Karain? There haven't been many murders there, I take it. If I'm elected, I promise you that such a terrible tragedy will never happen again. A vote for me is a vote to banish murder forever from our beloved Karain village. Yeah, good luck with that. Mr. Addition Winsterson, please tell the court what you saw at the scene of the crime.
Mr. Rebel snuck up from behind and struck him on the head.
He snuck up from behind? So you're saying the doctor never even realized Mr. Rebel was there?
That's right. He was utterly absorbed in book.
I see. What did you see Mr. Rebel do next?
He climbed up the bookshelf ladder and dumped a bunch of books down on the body. I believe he was trying to make it look like an accident. But that idiot didn't realize I could see everything from outside the window.
One of those statements doesn't feel right. Your Honor, I believe the witness made an important statement just now about how... I'm loving one of the choices here. I don't remember all the right presentation stuff here. So I'm going into this just as somewhat blind as you are, chat. Dads is definitely an idiot, but I don't think that's what we're selecting here. Chat, what's an important statement about what? Your imagination says 2. Do we agree on that? The doctor was reading a book at the time of the murder. That's vital testimony.
Very well. The witness will please add that statement to his testimony. The doctor wasn't standing in front of the bookshelves, absorbed in a book.
Your imagination wants to present the book glasses here. Sorry, Angel. Do we agree with this? Chat, please! Chat, please!
Objection!
The doctor was standing in front of the bookshelves, absorbed in a book, you say? I'm sorry, but it seems your testimony is completely unreliable. Spaghetti just realized that they don't know all the answers.
That's quite a bold statement. Let's hear you back it up. I challenge you to prove that I am anything but 100% reliable.
It would be my pleasure. Lately, it seems like the doctor's eyesight has gotten so bad he needed reading glasses. However, his reading glasses were over on the desk. So you see, there's no way he could have been reading in front of the bookshelves. I'm sorry, Mr. Titian Wimberson, but I'm going to have to ask you to explain this discrepancy to the voting public. You what?
I'll explain it, you lonely cur! I simply made a mistake, you see? The doctor was actually sitting at his desk when Mr. Arepple hit him over the head.
But then the doctor would have been facing him. Surely he would have seen him and tried to run.
Dr. Buff was nodding off. I could tell because his eyes were closed and he wasn't moving.
Sounds more like what you would do. Then how do you explain the fact that he was struck at the back of the head? Isn't that something that should be impossible from the front of the desk?
About that. He bowed his head when he nodded off. That's when he was clobbered. So that's what you saw. Well, Mr. Justice, that sounds like a perfectly reasonable explanation to me. Do you have a problem with the proposal that the doctor was struck while nodding off?
Well, chat, do we have a problem with that? A big problem? Bigger than my tail? I don't know if it can be that big. There is a problem. A very big problem. The witness statement doesn't hold up under the slightest bit of scrutiny.
Is that so? Then will you please show this court what evidence you have to justify this?
Gladly, Your Honor. This shows the problem with the witness's claim that he saw the doctor nodding off.
Diagram of the study?
Mr. Attition Wimperson allegedly viewed the murder from here. And the doctor was allegedly nodding off here. But from his vantage point, the bookcase would have blocked the witness's line of sight.
Why, yes, I believe you're right. But ah!
Objection!
The fact remains that my client knew that the suitcase was the murder weapon, so he definitely has first-hand knowledge of the crime scene. I'm afraid I have to agree with you there, Mr. Wright. But then we have to ask ourselves, from what vantage point did he see the murder? What are you insinuating, Mr. Justice? From what vantage point could Mr. Attition Wimperson have seen the dozing doctor? Once we determine that, I believe we'll finally see the truth behind this incident. The witness saw the murder from right here. The open area left of the desk, like around here, you think? Better save? True. The balcony above the bar?
This is currently being presented by Crypt Warrior. You've got to be kidding. But that's... It is indeed. But everything only makes sense if the witness was there in the study. Inside the study? But that's the scene of the crime. I know. Mr. Atashin Wimperson, the man who claims to be a witness of the murder, was most certainly in that very room. Apollo, are you suggesting... Mr. Atashin Wimperson, weren't you the one who was actually swung that suitcase? Yeah! What you're proposing is ludicrous. My client is a small, thin man, whereas Mr. Rebel has the muscular to pull it off. He has a point. I gave up trying to lift that thing after one go. That's right. He's the only one who could have lifted such a heavy object. Now do you understand? The Rebel Dad's a rebel is the Doctor's killer. As long as the suitcase is the murder weapon, the decision falls entirely on Dad's. You'll have to poke a hole into Mr. Wright's argument somehow, Apollo. Oh, I will, and with his own technique, no less. If Mr. Atishan Wimperson couldn't swing the suitcase around, we'll just have to consider another way he could have used it as a murder weapon instead. I'm going to turn this case on its head, Mr. Wright, just like you taught me. You talk big, Mr. Justice, but do you have what it takes? Well, this should be interesting. Mr. Atishan Wimperson's testimony has been filled with one inaccuracy after another. First, he stated that Dr. Buff was in front of the bookshelves. Now he claims that the doctor was sitting at his desk. So where was the victim really when he was killed? Also, where was his killer? And how was the murder weapon really used? Well, the important thing here is the position of the victim and the killer relative to each other. Yes, Your Honor. If they were positioned in a certain way, it would be possible to use the suitcase as a weapon without lifting a finger. You can't mean. I would ask the court to recall the study's layout. It's quite distinctive, as you can see. Now, if Dr. Buff were sitting in a certain spot, and his killer was at a certain other spot, the suitcase would become a weapon anyone could use. Very well, Mr. Justice. Where was Dr. Buff's killer at the time of the crime? It's asking for the killer, just as a heads up. Because I feel like someone jumped the gun there a little bit. So right here, right? There? Oh, that's... This should wrap things up nice and pretty for you, Mr. Wright. I would ask the court to recall the study's layout. But this time, instead of thinking in 2 dimensions, let's think 3. Only then can we clearly see the killer's method at work. The killer didn't have to swing the suitcase. If he used gravity to his advantage, that is. That's right. It was the plaintiff, one Paul Atishan Wimperson, who used the suitcase. He pushed it from the 2nd floor and sent it hurtling down into Dr. Buff, who was sitting at the coffee bar. Yeah! The psychology book had been at the coffee bar, no doubt. The doctor must have set it down there after he finished reading it, or the like. But his blood got on it, which is why the killer thought to hide it in the mountain of books. That's quite an entertaining theory you have there, Mr. Justice. But there's no evidence that the murder took place at the coffee bar. I'm not so sure about that, Mr. Wright. I'd say that evidence of the murder occurring at the coffee bar The evidence does exist, and I'm going to show you. You are? This right here is proof that the murder took place at the coffee bar. Your imagination, stop jumping the gun. This brown stain was determined to be coffee. What's more, it was still a bit damp when we saw it yesterday morning. One look at this book speaks volumes, I'm afraid, Mr. Wright. It tells us the doctor was having a cup of coffee at the coffee bar. That's when the suitcase came hurling down, striking him on the head, causing both his blood and his coffee to spatter onto it. Well, Mr. Addition Whisperson. What motive could I possibly have to kill Dr. Buff? And there it is, that final excuse cornered killers are so fond of. Well, the doctor never returned your crystal to you, did he? Instead, he hid it in the cave ruins. Telling him that the Defiant Dragons were a dangerous bunch was a huge blunder. All it did was make him hide the orb. Your lie came back to bite you in the end. Even worse, the doctor saw the news reports, so he knew the relic was the Founder's orbs. Being the conscientious researcher he was, he knew he had to return it to its rightful place. And that meant keeping it out of your hands. You were so angry that he refused to return the relic to you, that you killed him with your own hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Addition Wimperson? That is...
Hold it!
Apollo, don't. Please don't accuse my client of murder. Huh? What do you mean, don't accuse him? Why would you even say that, Mr. Wright? What I meant was, he's a promising politician with a bright future ahead of him. It's in our nation's best interest to avoid burdening him with the taint of scandal. Say what? Right, you better do something to change the current courtroom climate, or I'll be charged with murder. And you know what will happen to her if that happens. What's he talking about? Well, I can ponder that later. For now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly believe that Mr. Rebel is the killer. Are you really going to send an innocent man to prison? I thought you were better than that. Well, Mr. Wright, answer me. Mr. Wright? What in the world's going on here? If you won't say anything, then... Mr. Addison Whipperson, the defense hereby accuses you of... Apollo, wait! Not you too, Athena. It's just, I wasn't sure whether I should say anything, but... During that last recess when I went to check on Mr. Wright, I overheard something I shouldn't have. I trust Maya is unharmed. I can't really say, but just remember, if I'm arrested or fail to obtain the treasure, there will be consequences. Consequences of the worst kind, if you catch my drift. Relax, all you have to do is ensure I get my hands on that relic. I must deliver it to my benefactor at all costs. What do they want that relic for anyway? It's for something to do with an old legend. My patron seeks the great power said to be granted to whoever solves its secret. Maya? As in Maya Fey? Yes, the boss's legendary former assistant. Maya Fey is being held hostage? So it seems. Why didn't you tell me as soon as you heard this? Sorry, it's just Mr. Wright spotted me before I could slip away and made me promise not to tell you. He said it would make things more difficult if you found out. As if things weren't already hard enough. So that's why Mr. Wright was acting so strange. I had no idea. This must have been excruciating for him. Think, Justice. There's got to be something you can do.
Mr. Justice, about that last statement of yours. I believe you are in the middle of accusing the plaintiff of murdering Dr. Buff. Would you care to continue? I'm sorry, Apollo. I'm really, really sorry. What's gotten into you two?
If I accuse that slime bag, I put Miss Faye's life in jeopardy.
It seems you finally caught on. I'm far too important to be accused of murder. After all, our nation's future rests squarely on my shoulders.
Either I give up or...
Once I present the crystal to my patron, my victory is assured. Then one day, I'll become president, and then king. I'll have every politician at my command. Now retract your accusation.
I can't kowtow with him, but the defense would like to retract the previous accusation.
Apollo. Dirk? I don't know what's going on here, but a lawyer should never look the way you do right now, with defeat and resignation written all over your face.
A dragon never yields.
Even when the wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get the truth.
Dirk, a dragon never yields. He's right. It's all over if I give up now. If Mr. Wright's hands are tied, it's up to me to do what must be done. He saved my neck so many times. Now, it's my turn to save his. Dirk, thanks for that wake-up call.
Now that's the face of a lawyer you've got there, son.
Where there's a will, there's a way. And I'm going to find the way to save Miss Faye and see that justice is served. That scumbag is holding Miss Faye hostage to ensure he gets the orb for his patron. And it seems said patron believes the orb's legend. Thing is, the founder did appear when the orb was exposed to fire, just as the legend said. If the legend is true, then we've already solved the riddle, right? We have not solved the riddle yet. The legend says the founder will bestow great power of spiritual power when she returns. But if that's true, we haven't solved the whole riddle yet. But how could that be? Are we missing something? Wait, maybe. Maybe the part about the founder returning should be taken literally. But how would it be possible for a dead person to return to the world of the living? The founder can return through channeling. Oh, I know, there is a way for the dead to return. Spirit channeling. Of course, you have to know what the founder looks like first. The orb has revealed her face to us. So what if it's a sign that we should channel her? Given the facts, in order to solve this riddle and receive the power, I'd need... a medium is needed to obtain the power. The ability of a medium to channel spirits is the final key to unlocking the orb secret. That means Mr. Attention Wimperson's patron would need one too. And once that slimy politician realizes that, he won't be able to lay a finger on Miss Faye. Everything's going to be okay, Mr. Wright, because Mr. Paul Addison Wimperson can't afford to harm a hair on Miss Faye's head. Huh? Mr. Addison Wimperson, it seems you've chosen the wrong person to take hostage.
What do you mean?
Your patron seeks to solve the orb's riddle, and thereby receive great spiritual power. However, only Maya Faye can truly give them what they really want. She can?
What do you mean, only Maya Faye?
Think about what the return of the founder really means. We should have considered it more literally. After all, the orb was made in the kingdom of Karain, the birthplace of spirit mediums. Ah, I think I see now. You need to know what the deceased looks like in order to channel them. But in Karanism, depicting the face of the founder is taboo. However, her true face was hidden in the orb. So maybe the orb is telling us to try channeling the founder. Exactly. Through a spirit medium, the founder can quite literally return. And if the legend is true, the founder just might bestow spiritual power on someone when she does. It's like when Pearls imbued my Magatama with spiritual power. If a human could be imbued with such power in a similar manner, it is said the founder possesses immense spiritual power. Such a great feat would not necessarily be beyond her.
Wait a second, the legend is true?
Do you understand now, Mr. Attention Wimperson? You are holding hostage the final key to unlocking the orb secret. And if anything were to happen to her, the riddle would remain unsolved forever.
Ah! There's always Pearl Faye. I can simply ask her to help. She wants money. I have plenty to offer.
She's not the kind of person to be tempted by material gain. And she certainly wouldn't help you if anything were to happen to her cousin. Or maybe you'd like to go ask the Queen of Karain to channel the founder for you. He could, but he'd probably get executed for requesting such a thing. It's over. Now confess. You killed Dr. Buck, didn't you?
It wasn't supposed to end this way. Mr. Attention Wimperson, are you admitting to committing the crime? You're my lawyer, right? Do something!
It's true that I'm your lawyer, and as such, it's my job to defend you. However, defending my client isn't the only duty a lawyer has. There's something else that's equally as important. And that is finding the truth.
What?
Mr. Attention Wimperson, you have sought to twist the truth in the dirtiest of ways. I was complicit in your hostage taking, but in a way I was being held hostage too. Even so, there's still hope for me to make things right, and I owe it all to you, Apollo. Mr. Wright, I can't allow a murderer to walk away scot-free. Therefore, Mr. Addison Wimperson, I must resign as your attorney.
No! Does this mean I'm under arrest? No!
Well?
I've nothing to confess.
What?
I said I've nothing to confess. I don't and I won't, especially not to a plebeian like you.
This guy doesn't know when to give up.
Besides, there's no truth to these allegations. I mean, look at the suitcase. You won't find a single print of mine on it.
All that means is you wiped them off, taking care only to leave Mr. Rebels.
As many as a great politician has said before me. No comment.
In that case, try switching things up, Apollo. Look at the situation from a different angle. Is there really nothing that points to the suitcase being dropped from up above? Evidence that points to the suitcase being dropped from the second floor. If the killer pushed the suitcase from the second floor hallway over the coffee bar, that would place him right around here. Ah, maybe. Just maybe. Thought of something, Apollo? I believe this piece of evidence to be connected to the dropping of the suitcase. Her imagination wants to present Army's statement.
That appears to be a statement, but how is that related to this case?
On the night of the murder, Your Honor, Miss Army Buff physically left her room. That's when she saw the doctor burning the orb and subsequently passed. Fucking, why can't I talk? Whatever. Right above the coffee bar. But with her there in the wheelchair, the killer wouldn't have been able to drop the suitcase down onto the doctor. Good point. However, according to Sarge, she woke up just as someone was trying to move her in the wheelchair. Ah. Someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? I was so scared I beat a hasty retreat as fast as my wheels could take me. She must have been in the killer's way and had to be moved. Isn't that right, Mr. Addison Wimperson? And if the killer had pushed the wheelchair with his bare hands, we may yet find the conclusive evidence we need. Exactly. Fortunately for us, that evidence slipped right through the killer's fingers. Only he had been able to hold on to it just a little tighter. But now he is either able to discard nor alter it. Honestly, that piece of evidence wasn't even supposed to be here in this courtroom today. And yet, it looks like sometimes things do get better.
But this wasn't supposed to happen.
No? Well, too bad, because the evidence that sped away from you that night has come back to haunt you, right here at this very trial. Your Honor, the defense's final piece of evidence is on this person. On the night of the murder, Sarge passed out, only to come to and find that someone was pushing her wheelchair. That's when she fled back into her room. She didn't physically see a single soul after that. Not until Athena drew her out through that therapy session, that is. When the killer was able to wipe the prints on the suitcase off, the same can't be said for the prints that got away.
My fellow Canadians!
Well, Mr. Paul Addison Wimperson, try to explain your way out of this one. The podium's all yours.
Paul Addison, savior of Korean, I am not a crook. My political career, it can't end like this. I'm destined for great things. Something's wrong. This isn't real. It's a dream. No, a nightmare. Oh. Huh? What? Wait, really? Huh? What? No way.
That's what I'm heard. The script of his like Orlando.
Wait, what? No, please. Wait. Don't go. No, no, please. What? Mr. Addison Wimperson, are you all right? Bailiff, get him to the first aid station on the double. Well, this was yet another unexpected turn of events. In light of everything that's been revealed, it seems the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb. And it seems Mr. Paul Addison Wimperson can be considered a suspect in Dr. Buff's murder.
Apollo, I want to thank you for everything. Thanks to you, I didn't have to keep bending the truth. I don't know what I would have done without you. Don't mention it.
You were amazing today, Apollo.
Well, I couldn't have done it without Dirk.
A dragon never yields.
Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get the truth. A dragon never yields. Every lawyer should take that to heart. As it seems both sides have no further objections, would Dirk Sunbody please take the stand? This court awards the orb to the Defiant Dragons per the stated transfer agreement. Yay, we did it. The case is over. We beat the game, chat. Should the Kingdom of Kurain claim ownership, the matter may have to be deliberated in court all over again. I just hope, or shall I say pray, that I'm not the judge presiding over that one. Ah, indeed, a trial like that might spark an international incident. Still, there are bigger and more momentous things astir in the air. The revolution. Dirk's really serious about this. This court is adjourned. Nice work, son! We finally broke it through that last obstacle on the road to revolution. Revolution. It just doesn't seem real. Yes, well, thank you actually defeated the Fighting Phoenix. All I can say is, that's my boy! Well, Mr. Wright did have his hands tied. Who knows if I had won if they had been able to fight me head on. I see more like you saved Mr. Wright. Saved him? Yeah, remember what he said? He didn't have to bend the truth anymore, and it was all thanks to you. I don't know about that. Still, I guess it is kind of nice to be appreciated. Mr. Duke? Now that the Holy Mother's face has been revealed, are you gonna have a spirit medium try channeling her? I, for one, would love to see the return of the legendary founder. Yeah, just think about it. Being able to speak to someone right out of his history books. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. What? Why? The face isn't enough. You also need the true name of the one you're intending to channel. Oh, right. Pearl mentioned something like that. And the founder's true name is only known to the priestess who's been crowned queen. In short, the only living person who knows is current queen of Kurain, Garan. Oh, so without her help, we won't be seeing the founder anytime soon. That's no fun. So, Dirk, what will you do now? First, I'll start by tracing the route by which the orb came into Dr. Buff's hands. We now know it was a politician that asked the doctor to study it. Isn't he the one who stole it? No, a political nobody like him couldn't get anywhere near the orb, let alone steal it. He must have had inside help. My money is somewhat connected to the royal family. Oh, right, you said something to that effect back in the cave. Whoever it may be, we need to expose their dirty scheme to the light of day. Well, I'm sure Mr. Wright has plenty of information, courtesy of a dirty client. He might be able to shed some light on this. Private Justice! That was fine work you did at the trial today. You did your sergeant proud. Back at you, Sarge. It took real courage to leave your room like that. It's all thanks to you and Corpse Woman Sykes. Poor Woman Sykes. With my siege defense over, I could finally sally forth. But the battle's only just begun. One for me and me alone to fight. To lose your mother and then your father. What a terrible thing to endure. Yeah, being wheelchair bound doesn't help. Private Justice, I've been thinking. It's about time I stood on my own 2 feet. After all, I no longer have Papa to coddle me. Huh? I'm afraid I don't follow. Take a good look, soldier. This is one small step for man, and one giant leap for me. Hold my drone for me, would you, Private Justice? Yes, sir. What is she up to? She's standing?
What's this? Sarge, you mean your legs?
They're...
The doctor told me I was ready to walk again months ago. But if I admitted I could walk, I knew I'd have to leave the house. So I faked it.
Makes sense, but...
I kept pretending I couldn't walk. But I know Papa is watching over me now, and I'd hate to disappoint him. So, from this day forth, I'm going to march forward on my own 2 feet.
What a brave kid, trying to move forward like this. But it must be so hard this soon after her father's death.
Don't you ever stop. You just keep on walking, comrade. Stay brave, because there will be days when you'll want to stop. But I have faith you'll find a way to muster the strength to push through them.
Yeah, you could do it.
Hey, Daddy's back.
Mr. Wright! What's that look on his face for? Oh, Apollo! Is everything all right with Miss Faye? She's safe, for now. Well then, we better go save her quick! Where is she, anyway? I'm afraid I have some bad news. Huh? Maya's not here in the States. She's still in Kurain. And she's still being held hostage by the mastermind behind this whole thing.
The mastermind?
That's right. Politician Wimperson was nothing more than a pawn. Maya's true abductor is in the kingdom of Kurain.
What? I don't understand, Mr. Wright. What in the world's going on there?
But as shocking as that news was, it was only the beginning. The beginning of something big. Big enough to shake Kurain to its very core. Revolution. I was being swept up in a mighty wave that nothing could stop. Of course, at the time, I had no idea what the days ahead had in store for us. To be continued. Short break before we continue. I need to do a bit more if I want to have any hope of beating this game tomorrow. So we're going to take a short break here. I'll be back soon. Just refilling my water and stuff. All right. We all stretched up, chat? You ready to keep going? What do you mean Miss Faye is still being held hostage? And who's his mastermind? Politician Whipperson was nothing more than a puppet. His benefactor was the one pulling the strings, but I have no idea who they are. So all we know is that the person he was trying to give the orb to, right, he was just following orders. Whoever it is, it seems they really want to get their hands on the orb. So then Miss Faye's abduction is the work of this so-called benefactor too. Right again. Whoever they are, they're in Kurain, along with Maya. I wonder who they could be.
Right, this Maya, the spirit medium you've been talking about. She wouldn't happen to be that fun-haired young lady you defended back at Karain?
That's her. Why do you ask?
I see. I think I know what's going on here. I've got good news for you, right? Maya is somewhere safe. That much I'm sure of.
I'm afraid you lost me.
So that's who the little snot's patron is. It's all starting to make sense. That fool has no idea I'm here in the States with you all.
Dirk, you mind filling us in? No caller ID. I wonder who's calling. Hello?
Mr. Phoenix Wright, yes?
Let me start by thanking you for taking such good care of my subordinate. Who is this? I believe you know me as Mr. Attition's benefactor.
Ugh!
Sounds like they're using a voice changer or something to disguise themselves. Where's Maya? Is she safe?
I had my ears on today's proceedings. What a shock it was to hear that the key to solving the orb's riddle is a spirit medium. I admit, I did not see that coming.
Wait, did they plant a listening device in here somewhere?
Nevertheless, don't think for a minute that it will guarantee Maya Faye's safety. She is not the only medium within my reach, you see.
You harm a hair on Maya's head and you'll have to answer to me.
Right, give me here for a second.
Wait. Hey there.
How's it going, stranger? Who is this?
Why, it's your friendly neighborhood dragon.
I just happened to be on the US on a little trip. Minister of Justice, Igna Karkul Karain. Igna? What? Maya's kidnapper? Is Karain's Minister of Justice? Dirk? Is that you dirty turncoat? What at the blazes is going on here? Don't you know? Just popped over to the States for a little R&R. Put it up about me, Igna. That was a poor excuse for a bluff you just pulled there. We both know your threats are as empty as your head. You can't lay a hand on Maya Fey, and I do mean that literally. Ugh.
What is he talking about?
You could kiss your chances of getting the orb goodbye.
Maya Fey, my only, how should I say, assurance, you know, Dirk.
What?
I've got someone dear to you right in the palm of my hand, see? Now that one, well, you can imagine the kind of things I could do, right? Glad you're seeing things my way. Meet me at Amara's tomb tomorrow, 3 p.m. sharp. And you better come alone, got it? If all goes well, the orb is all you'll need to get Maya Fey back.
Dirk, what's going on? You hurt him. I have to get back to Karain at once. What? Why? No time to explain. But are you even going to make it? What if there are no seats left on the next flight? Plus, you're a wanted man. They're not going to just let you get on a plane. Let me worry about that, Mr. Justice. Oh my gosh. Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth? What are you doing here? Taking care of the hostage situation.
Oh, now that you mention it, Pearl did say that she saw you around Karain Village. I had him look into a few things while I was on my way back from Karain. Including Maya's situation, of course.
I was astonished to hear she was still in Karain earlier. But it explained why I found no connection between her and Mr. Attition.
Sorry to interrupt, but going back to the plane situation.
I've taken the liberty of charting one for us. It's ready to take off at any time. And I will do what's necessary to hide the fact that Dirk 70 is on board.
Wow. Must be nice to be Chief Prosecutor.
Right, we have no time to lose. We must head for Karain at once.
Right. I'm going too. After all, you're bound to need my help. No fair, I want to go too. This isn't a vacation, Trucy. Besides, I'll need you to hold down the fort.
But Daddy!
I guess I should also only bring what's necessary. Sorry, Trucy, but will you mind holding on to this stuff for me? The necessary evidence foisted onto Trucy.
Fine, but you better bring me back something besides just more evidence.
Our evidence just got fucking destroyed, chat. All gone.
Those are the profiles got destroyed too. Excellent. Now let us make haste to Crane.
And that's how our sudden trip to the kingdom of Korain began. I never imagined I'd return to the country of my youth under such circumstances, though. Oh, I forgot I had an iced tea here, and I didn't fucking open it or drink it. Well, time to drink it now. Temple. That was a long flight. It's already 2:30 in the afternoon. Talk about cutting it close. Is it still iced? No, unfortunately. It's kind of flat. The Kingdom of Korain. This is no time to reminisce, but I gotta say, this place sure brings back memories. Hurry up, Apollo. Right behind you.
Amara's tomb is located in the courtyard of Garan Palace. We should have just enough time to get there.
Then let's sprint there. Think you can keep up, Apollo? Sure, no sweat.
I'll contact the royal family and the local police and inform them of our arrival.
Thanks, Edgeworth. May 18th, 2:45 p.m. Garan Palace, Royal Residence.
I wasn't made for all the running and climbing and near drowning I've done this week.
It's 2:45, only 15 minutes left.
See that cylindrical building rising in the distance? That's Amara's tomb.
Amara. Wasn't it the previous queen? The one who was assassinated?
Yes, and I'm the one they pinned it on.
It will take a few minutes to get to the tomb from here. So you have returned, Barbed Head.
Ah!
I've seen her before on the news. If I remember correctly, this is the crown princess Raifa Padma Karain. What are you people doing here? This is the royal residence. Commoners are not allowed entry without permission. A prosecutor from the States should have already called and requested permission for us to enter. As to why we're here, Your Benevolence, have you seen Miss Minister Ingna? If you seek my father, I just saw him heading towards Amara's tomb. Was he with anyone? You know, like someone shady looking underlings or something? No, he was alone. Why do you ask? Looks like she has no idea about Miss Faye's abduction. You hear that? I think we have company.
Bow down before her glory! Her Eminence, Queen Garan, Grand Priestess of Korain approaches!
Huh? Garan?
Ah! It's... Queen Garan!
Guards. Surround Amara's tomb at once.
Yes, Your Eminence!
What's she doing? Is she going to help us? Excuse me, Your Eminence. So our barbed-head lawyer returns. May we presume you are here for Maya Fey, the spirit medium who has been abducted? Yes, you may. Allow us to apologize for the criminal actions of our husband. Oh, no need to apologize for him. Honestly, Igna, abducting a guest in our country, How could you? Father? Abducted someone? Your Eminence, what about those soldiers over there? Okay, just making sure the profile's text lines up. They are the Grand Royal Guard, soldiers who serve the crown and no other. Royal Guard? They are an elite force selected from only the most loyal and outstanding of our subjects. And why have you ordered them to surround the tomb? The police will not come if it's my husband who is committing the crime. We shall have to storm the tomb and take Minister Igna into custody ourselves. What? You mean... Garad, no! His hostage is in there! Dirk, how dare you set foot in the palace? Have you come to turn yourself in? Listen, we need to call a truce for now. The Grand Royal Guard, seize this traitor of the crown. As you wish, Your Eminence! Resist and you die! Well, wait a sec. Slow down there, Karan. I'm here to conduct a hostage exchange. But if you take me in now, my FA is as good as dead. A hostage exchange? And why would he choose to do such a thing with you? We can talk about that later. Right now, I need to get in there before it's too late. If I can't resolve this in 20 minutes, you can storm the palace. Now then, if you'll excuse me. Dirk, wait! Guards, allow the insurgent Dirk Samari to pass. Barbed Head, you have some explaining to do. Right. Well, while we're waiting here, Apollo, why don't you explain the situation? What? Me? Leave nothing out, Hornhead, or I'll dethrone you where you stand. Hornhead? She doesn't waste any time coming up with nicknames. And what's with the attitude? Her father's the one who abducted Miss Faye. Do my ears deceive me, or did I hear talk of my father abducting someone? Oh, you heard right. He abducted Maya Faye and... Insolent fool! Pardon my rudeness. A gentle soul such as my father could not have possibly committed such a crime. Gentle? You think he's gentle? I'm afraid it's true, Your Benevolence. He's held up in that tomb as we speak. Really? I find this difficult to believe. Why would he do such a thing? Your Benevolence, you saw your father heading towards the tomb? I did. I was over on that veranda, deep in thought, when I saw him hurrying towards the tomb. I'd say it was about 10 minutes ago. Why was he rushing? Maybe he was worried he'd be late? Did you see anyone else heading for the tomb? I saw no one else after he entered. So Minister Inga and Miss Faye are the only ones in there besides Daruk? Besides Dirk? Who knows, but I wouldn't be surprised if he had a minion or two with him. Dirk, I sure hope he's alright. It's only been 5 minutes? It feels like an eternity. Patience, Apollo, patience. Duran Palace. Royal residence. It's been almost 20 minutes. What's taking Dirk so long? The appointed time has come. A royal guard shall now storm in. Can't you wait just a little longer? No, we cannot. Every second we wait puts the hostage's life in even more danger. Therefore, we see no alternative but to order our guards to storm in. But that'll put Miss Faye's life in danger too. Guards! Storm the tomb and seize Minister Igna, along with the insurgent, Dirk Sadmati. Yes, Your Eminence! What? Dirk's under arrest too? Naturally, that traitor has assassinated my predecessor, Queen Amara. Now go, seize them both. Hurrah, we're going in! Follow the men! For Her Eminence, Uti Hara Garan! I hope no one gets hurt. Your Eminence! What the? Why are they running back out? What is the meaning of this? Something terrible has happened! Dirk, the minister! He's dead! What's this? What? Apollo, quick! I'm right behind you. No one enters without our... Come, let us see what has transpired. Yes, Your Eminence! May 18th. Garan Palace. Amara's tomb. Where's Dirk? Apollo, over there! Dirk? Dirk! What? What have you done? Apollo? Look! So it is Minister Igna who has fallen. Guards! Seize this murderous man at once! Yes, Your Eminence! Surrender now or perish, rebel scum! No, wait! Ah! The fuck's going on? Dirk! They're taking him away! Thud. Ow! Dirk just threw something at me! Wait! This is the... Is he telling me to keep it safe? Nick? Is that you? But Maya! Are you alright? Dirk, he saved me. I feel exhausted. I can't keep my eyes open. Maya! Minister Igna, the man behind Miss Faye's abduction, had been killed, and Dirk was arrested for his murder. So it was that the abduction of Maya Faye came to a sudden and unexpected resolution. With this, the curtain fell on the minister, but things were far from over. May 18th, Garan Palace, Royal Residence. Apollo, what happened? I can't say for sure, but from what I could tell, it seems Dirk has killed Minister Igna. What? You think he did it to save Miss Faye? Most likely, but who knows? I'm really confused right now. But my father, this cannot be. I must see for myself. Your benevolence, we cannot allow you to pass. Fools, stand aside. Forgive us, but we have direct orders from Her Eminence, Queen Garan. Father, oh father. Dirk, you will pay for this. Apollo, let's go regroup somewhere. Yeah. Dirk, it wasn't really you that did it, right? Are you okay, Apollo? Yeah. Ezra's speaking with the local police, so let's sit tight until he returns. Okay. I know you must be in a state of shock right now, but I need you to stay with us, Apollo. He's right. I can't go to pieces now. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'll be fine. Right, Mr. Justice. I'm afraid I have some bad news. It looks like things will only get more complicated from here. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what's happening with Dirk? As I understand it, he has been officially charged with the murder of Minister Igna. He has? However, I did manage to get his permission to investigate the crime scene, and I expect we'll be allowed to visit Mr. Sudbody shortly. Thank you. I'm sure glad Prosecutor Edgeworth is here with us. Also, it just so happens that Detective Sky is here in Karain, so I've asked her to assist us with our investigation. What? What is she doing here? It seems Prosecutor Sudbody has grown quite fond of her. He's been ferrying her around all over the place. A few days here, a few days there. They've almost become a team of sorts. Despite what Nayuta says, it seems he thinks highly of Emma's skills. So what now, Apollo? I think I'll go pay Dirk a visit at the detention center. I want to go check in on Maya at the hospital. What about you, Athena? Well, if there's footwork to be done, I'd better stick with Apollo and give him a hand.
Very well, then I will accompany Right.
Okay, we'll go our separate ways for now. All right, if anything comes up, you have my cell number. Do you know your way around here, Apollo? It's been over 10 years since I left, but I'll try not to get us hopelessly lost.
Apollo, here to see your old man, are you?
Dirk, are they done interrogating you?
Nope, the fun hasn't even started. I imagine they'll really rake me over the coals, though.
I don't even want to think about how harsh their interrogation method will be. Yeah, but that's nothing compared to what they'll do if they find him guilty.
They've branded me a terrorist who killed the previous queen, and now the justice minister. If found guilty of these crimes, I'll be facing a very public execution.
Public execution?
This is worse than I thought. Come on, son, turn that frown upside down. You'll jinx us. As soon as I get out of here, I'll take you to that tasty hash house I know.
I'd like that. I really need to focus on what happened. Time to switch to work mode. Dirk, can you tell me what happened? Oh, and there's also something I want you to take a look at. Dirk, what happened in there? You didn't really kill Minister Igna, did you?
Well, the thing is, I really don't know.
Huh?
I remember seeing the mural of the founder right as I entered the tomb, but I got all dizzy immediately after that. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand and covered in Igna's blood.
So you don't remember meeting with him?
No. The last thing I remember after entering the tomb is feeling really dizzy.
There's no way he can explain what happened if he can't remember anything.
Yeah. I suppose there's no getting out of this one.
But we can't give up yet.
I was just messing with you, son.
Well, stop. It's not funny.
Sorry.
Sheesh, nothing seems to faze him, not even being arrested for murder.
This is going to be one tough case, Apollo. Not only have I been charged with Igna's murder, but I've also been charged with Amara's assassination from 23 years ago.
You're on trial for 2 charges?
Garana's practically licking her chops just thinking about my public execution. Guess it means we can't afford to lose our heads, huh?
I don't know how you can laugh at a time like this.
So, son, I take it you'll be defending me at the trial?
Of course. You can count on me.
That's my boy! Looks like your nerves are as steely as those vocal cords of yours. After all, you've got the Defense Culpability Act to contend with, too.
Oh, right. So if you're found guilty, then I'll be charged with the same double homicide, huh?
Don't tell me you forgot about that!
I'll be fine. I just have to make sure we win this one.
You sure? Because you don't sound very fine.
Apollo? What was that about an assassination 23 years ago? About that incident 23 years ago. That was when the previous queen, Amara, was assassinated, wasn't it?
Yes, somebody sent her private residence on fire. She lost her life in the ensuing blaze.
And you were arrested for the crime? Why would they arrest you, Mr. Sadmati? Weren't you just a lawyer back then? What relation could you have had with the queen?
About that. Amara was, well, she was my wife. I may not look the part, but I was once a husband to a queen. In short, I was royalty.
What? No way! Are you saying you won the heart of the reigning queen?
Come on, you're talking to a guy who's honed his prowess against witnesses on the stand. Even a queen is no match for this dragon's glare.
Wow, you're really something else. So was a verdict ever reached, Jerk?
I acted as my own attorney and won. Until I was accused of fabricating evidence, that is. Then it all went south.
Now, where have I heard a story like that before? What happened after that?
I made a run for it.
You ran? But why?
I didn't kill Amara, and I didn't fabricate any evidence. But if I had stuck around for a retrial, I had been found guilty for sure. I couldn't allow that to happen. Amara's true killer would never face justice if I did. So I left my law practice behind and went underground.
That was 23 years ago. Are you telling me that after all these years, you still haven't discovered the truth?
Yeah. The fact that it was an arson means that the crime scene was reduced to ashes. There is little in the way of evidence left. It's just been brick wall after brick wall.
I guess that means it's all up to me to figure it out, huh? Along with Minister Igna's murder, of course. I think I'm going to be sick.
Come on, son, don't look so down. With you on the case, it'll work out somehow.
I hope he's right.
Say, son, do you remember my office?
Sure, I remember that messy, dimly lit room.
The file I've amassed on Amara's assassination is kept there. I think it might help you on this case. Do you remember how to get there?
Let me think. I recall going in through a manhole. How could I not, Dirk? I hated how I was like so dirty getting there. And that stench. That old case is important too, but I should probably focus on the minister's murder first.
I see you got it safely out of the tomb.
Why did you throw it at me like that?
I want you to listen carefully, son. That orb must not fall into Kuran's hands. Not ever.
I thought Minister Igna was the one who was after it. He was the one who lent it to Professor Buff to study, after all. So haven't you exposed his crime now?
I have, but there's more connected to this relic than meets the eye. Much more. And whatever it is, I can't help feeling that it could turn this entire kingdom upside down.
You said something like that before. Looks like Dirk's intuition is at it again.
Kuran will do anything to retrieve this. So guard it well, son. At least until tomorrow's trial.
I'm afraid your time is up. Nayuda, it's time for the prisoner's interrogation. So be gone, you putrid-headed criminal abetting voyeur.
Wait, don't tell me. You're the prosecuting attorney?
What? But that would mean... Is there a problem here?
You bet there is. He's your father.
And your point is? My relation to the accused is irrelevant. The fact remains, I am a prosecutor.
No, that's not what
I don't think I'm getting through to him.
Nayuda, long time no see, son. How have you been? Look, I hear you've been serving Kuran, rather faithfully, in fact. Whatever happened to our dream of taking her down and changing the country, son?
The past is the past.
What do you mean? What do you do? Why are you doing this?
It's simple. People change. The Nayuda you knew exists no more.
Listen, son, I don't know what made you change like this. But you're still my boy, even if you prosecute my case. The rest of the Defiant Dragons and I eagerly await your return. Whenever you're ready, we'll welcome you back with open arms.
As I said, I've moved on. And let us waste no more time, for flowers do not blossom simply from talk of the past. Nayuda, why do I get the feeling there's something he wants to say but can't? Guard, move the accused to the interrogation room.
Yes, sir. This way, you rebel scum. Ow, watch it. Not so rough, will you?
Nayuda, is he seriously going to prosecute his own father? Crime scene time. So, this is the tomb of Amara, the previous queen of Kurain. It's really lavish. I guess you could say it's fit for a queen. Is the faceless woman that mural over there Amara? No, that's the Holy Mother. She's the one who brought spirit channeling to Kurain. Oh, right, the woman in the orb. Oh, it's you two, getting right down to business, I see. Hi, Emma. We heard you'd give us a hand if we needed it. Yep, Mr. Edgeworth asked me to help where I could. So it's been quite a while since you've been back in Khura'in, I hear. Yeah, more than 10 years, in fact. Well, you sure didn't waste any time. I mean, you're already mixed up in a murder. You're as big trouble magnet as Mr. Wright. Please don't say that. My luck's already bad enough as it is. Emma, I hear Prosecutor Satnati has requested your services again. He seems to have really taken a liking to you. You mean his ephemeral holiness? Ah, she hates him. I don't mind that he approves of me and my abilities. It's just his people skills need some serious work. But when he manages to smile and compliments my work, it's hard to say no. Plus, working on investigations overseas is an amazing experience. I'm flying back and forth been here and there a few days with no days off. That's been tough, and the lack of sleep has been brutal on my skin. To make matters worse, the defendant in this case is someone I know. I mean, how can this get any worse? Sounds like they got one complicated prosecutor-detective relationship going on. Emma, have you determined the cause of death? Blood loss from a stab wound. A single stab in the back was enough to cause the victim to bleed to death. The estimated time of death is 3 p.m., which is when Dirk came onto the scene. Any suspects behind Dirk? No. He, Maya, and the minister were the only ones here. What's my favorite choice of snack? I don't really eat snacks all that often, to be quite honest. And Maya had been tied up until she was freed by the Queen's Royal Guard. Could someone have been hiding somewhere in here? Not likely. I was told this tomb was searched from top to bottom right after the murder. And during that time, the Royal Guard set up a perimeter to prevent anyone from escaping. In other words, the crime scene was completely sealed off? It would appear so. No way for a third party to escape without being spotted, so... Great. It's another one of those convoluted locked room mysteries. I'll just eat both, Steve-ish. It's worth it. I don't even eat weed. He was the Kingdom Minister of Justice, correct? Yes. Igna Karkul Khura'in was the second most powerful figure in Khura'in. Plus, he was married to the Queen. It seems strange that someone of his status would abduct someone. Apparently, he only told a few of his most loyal subordinates about his plan. That way, there was little chance of the police or even the Queen finding out. What was Igna hoping to gain by getting his hands on the orb? That I don't know, but I'm working on it. I wonder if it really was for what politician Wimperson said. I was delivered to my benefactor at all costs. I don't eat snacks. More like I just don't buy snacks. What do they want for a relic anyway? It's nothing to do with an old legend. The paper seeks the great power said to be granted to whoever solves its secret. A great power that is said to be bestowed on whoever solves the orb's secret. In Khura'in, only those who can channel spirits are said to be fit to rule. Was that why Igna wanted such power? Did he want to be king? Yeah, I'm just picking up the rest of the KFC I got. This is the tomb of the previous queen? Yes, Queen Amara was laid to rest here. She lost her life in an arsonist blaze. What a tragic end. I heard this tomb sits on the actual site of her residence, before it was burned down. They built it on the same spot so her soul could rest in peace. So this is where the fire happened, huh? Why do you think Minister Igna was holding Miss Faye captive here? It's the perfect spot if you think about it. It's close to his private quarters, which made it easy to keep an eye on his prisoner. And the courtyard is only open to the royal family, so he had little fear of prying eyes. Plus, the tomb is normally locked, and only the royal family is allowed access. So that's why he picked this place. How long had Miss Faye been held captive? About 6 days. Really? That long? It appears that she was severely weakened by her prolonged confinement. She passed out as soon as she was freed and is now has an IV drip at the hospital. She's been asleep ever since. Poor Miss Faye. I hope she gets better soon. Emma, do you mind if we start looking around? Sure, I've already got the okay. Knock yourselves out. Oh, and here. It's a diagram the police drew of the tomb. I thought I'd give you a copy to help your investigation along. Thank you. Tomb diagram added to the court record. Oh, and let me know if you need any forensic expertise. Don't you keep all the fun to yourselves, you hear? You don't need to worry about that. Besides, I'd hardly classify this as fun. Gotta get the evidence in the lage. Boom. Evidence updated. So this is the Mara sarcophagus. Let's take a closer look. Hey, these curtains open, Apollo. That's one big sarcophagus. They say the mummy of Amara, the former queen, rests inside. A mummy, huh? Rats, it's locked. Hey, don't touch that! You mean we can't search inside it? Not a chance. Besides, it's not something anyone would try opening anyway. What if the real killer's hiding inside? Hey, anyone in there? Don't do that! You're gonna get us cursed! Cursed? The queen likely bears a grudge towards the living after such a violent, painful death, so no one dares touch the sarcophagus for fear of incurring her wrath. Oh no, Apollo. What am I gonna do? Don't look at me. In any case, the sarcophagus is temperature controlled. It's kept really cold to preserve the mummy. So even if someone did decide to hide in it, they would eventually freeze to death. I see. Still, if they bundled up, I bet a person could hide in there for a little while. It's full of ash. They must burn incense in here. So I was wondering, Apollo, did the ash come from the incense sticks that were burned in this? Or do people put their incense in after there was already ash in here to hold them up? Don't be silly, Athena. The answer is simple. The ash is the product of prayers from the countless visitors who came here. It's not a chicken or the egg kind of thing. Oh, that's an interesting take on it. It's so much more poetic than mine. It looks like the Holy Mother was painted here to watch over Amara's sarcophagus. So it's like, this tomb is protected by the founder? That must be so reassuring to those she left behind. Only one problem. They didn't paint the eyes she needs to do to watching. Come to think of it, she doesn't have a mouth to smile down on the tomb with either. It's actually kind of creepy. I wonder if being watched over by something like that gives the queen nightmares. They all have puffed cheeks. It's part of the face tracking package. I just had it disabled usually, but I decided to just re-enable it because whatever. It's full of ash. My guess would be this is an incense burner. Hey, look, Apollo. There's something in the ashes. Let's see what it is. Is that a gemstone? I wonder what it's doing here. I've got this one covered, Apollo. Would you like to hear my brilliant theory? Well, I guess it wouldn't do any harm. You know how those people make wishes by throwing coins into a fountain, right? Well, you know, on second thought, I'm good. What? You sure you don't need to hear my theory? I was about to get to the good part. Let's just ask Emma. That'll be much quicker. Excuse me, Emma. What's this gemstone doing here? Oh, that. It's not a gem, it's a button. Albeit a very expensive one from the victim's jacket. Must have fallen off and gotten in there somehow. See, every puzzle has an answer, Athena. Well, I thought my idea was pretty good. Wait, what's with this suit? See here on the gemstone? Hey, you're right. Wow, it's covered in blood. The blood spatter this large, it must have gotten all over the killer too. Come to think of it. There was blood on Dirk's clothes. The circumstantial evidence points to Dirk being the killer. That's what I'd conclude if I were a cop too. Why are things already so bleak for me? Guess this is where Igna collapsed when he died. Better take a closer look. So this is the murder weapon. Emma, did you find any prints on it? Yep, and they were super clear. They belonged to one Dirk Samadi. That's not good. Were there any others? There was one more print from another individual, but it was too smudged to identify. It's probably an old print from someone else who had handled the knife. Oh. Yet another piece of unhelpful info added to our ever-growing pile. I wonder if this is Igna's cell phone. It should be. His fingerprints are all over it. Do you know if he talked with anyone recently? There were a few calls logged between him and his underlings. They're all members of the secret police who were directly under the minister's control. You mean like spies? I don't think that's quite it. So the minister was armed, huh? Mm-hmm. That's a 4-shot pistol. He had it for self-defense, apparently. But it won't be firing anything anytime soon. Hmm? He was carrying a broken gun for show? No, we recovered a bullet here. Which means the gun probably broke as the minister fired its last round. Thing is, the gun's chamber are all empty. Yet that one bullet is the only bullet we could find. That's strange. Where did the other 3 go? Maybe Dirk ate them. We can ask the next time we see him. Just be ready for his predictably shocking answer. They've already taken the body away. Kinda sad how familiar I've become with body outlines. I have a photo of the body if you're interested. He was stabbed right in the back. The poor guy was practically skewered. What's he wearing on his arms? Those are the cuffs of justice. It seems to be a tradition here for the Minister of Justice to wear those forearm cuffs. They look like they're made of a thick fabric, so I guess they aren't for protection. Maybe they're for keeping his sleeves out of the way when handling documents. Yeah, that's probably their original purpose. But over the years, the reason for wearing them was probably forgotten. But now they're just one of many traditional things that people do without knowing why. Oh, I get it. Kind of like the way you roll up your sleeves, huh? Or your psychology, if we're going there. I happen to know why I started, thank you very much. Crime photo added to the court record. Miss Faye was apparently tied to this chair. Let's take a closer look. We should try to cover every angle possible here. Let's use WASD to change our perspective and take a careful look around. Wait, no, I wasn't ready yet. Fuck. Look, there's a bloodstain on one of the chair legs. Really? Hey, you're right. I completely missed that. Let's move the chair so we can check under it. There's more blood under the chair leg. I wonder what it's doing there. I have some luminol here. Why don't you do some testing around it? Look! The bloodstain leads all the way to the sarcophagus. Emma, is this Minister Igna's blood? Hold on one second. Huh? That's strange. I didn't get a match. So then, whose blood is it? Dirk and Miss Faye weren't wounded as far as we know. And the blood's been wiped up by someone for some reason. Yeah, that is strange too. A mysterious bloodstain. Poor Miss Faye. She must have been tied up to this chair. I can just imagine how much her backside must have hurt after sitting here for so long. Bro, my backside is hurting from sitting in this chair for so long. Really cramps your tail up. Ugh. Would have been torture for you, I bet. I mean, you don't know how to sit still. If I thought you mean I like to stay active, then I have to agree with you. Sarcophagus is surrounded by a curtain. I bet someone could have hidden behind it. True, but that's one of the many places the royal guard checked after storming in. Wow, they were really thorough. Yes, well, apparently one of their members loves mystery novels. He peered into every nook and cranny with an almost frightening amount of gusto. And when he was done, he said, "Very interesting. It's like one of those locked room mysteries." Sounds like he's in the wrong line of work. I respect that guard. It's funny because I'm not even shrimping in my chair, dude. I think my chair just ass. I might need a new chair. This is the grape juice Igna was drinking. He was probably nervous before his meeting with Dirk. So he drank grape juice? I'm not seeing the logic here. Mr. Wright told me about it when he was hospitalized a few years ago. He said grape juice is something in it that helps you relax. Yeah, grape juice. Yeah, not wine. Really? Are you sure he was talking about regular, plain old grape juice? Because it sounds like he was talking about the fermented variety. No, he couldn't have meant that. I mean, we're talking about a medical facility. They wouldn't have allowed something like that in. Right, let's just leave it at that. Is this supposed to be Amara channeling a spirit? It looks like the spirit of some country's sultan or something. And she seems to be conveying something to his retainers. She's on fire! This must be Amara's assassination as allegedly carried out by Dirk. This really made him look evil. This is the weirdest one of all. Is that supposed to be Dirk facing his punishment in the afterlife? Anyway, I guess that's the last one. I guess we're supposed to see this as a happy ending? Yeah, except nobody came out of this story happy. A baby on a lotus blossom? That's one strange painting. Apparently that part of a mural depicted the life and times of Queen Amara. You know, like a storyboard or something. So that baby is supposed to be Amara? This one depicts Amara preaching to the faithful. It's hard to put into words, but I've never seen anything like it. Let's see, the next one is... Is that Dirk? Why does he have horns? My best guess is it depicts the first time Amara and Dirk met. So he's supposed to be some kind of demon who's seducing her? Well, he was successful since they got married after that. The mural continues on the opposite wall. And we've already seen it. Someone could have hid behind these curtains. Here, I'll go give it a try. Well, can you tell if I'm hiding here? No, I can't tell at all. That's it! That's the perfect hiding place! We did it, Apollo! We solved the case! Sorry to burst your bubble, but the Royal Guard searched the tomb high and low right after they stormed in, and they said no one else was in here besides Minister Igna, Dirk, and Miss Faye. Well, back to the drawing board, I guess. My brilliant deduction destroyed in 3 sentences! It's like a small army of monks all neatly lined up. Looks like they're facing the sarcophagus in prayer. If you look carefully, each one has a slightly different expression. Wonder if they used real people as models. Some are frowning, some are smiling. There's one that looks like he's trying his hardest not to burst out laughing. Really? I wonder why. Maybe it's like those times when things are so intense you can't help but laugh? You know, like at funerals and stuff. They went through all the trouble of depicting that. Talk about going overboard. What have I not fucking... One of the statues is broken. Let's take a closer look. There's something shiny down there. It's a pendant. There's blood on it. I wonder who it belongs to. All we know is it's not the victims. No one in the royal family recognized it. Emma, did you lift any fingerprints from it? I did, but I wasn't able to get a clean one. That's too bad. But the blood turned out to be the victims. That means it must have fallen here in the course of the murder. It might be Dirk's. I should ask him about it later. Look, there's a bullet here. It's from the pistol the victim was carrying. My guess is he tried to shoot his attacker but missed, and the bullet ended up here. We've already determined the rifling marks to be a match to his gun. Rifling marks? Aren't those? Oh, no! Not again! No, we're good. Lawyers think they're so smart. Oh, thank God. We can realize you can hear you. Thank fucking God. Thank you, Apollo. You saved me. It's a Megatama, I think. Did it come from the broken statue? Look, Apollo, there's another one. But the other statues only have one each. Hey, you're right. Maybe the statue was special or something? I think we've covered just about everything. Maybe we should go over what we learned so far? For starters, we're dealing with a locked room murder. But instead of the tomb being locked, it was being cordoned off by the Royal Guard. And after the murder, no one was found to be hiding inside. Right. In addition, we also know that Dirk's fingerprints are all over the murder weapon. The curtain around the thing, the blood must have also gotten the killer when they were stabbing the minister from behind. Dirk had blood on him when the crime was first discovered. Unfortunately, he doesn't remember what happened. This is not good. So what we know so far is things could be worse for our case. And that's still an understatement somehow. Yeah, it's looking pretty grim. Oh, if you two are done here, I'll have to ask you to leave. Come on, scoot. Something wrong, Emma? Why are you trying to give us the boot? It's just easier if you're not here when his ephemeral holiness arrives. Ah! Well, too late. Speak of the devil. Prosecutor Sabati! Detective Sky, it seems you've spoken at length with these two lawyers. I do hope you've also kept an eye on them. Yes, of course! Like a hawk! They didn't touch a single thing! Give a lawyer an inch and they'll take a mile. Never forget that. There's that look of distrust again. Hey, Nayuta, do you really believe that Dirk's guilty? And are you seriously going to prosecute this case? I mean, he's your father. You were once part of the Defiant Dragons, weren't you? Hey, Nayuta, wait! I said wait! Come on, Athena, after him. Huh? Oh, look, right behind you. Nayuta, would you stop already? What do you want? It's about Dirk. Would you please hear me out? I fail to see why I should. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Hold it!
Nayuta! Are you afraid of what I might have to say? If not, then there's no harm in listening, right? Very well. Speak. But make it quick. There's much I must do. Why does everything have to be so difficult with you? So I know you'll be prosecuting Dirk's case, but aren't there any other prosecutors in this country? Why does it have to be you? Her Eminence, Queen Garan, personally requested that I serve as prosecutor. She did? That would make it hard to say no. Her Eminence thinks highly of my prosecutorial skills. Still, she didn't have to ask you to handle the case against your own father. Be honest, you really don't want to do this, do you? You speak of love and sentiment. I guess so. I do not deny such human emotions. But the law is the law, and placing personal feelings above it is beyond reprieve. Do you disagree? Well, no, I don't disagree, but civilizations only exist due to the confines of the law. Without them, love and sentiment would lack the fertile soil they need to flourish. Do you disagree? No, but the law must be obeyed. This truth sits above all else, including personal feelings. Therefore, whether or not I am the son of the accused is of no consequence. It is that simple. Or would you say otherwise? But... Come on, Apollo, tell him how wrong he is. But don't you, wish it wasn't that way? It appears I've wasted my breath on you. And the winner is Prosecutor That Body. Still spewing empty words devoid of meaning or consequence, I see. You putrid red pepper. I know I'm right. But did he have to be so eloquent about his point? It's like he's trying to cover something up with his pretty words. Oh, I'd cut back on the debates with him if I were you. Just stick to questions like the one you wanted to ask. I want to ask you about that hostage situation. Ignis said that he had someone dear to Dirk in the palm of his hand, and he was using that person, along with his hostage, as leverage in obtaining the orb. That's news to me. Well, that's what Ignis said.
My affair, my only, how I should say, insurance, you know, Dirk.
What?
I've got someone dear to you right in the palm of my hand, see? Now that one, well, you can imagine what kinds of things I could do, right? Glad you're seeing things my way.
Well, the impression Dirk had no choice but to follow Ignis' demands after he heard that. But who do you suppose this special person is? I wouldn't know. My bracelet's reacting. Hey, Nayuda, about what you just said. Ouch! My bracelet is crushing my wrist! Oh, that really hurts! The heck's going on? I'm wise to your tricks, you pupid pepper. That bracelet relaxes the anxieties of the people around you by squeezing your wrist. But now that I know how it works, I can make it tighten around your wrist anytime I wish. Consider this a warning. Ah! I don't know how he did it, but this renders my bracelet useless. Such devilry is powerless in the face of the Holy Mother's blessings. Motherfucker. Looks like your special power won't work against Sadmati, Apollo. We'll have to try something else. You're right. Just have to ask Dirk about this. It appears you intend to go through with a trial you have no hope of winning. Grow up, Mr. Justice. You're no longer children, you and I. I'm not the one who needs to grow up, Nayuda. In case you didn't hear, I won my last case against none other than Mr. Right. You tell him, Apollo. Is he mad? I can never tell with him. This trial is different. Your foolishness will only earn you a death sentence for aiding and abetting a criminal. And those who die as criminals are doomed to be reborn in the next life as something lower than a bug or a vegetable. You would be lucky to return to this realm as a patch of mold. Mold, that's pretty harsh. If you wish to avert such a fate, abandon this folly before it's too late. I don't care if I end up in the dollop of blue cheese dressing in my next life. I'm gonna defend Dirk in court. You fool. Know this. I intend to prosecute the accused with all my might, no matter what you say or do. Consider yourself forewarned. Now, if you will excuse me. Prosecutor Saimani knows his father will be publicly executed if he's found guilty. Yet, he won't even show an ounce of mercy. Nayuda, is this the real you? Have you really changed? Do you really plan on sending Dirk to his death? Do you even hear me? Don't Dirk and I matter to you anymore? To be continued.
stretch break. We're not going to go for too much longer because I think I'm getting close to the point where I could potentially stop and we'd be able to get through this trial tomorrow in like 7 hours, 8 hours or so stream. Are we halfway there yet? Maybe. We're getting close. But the final trial is very, very, very long, and there's still 2 more investigation segments left. They're probably short investigation segments from what I know, but overall, still a lot. I gotta go to the bathroom as well. All right, be right back, guys. All right. We're not gonna go for too much longer, but we're gonna go for a bit longer. I do want to get close to the end. Are we there yet? Not even close. Put it into perspective, the final trial takes about 7 hours, maybe longer. Well, it takes about 6, but I'm saying 7 because I expect us to get stuck and I have to read out the lines and stuff. I have to wait for chat to do stuff. So it'll probably take 7.5 hours. It is a very, very, very long trial segment. Now, we should be playing as Phoenix for this investigation segment, which means the profiles change. But because this is literally the only time you play as Phoenix, there is absolutely 0 point in me changing the description for the profiles around. There is no fucking point at all. But there is one thing I need to change. Immersion. What does it say for Apollo's age? He's 24. Maya passed out right after we found her in the tomb. Can't keep my eyes open. She's been out cold ever since. We haven't been able to get a word out of her. The doctor said it's just exhaustion, but I can't help but worry. What is it, right? Are you all right? Yeah, just thinking is all. I'm glad you're here, Edgeworth. We wouldn't have gotten the permissions we had without you. Well, I didn't come all this way to Korean to be useless. Speaking of the investigation, I received a few things from Detective Sky. They should prove to be useful to us as well. What's the point of giving Phoenix Wright his own evidence list? Like, what's the fucking point? You play as Phoenix for like such a short amount of fucking time. Whatever. Honestly, I'd have been so lost without him these past few days. You there! The barbed head lawyer, Phoenix Wright! Huh? You're from the Garan Royal Guard, right? I am Lucky, Royal Guard member and Her Eminence's shoulder rubber! His name is Lucky. Oh my god. God, fucking whatever. And he's also the shoulder rubber. That's very specific. And what does the royal shoulder rubber want with me? Wait, come to think of it, my shoulders are a bit stiff. Don't be absurd! I'm here for one purpose only. I'm to bring you before Her Eminence, Queen Garan, Grand Priestess of Karain. Will you comply? The Queen? What could she want with me? Yeah, we have. It's Igna something Karain or whatever. It's actually, I think it should be in here, right? Yeah, Igna Karkul Karain. I can't fathom why Queen Garan would summon you. I advise you to accept Her Eminence's gracious invitation. Royal shoulder rubber Lucky, was it? May I join Mr. Wright in his audience with the Queen? The name's Lucky! La apostrophe key! And all praise the omnipotent Queen Garan, for she already proceeded and approved your request, Queen Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. You are both to come with me! You mean to say Queen Garan seeks her every move? Yes, indeed. Her Eminence's spiritual power is immense. She can even see what's going on thousands of miles away. Right. I fear I'll lose my hearing next if we don't hurry. Yeah, me too. Why would the Queen herself summon me personally? What could she possibly be up to?
Ah, the barbed head lawyer has arrived. We bid you welcome. And you as well, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you. This place is still as magnificent as last time. We have heard much about you, Barbed One. It seems your bluffs and tomfoolery tends to leave our courts devastated in their wake. Is that what people have been saying about me?
Right. Where are your manners? Your Eminence, I am both humbled and delighted to be in your presence.
Oh, Your Eminence, glad to be here. Looks like you're doing well. Huh, it is all right. There is no need to keep your head bowed all day.
Yes, Your Eminence.
Rifa's not looking too good. I guess even she can't just bounce back from her father's murder. So what can I do for you, Your Eminence? We wish to question you about something related to the case at hand. Perfect, because I have a few questions of my own. We fear we do not fully comprehend what has transpired, but that we have summoned you here to further elucidate the situation. Is it true that our husband Igna has been seeking the Founder's Orb? That's right. He wanted to train a hostage for it. That's why he abducted Maya Fey. Insolent fool! Ow! That is a lie! A lie, I say! Father would have never done such a thing! But he did abduct Maya, that much is... I will not stand here and listen to this nonsense! You will pay for this, you... Ka-donk, ka-donk, ka-donk. Ow, 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 please, your benevolence! That is quite enough, Rifa. We understand your feelings, but fear he speaks the truth. For we believe we know why your father would do such a thing. Huh? We believe he was seeking the orb as a mean of obtaining spiritual power, and with it, he intended to usurp the throne. Mother! What do you mean, Your Eminence? Igna was planning a coup because he was dissatisfied with the current administration, and his secret police was the primary instrument of his treason. The secret police? They came up during the High Priest murder trial, too. An elite force under direct command of the Minister of Justice, in this case, Igna. The man who was hunting down rebels as Lady Kira was a member of that group. Indeed, Igna turned that once proud force into his own private army, and he intended on using them to launch a coup and assassinate us.
So Your Eminence had no control over them?
As much as it shames us to admit it, Khura'in is not the unified realm it would appear to be. We are truly sorry to have had to witness the dirty underbelly of our kingdom. How could Father... But know that Igna could not have become king simply through our assassination. For Khura'in, only those who possess spiritual power may sit on the throne.
I see. That explains why Minister Igna was seeking the Founder's Orb.
Barbed One, do you recall the man known as Peace Bin and Understandin'? Peace, Love, and Understandin'?
What about him?
He too was involved in Igna's machinations. Igna has bought his loyalty, ordered the man to steal the orb, and cover up the theft.
And then he sent the orb to the US for Dr. Buff to study. It's all coming together.
The capture of the infamous villain Dirk Sammani may prove to be the crowning achievement of our reign. Now perhaps the kingdom may return to the peace it once knew. Oh, what a joyous day.
Hail to Her Eminence, Queen Garan, Grand Priestess of Khura'in! Her Eminence spiritual power invoked a blessing straight from the Holy Mother!
I can see how her cronies would be elated at the prospect. But the queen herself seems almost giddy for someone whose husband was just murdered. Father. Rifa, on the other hand, doesn't appear to be taking it so well. About that incident that occurred 23 years ago, the one in which Dirk was accused of assassinating Queen Amara. Yes, he set fire to her private residence, burning my dear sister alive. Murder by arson. Only a demon would be capable of such a heinous crime. But that event also set the stage for you to become queen. What did you do before you were crowned queen, Your Eminence? As part of our training to be queen, we served in many different governmental positions, the longest of which was the previous Minister of Justice. It was in that position that we were best able to support our elder sister, Queen Amara. Interesting. That's her husband's position. Or at least it was. And when you ascended to the throne, you passed the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. What promoted you to pass something like the Defense Culpability Act, Your Eminence? The assassination of our dear sister Amara. When the infamous villain Dirk Sadmani was apprehended, he announced that he would act as his own lawyer. That's right, Dirk used to be a lawyer. Dirk had been an extraordinarily talented lawyer and highly esteemed by the people. But he falsified evidence in an attempt to win his own case. I see. But when the truth of his fabrications of the assassination of the Queen came to light, the people were devastated, and trust in the legal system plummeted. Now, why does that sound so familiar? Yeah, I wonder. In Korean, the Hall of Justice is a sacred space where victims receive their last rites. Should the people lose their faith in it, the kingdom would be shaken to its very core. That is why the Defense Culpability Act had to be passed. It was the only way to keep our legal system from tumbling into the abyss. So that's how you sought to eliminate the use of perjury and phony evidence, huh? But that law is what made lawyers go extinct in your kingdom. Now there's no one left to defend those who have been accused. We see how you could take issue with such a reality. However, we have not banned the act of lawyering itself. Those who are confident that they could prove their client's innocence are always welcomed to mount a vigorous defense, as you yourself have shown. Well, I guess so, but... Oh, lawyers, there's the possibility of false charges being filed and prosecuted. So long as our prosecutors continue to run nothing but perfect trials, there needn't be fear of such nefarious dealings. Do you disagree? Perfect prosecutors and their perfect trials, huh? Let's not get started down this path. Furthermore, here in Corinne, we have the divination seance. And so it is we no longer need lawyers, for the dead do not lie. Well, in the short time I've been here, I've beaten back false charges twice. And I found that cases built on the memories of the dead are less than perfect. So yes, I do take issue with the Defense Culpability Act, to say the least. Oh, such relentless rhetoric! Your reputation precedes you, barbed one. It feels as if we ourselves are being cross-examined. Oh no, that wasn't my intention. It is true that some feel that the Defense Culpability Act is a necessary evil at best, but it is a small sacrifice upon which the peace of our kingdom has been forged. If you consider executing innocent lawyers a small sacrifice, then sure. The fact is that following its passage, the crime rate here in Corinne dropped markedly. Therefore, we have no regrets concerning the enactment of the Defense Culpability Act. Really? None at all? Right, why don't we leave it at that? This isn't a court of law, after all. Yeah. About the flounder orbs that was to be exchanged for the hostage. It went missing after the murder. Would you happen to know anything about that? It's missing? I'm sure Dirk had it when he went into the tomb. If it wasn't there, I have no idea where it could be, Your Eminence. In that case, then perhaps Dirk has hidden it somewhere. Incidentally, there's the matter of that horned youth you were with. Oh, you must mean Apollo. From his odd hairstyle, may we assume him to be a relative? Perhaps your younger brother? No, you've got it all wrong. He's Dirk's son. Well, more like foster son. They're not actually related by blood. Dirk's? Royal Guard. Your Eminence! What's she whispering in that one guy's ear? Thank you for your time. The two of you may go now. Yes, Your Eminence. We'll be on our way. Okay, now what? Apollo and Athena have the murder scene investigation covered, so maybe we should go speak with the locals over at the bazaar? Was that a lion? Oh, that caught me by surprise too when I first heard it. It's the cry of a local bird known as a warbad.
A bird? That sounds like that? Sounds more like a beast than a bird, if you ask me.
It's a form of mimicry, you know, to help protect against predators and stuff.
Yes, well, can't say I've heard one quite like that before.
Oh, it's more than unusual. It's endangered. It's extremely rare to encounter one in the wild these days.
If it's so rare, then what's one doing out here in the middle of the bazaar?
You got me. Maybe it's got something to do with it being their national bird.
Ah! Was that a gunshot? Ha 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 ha! Finally a PW? What was that, Dats?
The Defiant Dragon's newest weapon. I call these puppies Dragon Snot Snaps. And you need those. Why? Because our hard work is starting to pay off. Thanks to our TV signal hijacking stuff, more and more people are joining our cause. But on account of that, the regime's been cracking down on us real tough like. Yeah, there's been a lot of going on lately. You can say that again. I mean, what with the high priest fake murder / suicide? People are calling it the DC Act tragedy, and it's causing a real public uproar. Hopefully this means Teresa's death won't be in vain after all. So how exactly is a handful of firecrackers going to help you guys anyway? It's simple. First I supply to our fellow rebels, then we use them as a diversion when we need to save Duran's goons. Huh? Like this.
Whoa! Will you cut that out? I'm not with the regime and I'm not chasing you.
Your reaction, that was priceless, PW! I guess I startled that warband too. It's a miracle no one's trying to arrest him while he's too busy laughing. You there.
You are one of those insurgents, are you not?
Yikes! Take that! And he's gone. And he's gone. And yeah, those firecrackers are more useful than I thought.
Barbed head.
Your benevolence. What can I do for you?
I wanted to speak with you about what my mother said. I do not believe a word of it. My father could not have been planning a coup.
Well, I can understand why you'd feel like that, but...
It was a setup. Someone must have been plotting against him.
How do you know that?
I just do, because the Holy Mother guides me. And it's the royal priestess I must uncover the truth for all to see.
Maybe this is just how Raifa expresses her sense of duty.
You're investigating this matter, are you not? Then rejoice, for I shall accompany you and bestow upon you the royal priestess's wisdom.
That's the best news I've heard all day, your benevolence. No one would dare get in our way with Raifa by our side. We humbly accept your offer, don't we, Edgeworth?
As you wish, right? Excellent. Then let's begin with my father's private quarters. We should be able to find some clues there. I shall expose this false charge for what it is, if it's the last thing I do.
Could it be? Is the reason she's defensive about Igna is because she's a daddy's girl?
Barbhead, let us not waste any time. My father's private quarters are located within the royal residence. Now follow me.
Wait! She's sure in a hurry.
Right, the minister's private quarters may hold evidence related to his murder as well.
Yeah, maybe we could kill two birds with one stone. Raifa's awfully fired up. I just hope she'll be ready for the truth we find. After all, it's hard to believe that Igna was not in full control of the whole affair. Now, if we could figure out which one of these buildings houses Igna's private quarters, that's where we'll find Raifa.
There are footprints coming from this residence.
Too bad they just kind of end. I wonder who made them and where they went. This overturned urn spilled water all over the place. It was already knocked over when we got here earlier after this noon, so we can rule out Athena at least.
Right. What does it say about you if your first suspect is your own subordinate?
Now, that's what I call an extravagant exterior. Is this where Igna's private quarters are? Watch your step, right? That urn's been knocked over, spilling water everywhere. Yeah, the ground's soaked. I wonder who did this. Sob. I think someone's in there. Father. Is that Princess Rifa? There were still so many things I wish to tell you. She always puts on such a brave face. But hearing her crying all alone, I can't help but think of Trucy. Father. Princess Rifa, are you in there? Ah! Just a moment, I'll be right out. I see you are finally here. Well, let us commence our investigation, shall we? Your benevolence? Maybe you should rest for a minute first. You were eavesdropping on me, weren't you? Oh, no, I mean, yes, sorry. I couldn't help overhearing. It wasn't like I was spying on you or anything. You stupid, stupid barbed head! Ow! You could have faked ignorance. It's as if your brain to mouth filter shuts off the moment you step out of the courtroom. I'm not that bad, Edgeworth. Anyway, what took you so long? I thought you would never get here. You have a lot of nerve keeping the crown princesses waiting. Oh, sorry. This was my father's residence. I've already unlocked it so you could go right in. Oh, and be careful. Some dingbat dog got in the courtroom and spilled water over there. A dingbat dog? That's right. The yappy mutt spilled a whole urn's worth. I wonder how it got into this area. Do you know what it looked like? I have better things to do than memorize what some stray dog looked like. Anyway, it's not worth talking about. Let's search my father's room, shall we? I really hope she's all right. Why does bro have a chair that looks like his coat? Like, for real, dude. What the fuck? What a mess. You could definitely tell a guy used to live in this room. Well, I guess Igna and I had at least that much in common. I'd rather have it attached to my body. Thank you very much, Stevish. Bah, this staff keeps getting in the way. Nanya! Oh! Huh? Where's Nina? Normally. She comes running whenever Rifa calls. That's right. Nina is what? Oh well, you, Barbhead, come, hold this staff for me. Why me? Just take it. It's too heavy, and I'm tired of holding it. How does Naya put up with this day in and day out? I'll just set it over here for now. Barbed Head. I, the Royal Priestess of Corinne, shall share my thoughts on the abduction. You will? Listen carefully, for such opportunities do not come often. Yes, of course. We'd be grateful to hear anything you'd like to share. My father was very likely seeking to obtain the Founder's Orb, but it was not for the purposes of a coup d'etat. It was all for my sake. For your sake? The Founder's Orb is capable of bestowing great spiritual power. My father truly believed that. And he wanted that power to be mine. I haven't finished my training and I still can't channel spirits. He was doing it for me. Right, I see. Well, do you understand why he did it now? I do, but it doesn't change the fact that Minister Igna was a kidnapper. Ah! But I guess you don't believe he is, do you? Ooh! New information is sure to surface upon further investigation. Suffice to say, he did this all for me. End of story. Was he really trying to obtain the orb for Rifa? Somehow I doubt it. Speaking of powers, wonder if Raifa will be performing the divination seance tomorrow. I should probably ask her about that. Your Benevolence, I noticed Nanya isn't with you today. I know not where she has gone. I have not spoken with her since this morning. I assume she must be quite busy today. I did catch a glimpse of her a little after 2 o'clock. I tried calling out to her, but she went off somewhere again. A little after 2? That's about an hour before the murder. Indeed. Of all the times for this to happen, she normally comes to me the moment I call her name. I know it's hard to believe, but even nannies have lives, you know. Your inability to find her after the murder is slightly alarming. I wonder if her absence is related to today's incident somehow. Do you think she was unwittingly caught up in them? Who knows? At the very least, I don't think she was at the scene of the crime. Nanya, I hope she's alright. Raifa seems really worried for Nanya. Your Benevolence, has Nanya served you long? Yes, she has been in my beck and call for as long as I can remember. I've heard she even cared for me as an infant, right down to changing my diapers. Your diapers? This almost sounds like she could be your mother. Indeed, but that's a simple fact of life when your mother is busy being queen. Nanya takes care of my every need. She is my teacher in all things as well. Raifa's pool of knowledge seems rather lopsided in some respects. Could that be the result of Nanya's teachings? Nanya, could it be that my trusted attendant has come to dislike me? Now that I think about it, perhaps I've been acting rather spoiled as of late. Well, I'm sure she'll be back. Yes, I suppose Nanya would never truly abandon me. Upon her return, I will do something nice for her. Perhaps she'd like a shoulder massage. And yet, I can't shake the feeling that Nanya's connected to this case in some way. Yeah, there she is. I take it you'll be conducting tomorrow's divination seance? Who else if not I? Good point. The thing is, divination seances are all about what victims experienced in their final moments. So tomorrow, Raifa will experience her own father's death, exactly as it happened. That's more than anyone should ever have to deal with. Do you really have to go through with the seance tomorrow? There's really no one else? What about just calling the whole thing off? It's not as if as I'm doing this because I want to. No? Ah! Never mind. I misspoke. The divination seance is a very important duty of the royal priestess. It's one I intend to fulfill. There's that word, duty. Your Benevolence. As Crown Princess, you were destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. Performing the divination seance is very important for a priestess. But duty or not, it's a heavy burden for someone so young. Even worse, she'll be forced to watch her father's murder. Will it be a weight too heavy for her to bear? It's a syringe and a vial. Those were for my father's back pain. He said it really helped when the pain was particularly unbearable. It was that bad, huh? He must have been injecting some sort of painkiller directly into his back then. Yes, my father said that his back pain could knock him off his feet. I know the feeling. I've experienced some pretty severe back pain of my own. Well, we can't have you throwing your back out in court, so why don't you take a vial? Oh, no thanks. I hear your body builds up a tolerance to that sort of thing. I thought you didn't want them. I'm going straight to a chiropractor as soon as I get home. I might too. This notepad must have belonged to Igna. Let's see. Igna's notes. Nanya, purple hat, glasses, diamond-shaped tattoo on forehead. Dirk, long hair, eye patch, blue clothes. Phoenix Wright, spiky hair, blue clothes, pink necktie. That's strange. These appear to be notes detailing people's most prominent characteristics. Hey, there's even some stuff about me in here. Why would he bother doing this? I'm afraid even I can't answer that. Whatever the reason, it's giving me a case of the heebie-jeebies. It's as if though he was taking out descriptions of people over the phone. That's what it reminds me of, anyway. What a brilliant deduction! What fitting of a chief prosecutor such as yourself. I commend you.
That's high praise coming from your benevolence.
Ezra's right. They do look like direct dictation notes, but I don't know. I mean, why bother describing Nanya, who he must see every day? Oops. What's this? Je suis le belle? Never thought I'd see this brand again.
It appears to be a sample of some sort of spray-on hair color.
Color jet black. I wonder if Igna was going gray. Hey Edgeworth, maybe you could use it.
I like my natural hair color just fine, thank you very much.
His desk is crammed full of documents.
They appear to be paperwork for executions.
But for this many cases?
Indeed, something is rotten in the kingdom of Khura'in. This one dates back to 5 years ago.
Something tells me he simply kept putting them off because he hated doing paperwork. There are some muddy shoe prints here. Come to think of it. There was some spilled water by the entrance. Somebody must have stepped in it before coming in here. They're already dry.
That means they're at least several hours old.
Then someone must have been in here today in the early afternoon. For our servants clean this room each day. Here in Khura'in, we have a saying, leave not today's untidiness to tomorrow. Mine is, why clean up today what you can leave for tomorrow? Damn it, Phoenix. Wow, that's one gaudy sculpture. My father sculpted it himself from a block of solid gold. Why does it not surprise me that he was also a narcissist? It's pretty detailed. He even included that personal stamp of his. Hey, that stamp's a little loose. Ah!
Look, there's a secret safe inside.
Oh my, to think such a thing was here all this time! Rats, looks like we'll need the combination to get in. I'm really beginning to wonder what's inside that safe. Any idea what the combination might be, Your Benevolence? None whatsoever. It looks like a 4-digit combo lock, so maybe it's a date. It's probably not anything that would be easy to guess. Well, let's try some dates and see what happens. I wonder what date Igna would use as a combination. Well, chat, what date would Igna use as a combination? Two votes 3, 2 votes 1. Who's gonna be the tiebreaker? Bakiri puts 3, so we got 3 for 3, so let's do 3. When's your birthday, Your Benevolence? You were wasting your time. It could not possibly be my birthday. Come on, it's worth a shot. Fine, it's December 24th. Christmas Eve? Well, let's give it a try. 1, 2, 2, 4. Ah! It opened! It did? Yep, and it looks like the bottom safe was a fake.
Something meant to mislead would be thieves, no doubt. Still, it was rendered quite ineffective by its use of such an easily guessed combination.
Why, Father? Why my birth date? Okay, let's see what's in here. This looks like a letter or something. Let's see. Dear Father, I wanted to wish you a happy birthday. You're always so kind, and I love you very much. I hope you live to be 100 years old. Love, Raifa. I wrote this to my father when I was 8 years old. Father, why would you hold on to something so childish and stupid? There are some other papers in here. This is the plan for his coup d'etat. What? Give me that. I don't understand. It seems Justice Minister Igna was plotting the assassination of the Queen. This can't be true. Father would never harm Mother. Poor Raifa. This has to come as a terrible shock. What's this? There's a photo in here too. It's of a woman and a baby. I wonder who they are. On the far left, there's a law book with the mark of the Defiant Dragons branded on it. Wait! That's... Your benevolence? How could this be? Princess Raifa! She's looking incredibly pale. Your benevolence, are you all right? All right? How can I be all right? Huh? All that I have believed. It was all lies. I'm afraid I don't follow. What the heck's she talking about? Can I ask who the woman is in this picture? How should I know? It seems I didn't know anything that was going on. Doesn't look like I'm going to get much more out of her while she's like this. Woman's photo added to the court record. Mother. Huh? I must ask my mother about the secret she is hiding. What secret? I must go. Goodbye. Wait! What was that all about? It's like her mind was off somewhere else. It appears this photo really upset her. I wonder who the lady in this picture is. Stop! Shadow! Come back here! Wait, that sounds like... I'll be in Shadow. That's odd. Commoners aren't normally allowed in this area. I wonder what's afoot. Puppy. No. Edgeworth. I hope one of you has a good explanation for this. Incredible stuff going on here. Get him, Shadow. I'm so sorry. Hi, Albie. No, Shadow, bad dog. Leave the man's frilly thingamajig alone. If you would kindly detach your dog from my cravat. I don't know how to pronounce that. Right away, sir. Just hold still and... Stop pulling like that. You'll only scratch the fabric. Come on, Shadow. Let go of his Krava Shimakalat. This isn't working. I'll just have to pull harder then. 1, 2. Wait, what are you? 3. Come on! No! We got another murder on our hands, chat. Were you trying to kill me? I'm really sorry, mister. My dog has a habit of attacking frilly things like that. Maybe for his sake, he should stick to more traditional targets like cars or his tail. What's worse, he's stuck in here again and stole some weird-looking hat. I don't know what to do anymore. Bad dog, you're a very bad dog. Wait a second. I've seen that hat before. Albie, could I see that hat again? Sure. Wait, isn't this Nanya's hat? But I thought she disappeared. Shadow swiped it from someone. Albie, how exactly did Shadow get this? Allow me to explain. It all started when we were on a walk through the bazaar today, when suddenly Tats popped out of a manhole. Ha! Whoa! The fangs of the Defiant Dragons! Ah! That's the rebel is here! Say, you want to join our cause, kid? Don't worry, I'm gonna be done soon, Steve-ish. Naturally, I was super startled by that weirdo's sudden appearance. Back, dog of the Garan regime! Huh? But this is my dog, Shadow. Defiant Dragon secret weapon! Dragon Star Snaps! Achoo! Whoa! Ow. Oh man, the look on your face, that was classic! The sudden bang of the firecracker spooked Shadow, and he ran off to the crowds. Ah, Shadow, come back here! That'll teach you, Garang's lapdog! You there, what do you think you're doing? Ah, no good! That's when a policeman came running over and hauled Dats away. That happened right around 2 p.m. if I remember correctly. I'm not even gonna pretend I know what Dats was trying to do. I chased right after Shadow, and when I finally caught up to him here in the palace courtyard, he had this in his mouth. 2 p.m. That's about an hour before the minister's death. Nanya supposedly went missing after the murder, but this would place her here at the palace at around 2. Actually, I just remembered I saw something pretty amazing around that time too. Yeah, I would agree that that's Corain's Larry Butts. He's an absolute menace to society and needs to be stopped. Something amazing? No, it's only for my use only, your imagination. So Albie, what was it you that saw that was so amazing? I saw Her Eminence Queen Garun channeling a spirit! Is it really that big of a deal to see her channeling someone? You bet it is! Commoners are never allowed to behold the sacred rite. Oh, can you tell me more? Of course! I'm always happy to explain. I believe it was around 2 p.m. today. I got lost on the palace grounds while looking for Shadow. Oh, what is this place? It gives me the creeps. Where could Shadow have gone? In my search, I took a peek into a small room, and that's when I saw Queen Garan. She was channeling a spirit for a neighboring kingdom's king. I saw her transform right before my eyes. I was so excited I had to take a picture of it.
You took a picture?
I know I shouldn't have, but I just couldn't help myself.
Between this and the treasure room, Albie's not exactly the picture of self-restraint.
Her channeling right ended right after that, so I ran off before anyone could spot me.
You could have been arrested again, you know?
Yeah, I know. Anyway, here's a copy of the picture. Just don't tell anyone I was the one who took it.
I worry about his future sometimes. Maybe if I get popular enough, Steve-ish, but apparently it would be very expensive to do that. Even for OK Donuts, it's expensive to do that. So it's not something that's likely going to ever happen. Unless I got, like, really popular. How did you and Shadow get into the royal residence anyway? It's not open to commoners after all.
Allow me to explain. There's a way to get into the palace from the bazaar. It's a bit of a tight squeeze though. Shadow can easily fit, but anyone bigger than me is out of luck.
You don't say.
Yeah, part of the palace wall is damaged and there's a hole I can just make it through.
Go on.
Bet you didn't know they have some really tasty food here.
Oh, then this isn't your first time in here, huh? Trespassing is illegal, you know.
No, it's not like that. I didn't mean any harm. It's just, I want to help change this kingdom.
What do you mean?
Well, after Miss Faye's trial, I started thinking, like, maybe there was something I could do to help the revolution too.
Maya's trial, huh? That tragedy only happened because of how twisted current legal system has become. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet, had I done so, my wife would rush to her defense. And when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man.
This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been...
The DC Act led to false charges against Maya and the High Priest's suicide. But that trial also caused the public to start questioning the current state of things. And it seems even Albie has some pretty strong feelings on the matter.
I knew there had to be something I could do to help. That's when I remembered the hole in the palace wall. I started thinking, maybe I could sneak in and take a picture of one of the royals up to no good. I just want to do my part.
The spirit of revolution seems to be catching on, even with someone so young. Right, the momentum is steadily building, and the tipping point is fast approaching. It's just a matter of when. I agree, and when the puppet's perception of the Defiant Dragon seems to be changing too. But Albie, you can't go trespassing like that. Even if it's for a good cause, it's not right.
Okay, I won't do it again.
Albie, is that really all you have to confess? You haven't been up to any other mischief. And when I say you, I mean Shadow.
Huh? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Nice try, Albie, but the proof is literally right in front of us. Albie, you wouldn't happen to know how this urn got knocked over, would you? Because her benevolence told me something rather interesting. Be careful, some dingbat dog got into the courtyard and spilled water over there. A dingbat dog? That's right, the yappy mutt spilled the whole urn's worth. The dingbat dog she betted wouldn't happen to be Shadow, would it?
Oh! I guess the dog's out of the bag. Sorry I lied, but I was worried I'd get in trouble. I know I shouldn't lie to a lawyer like that.
No, it's not good to lie to anyone like that. So let's try to only tell the truth, okay, Albie?
Oh, Mr. Wright, I almost forgot. I saw a couple of Americans a moment ago. They had really weird haircuts, so I thought they might be friends of yours.
Really now,
It seems your little friend thinks all us Americans have strange hairstyles. I suppose we have you to thank for that, right?
So what exactly did their hair look like?
There was a guy with 2 crops of hair sticking out of his forehead like antennae. Then there was this lady with a long bunch of hair that looked like a big orange spider leg.
Oh, that sounds like Apollo and Athena. What were they doing?
They were racing through the bazaar with Garandoil Guard in hot pursuit.
Wait, what?
Why were they being pursued?
I'm not sure, but I have my suspicions. I just hope they're all right.
Sorry for not mentioning it before. It's just kind of slipped my mind.
How much longer? We're probably stopping here. There's one more investigation segment and then the trial. And it's a long fucking trial. So get your lawyer badges ready for tomorrow. This is a good time to save. All right, everybody, I'm going to bed. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, we finish this game. Be ready. Thank you for stream. Thank you for being here. I doubt anyone is live at this hour, but let me check. Oh, Mars is. Mars is always live. What the fuck, man? Sorry for that. You're working for 8 hours again? Rip. The Ultimate's netcode? I think we need to watch that. Go enjoy it. Go enjoy Ultimate's netcode. Enjoy it. While I go to bed and prepare my body and soul. I'm also going to try and make sure to try to get the Kieran with face tracking up and ready tomorrow. I just need to tweak it a bit to make it less creepy when I smile, and maybe make the eyes move a little less when I move, because like it's just a little wonky, and I think I can with some quick tweaks I can potentially fix it up. All right, everybody, I'm going to bed. Good night, everybody. I hope you all had fun. We'll finish this game tomorrow. Trust me, you'll want to be there. Huge plot stuff coming. Like huge, massive raid message. Just say tail or something. Do something tail related and I'll be happy. All right, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night.